good morning to Ali Debella. That Saffron Strikers will want to come back today and revenge a defeat in the first time they had together.
Yeah, good morning, Pastor, and good morning to all the viewers and listeners, wherever they may be. Yes, and the nature of the competition, still all teams probably figuring they have an opportunity getting into the semifinals, and added to Saffron want more success. They lost that first game, so there are double reasons for wanting to win today.
Right. Well, it's overcast down here at the National Cricket Stadium, but not to suggest really that it's going to rain. It does look a little bit humid, or feels a little bit humid, but we'll have to wait and see. So far, the weather has been very, very good to us. Well, we're going to go to Kerry Frank, who, as usual, will be with the two captains in regards to the toss.
Welcome to the toss for match number 25 in the Dream 11 Spice Island T10 tournament. It's a big matchup. It's an important matchup for the team from Bayleaf. They must win in order to improve their chances of qualifying for the semi-final. We have with us at the toss party Mr. Carl Felix, our match referee, our two captains, Devon Smith, Ryan John, and the third umpire for this match, Anderson Matteson. Mr. Match referee, it's over to you.
Gentlemen, this is the point for
Call is a head, and it's a tail. Bayleaf Blasters have won the toss, and we're now going to have a chat with the captain and Devon Smith. Devon, you guys are sort of your destiny's in your hands. You need to win your last two to get into the semi-final. With that said, what's the decision of your team winning the toss today?
I will feel first.
All right, I guess it's no surprise that you guys looking to feel a good performance from you guys yesterday. With the ball, you would have done well. I think probably the first time you probably would pleased with your bowlers in the effort in the field.
Yeah, but I'm still going for improvement. You know, you have to once you bowl well, you know, I'm not worried about the batting. You know, so once we bowl well and feel well, you know, possibility we could win games.
Yeah, bowling first on a wicket. The second time we playing on a wicket in 2 days. What sort of totally think might be a good one again chase later on?
Well, anything about 100, 105 would be a challenge. I mean, good enough total for us. But having said that, you know, some of our batsmen, you know, not really clicking, so we don't really want to score too much runs, you know, to put too much pressure on the top order.
All right. I know you guys had a few niggles going around in the camp. What was everyone doing this morning?
Well, they're gonna always be, I mean, little niggles, you know, but you know, I think the guys are ready, you know, to go whatever challenge, you know, we come up to. You know, we are ready to go on up until the best of our ability.
All right, well, Devon, we want to say congratulations to you guys so far and all the best for today and the rest of the tournament.
Thanks very much.
All right, we're going to have a chat now with Ryan John. Ryan, losing the toss, being asked to, bat first. What's your thoughts on it?
Well, not too surprised. I think that they have a good batting unit as well, so I think that they would back themselves to see that they could score whatever total that we post. But nevertheless, as I always say, we're backing ourselves so that we could come out victorious.
You guys sit on top of the table already, qualified for the semi-final. Must be a good feeling for you guys.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I think we yet to play our best cricket, but it's improving gradually. I mean, guys getting the hang of the T10 tournament, so we're just playing and looking forward to enjoy every moment of it.
And in terms of your squad, I think you'd have no final inclusion today. Everybody would have been playing, so it must feel good to be able to win and change your squad and still perform well.
Yes, most definitely. We have two changes today. I think Jelani is in for Alex Moses and Jensen Mitchell is out for Samara Fraser.
All right. So Ryan, again, total looking forward to your batsmen coming good. What total you think would be a good one to defend later on?
Well, this wicket is a really good bowling track, I would say. With the past games, I think 120 would be good enough for our bowlers to defend.
All right, well, Ryan, we want to say congratulations to you guys so far and all the best for this match and the rest of the tournament.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, so to recap the news from the middle, Bayleaf Blasters have won the toss and they've inserted Saffron Strikers into bat.
Thank you very much, Kerry Frank out there, of course, with the two captains. Saffron Strikers will bat. Bayleaf Blasters, they won the toss. And they sent Saffron Strikers into bat. Ali, is that surprising or?
No, not at all. The majority, I think so far in the competition, there's only been one team that won the toss and batted first. So not surprising. Of course, the early moisture from the cover of the pitch and so forth. And in fact, most of the team batting first early morning tend to lose early wickets. Sometimes some has rebounded, but that has been a trend, and so it's not surprising that the side winning the toss fields first.
Yes, so yeah, that's all that early preparation moisture. I don't think really that the opening batsmen they've assessed the conditions as well as the cold, and it's something that you've got to do as a cricketer. It's called the power of observation. So you've got to be observing and seeing patterns and sequences. So just to remind you that Saffron Strikers were sent into bat because Bayleaf Blasters won the toss. The umpires are out going into the middle, and they'll be playing on the surface to our left. Yesterday they played to the surface more to the right, to the the western surface. And let's give you the lineup of both teams. Devon Smith, that's Bailey Blasters lineup. Devon Smith, Kieran Charles, Amical Dubisset, Shaquem Edwards, Deron Hippolyte, Josh Noel, Jalen Olive, Richard Rogers, Dennis Smith, Craig Williams, Ronald Williams. For Saffron Strikers, Ryan John is at the helm, Kem Charles, Samora Fraser, Jelani George, Kendall George, Mikel Joseph, Lyndon Lawrence, Sherman Lewis, John Olive, Nkosi St-Hilaire, and Laurie Williams. Well, Ali, there's been a lot of cricket. 3 matches per day. Do you think at this stage, I know that they're all young men with the exception of a few, you think they're becoming a little jaded, or what you've seen so far you're impressed?
Yes, so far they have handled it well. I think that probably day in when the rain fell sort of gave them a recovery period, and so far they seems to be doing pretty okay. A number of the cricketers has been playing cricket quite a bit. However, there are quite a few also that has not been playing, and probably, as we say, the fitter shall survive.
Yes, but of course this is match number 25. It's a lot of cricket. 10-10, everything is happening fast and furious. So Lyndon Lawrence and Nkosi St-Hilaire, they're the opening pair for Saffron Strikers, and Amical Dubisset will be bowling from the far end in slightly darkish condition, not like early yesterday morning when the sun was really out in resplendent glory. So here is Lawrence facing for the first time, and Amical Dubisset comes in to bowl to him. Outside the off stump, he gets back and hits it hard into the ground. And the bowler might have been a little bit surprised that came back to him so quickly, but just knocked it down. And the ball meandered just behind him, but no chance of a single there, as John Olive was running across from a short extra cover picked up. So all the fielders inside the circle except the deep forward square and the long off. Here once more is Dubisset. Moves in now and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is getting a good delivery, but pushed up on the onside and takes off for the single. Quite a good alert single there, as obviously Nkosi St-Hilaire was backing up. The bowler ran through on his follow through to his right, but couldn't prevent the batsman from crossing for the single. So Saffron Strikers, they're off the mark. They're one without loss.
Yeah, 2 good deliveries so far, but there's 2 things to note. That Smith is back as the keeper from yesterday game, and they are not playing with fine leg or long leg. And
Yeah.
It's a pace bowler.
Yeah, that's interesting. Moves in once more there to be set bowls. He gets onto the back foot and he pulls that over the mid wicket area. It's going to meander over the boundary line now for 4. I don't think he handled it as well as he would have liked. The ball seemed to have hustled on him, but he was inside the line, and let's give him credit. He got, well, not quite. The ball was more outside the off stump, and he reached it from outside the off stump and pulled it just a 1 bounce over the boundary line at deep straight mid wicket. 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot. He seems to be losing his balance a bit, but hit it firmly enough.
And a good knock yesterday. Comes in once more. Dubisset in and bowls to St-Hilaire down the leg side. Moves across. and allows it to go through. And Dennis Smith, who's usually that clean, came across, collected the ball, white signal. The total now moves on to 6. Very interesting observation that you're making, because I really strongly believe in a fine leg, and he has to be impeccable in terms of both line and length here, more so line. Anything drifting down the leg stump could well be tickled down to fine leg for 4. Here is Dubisset in once more, and both outside the off stump looking to cut, but that was in fact a slower delivery. Ball dying, stopping before it got to Smith. Well, not stopping rather, but dropping before it got to him. Total remains on 6 without loss. It's early morning, so all the fielders will be rather chirpy, encouraging Amical Dubisset from the far end. Turns once more from the top of his mark in sort of dull grey conditions. Comes in now and bowls to St. Hilaire, who is hitting that over mid wicket. That's a fine shot. That's a fine shot. That's gone for 6. Well, maybe just going over the boundary line. It was short, and he rocked onto the back foot, and almost in identical fashion, just heaved it over deep mid wicket, and that went to the boundary, just over the boundary line for 6.
That becomes one of the probably most popular shots you have seen, where batsmen tend to take the ball from outside the off stump and cart it over middle wicket, and he did that and did it successfully and got 6 runs.
Yeah, that was beautiful. It was well timed. 12 without loss. Nicosi St. Hilaire. So he's off to a good start. He scored 10 out of those 12 runs. Taps away in a very neat, organized stance. Looks up and sees that Dubisset is coming in. Leans forward, straightens his approach. Now brushes past the umpire and bowls to St. Hilaire, who is off the back foot. Caught! Yes! Caught at cover. Well, it looked for a moment as though he bobbled it. He did, in fact, bobble it. And that may have been very, very thought, as they say, might have been in his mouth there. Pulled off the catch in the end. So that's Josh Noel taking the catch. Yes, let's look at it. Didn't catch it cleanly at first. And just when it got past his knee, grabbed at it a second time. And so Nicosi St. Hilaire goes, caught Josh Noel of the bowling of Dubisset. Well, he's gone for 10. Saffron Strikers, they've lost their first wicket, 12 for 1.
A good catch. He did bobble it, but that second attempt was well done. But I thought he bowled that particular delivery to the field that he had said. There were 6 players on the offside, and it was outside the off stump. Although there was no sweeper, but the batter would have to clear over the infield, and he didn't able to clear it, and he played it into the hands of Noel, just on the edge of the circle. So good bowling, good catch, and a vital wicket.
Yeah, just wondered whether St. Hilaire really had to force the shot, because they got 12 already in the first over. Just get your eyes in as much as possible. So maybe the hunger, the thirst, the desire for runs just brought about his downfall.
And early in the day like this, the wicket tend to play at a different speed, right? So some of the ball tend to come a little slower, and so you have to be a lot more careful in playing those attacking shots.
New batsman is Kendall George, but he would not be taking strike. The new bowler is Diron Hippolyte. He's going to move in to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence is 1. Here is Hippolyte now, who bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is turning that up on the onside. They go through for a quick single. They get it. So 1 more, just behind square on the leg side, rather. And so 1 more to Lawrence, who's now gone on to 2. And the total is pushed on to 13 for 1. Brings Kendall George into strike. So still there is now, though, a fine leg, not very fine though. Here he moves in, is Hippolyte bowls. He's wrapped on the pad. There is an appeal for leg before, not given out. They go through for a quick single and they get it too. I thought that was very alert on the part of Lawrence there. He was looking to turn that out on the onside. The appeal went up. Now he's coming from round the wicket too, so that interferes even more so with the angle. The umpire said not out. 14 for 1. Lawrence now comes into strike. Hippolyte is in. Bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is off the back foot. Hits it out to just behind cover. They get a single. behind square on the offside. So one more to his total. Lawrence, he's gone to 3. The running has been pretty well between the wickets so far, Ali.
Yeah, throughout the competition, I think the batters have understood each other pretty well.
Hippolyte once more moves in from round the wicket, and he's going to bowl to George. Here he is now. He's there and bowls to George. George is coming forward, wrapped on the pad. The ball goes out on the offside. Smith from behind the stumps runs very quickly. You could see him peeling off the right glove rather quickly, just in case the batsmen were going to attempt a single. They certainly didn't have that in mind at all. Total remains on 15 for 1. Hippolyte, really interesting. Coming from round the wicket. He's got a packed offside field. In now and bowls, and George is having a big swish at that outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact. And Smith takes it from behind the stumps. There is a backward point. Cover square, conventional cover and an extra cover. Mid off as Hippolyte is in and bowls to George. George comes forward, strikes the ball down to long on, and they get a single quite comfortably too, as Richard Rogers comes off the boundary. So the over comes to an end. 2 overs gone, 16 for 1, 16 for 1, and the lone wicket to go. Nkosi St-Hilaire caught Josh Noel of the bowling of Amikal Dubisset. He went for 10.
Good over from Hippolyte, bowling right arm off spin from around the wicket. There were 2 appeals for leg before. I thought that the ball was pitched outside off stump, and it's very difficult really to get the leg before decision coming around the wicket, because the angle of the delivery teams to take it away from the stumps. And so the umpire rightly said not out, but a good over, only 3 runs, and sort of stabling the situation after a very aggressive first over in which close to 12 runs were scored.
Here's Dubisset once more, moves in to bowl to George. George is hitting that in the air. Somebody's going around. The catch is going to be taken. He has taken the catch. Well, the umpire was just within my sight, so it was difficult to pick up, but finally you could see by the expression of the players that the catch has been taken. Really, he wasn't seem to show whether he should have made an aggressive shot or whether he should have gone in a defensive manner. In the end, he played something like a nothing shot, and the catch taken.
But so George has batted lower down the order in the previous games, and he came up a bit earlier this time, first wicket down. But again, we said that the early part of the innings, the first match, the batters had to be a lot more selective in their shots, because the wicket tend to play a little bit too pace. And so you're not too sure if it is the deception of the bowler that caught him, but he really found himself in no man land, and as you said, played a nothing shot.
Yeah, Devon Smith falling over, but never looked like dropping the catch at all. He had to come close to the umpire, and the catch in the end taken. So Kendall George goes, caught Devon Smith of the bowling of Dubisset. So Dubisset has picked up 2 wickets so far. New batsman is Mikel Joseph, but he won't be facing. Here is Dubisset, bowls to Lawrence, who comes forward, gets a slower delivery. You could see it well, this guy, well bowled. Total remains 16 for 2. He was looking maybe just to push that out on the offside and didn't make contact. That's the important thing when you're playing the smaller, the shorter version of the game, Ali, how important it is to these guys. Put variety, slower ball, faster ball, average size ball. Here once more is Dubisset is in now and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is off the back foot and cuts that well down to the boundary for 4. It was pitched short, onto the back foot he went, and boy, when he hits them, they really do stay hit. He's gone to 7. The total has moved on to 20 for 2.
And not a lot of speed on the offside. The offside got 6 players, and he was able to put it between 2. The cover and the shorter street is extra cover, and neither of them had a chance. Excellent shot.
It really was. He got on top of it, and that was the lovely thing about the shot. Didn't seek to uppercut it. It was short and rising, went up on the toes, and hit it through the cover area. Dubisset once more is in and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is advancing down the track, hits that long and hard, and that goes over the boundary line. That's a fine shot. He advanced down the track I think the bowler saw him coming but could do nothing more, and he made it into something like a half volley and lifted it over the long off area. Sweetly timed. 6 runs to Lawrence. He's gone now to 13. The total has moved on to 26 for 2.
When he cleared the entire field, it actually dropped in the stand, and that's a long hit. But a good shot from Lawrence. He came down, got into the line of the ball, turned it into a half volley. It was a good pitch ball before he came down.
Yes.
But he made it into a half volley and struck it beautifully for 6.
Oh, that was lovely. That really was lovely. Here to be set again, moving in to bowl to Lawrence, who is off the back foot and hits the ball up to cover. The ball traveling very quickly. No chance of a single this time, as Olive coming in very quickly. So he's very alert. He's a good fielder, particularly in the extra cover area. Is Jalen Olive, as Dubisset goes back. Just the last delivery in this over, turns from the top of his mark, begins to move in once more to bowl to Lawrence, who to this delivery is taking the outside edge. The ball goes down to third man for 4. Well, that went between the keeper and the lone slip in Craig Williams. Neither of them could do much more about that. Don't forget that the keeper is standing up, didn't have a chance there at all. And so 3 boundaries in this over. Lawrence has gone very quickly to 17, and after 3 is 30 for 2, the Saffron Strikers.
But maybe you could say that the keeper didn't take the catch, but it can't fault him for coming up to the stumps, because the previous delivery, Lawrence was charging down the wicket. In order to restrict him, he came up, and the edge was found. So sometimes striking that balance is a bit difficult, which one to do. So 4 runs, sort of expensive over, but he has picked up the 2 wickets so far.
Yes, the scoring rate right now exactly 10. That's not bad. Early days, as will be Duran Hippolyte. Moves in now and bowls. There's an appeal for caught behind. Not with any great conviction there. It's Dennis Smith. Maybe just wanting to give his vocal cords a bit of exercise. 30 for 2. Hippolyte into his second over. He's bowled well so far. Moves in. Wrong the wicket now. And bowls to Joseph. Joseph is coming onto the front foot. And just pushes the ball square of the wicket. No, they will in fact get a single. Now the return coming in from backward point was not good, and Smith did not collect cleanly. The ball ricocheted and went to the square leg umpire, and they got a single. Loose cricket.
Yeah, and that even the backup fielder probably, had he collected it cleanly, it would have still be a close encounter, but he also misfield.
Here is Hippolyte, will bowl this time to Lawrence. He's there now and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is getting a short delivery outside the off stump, hits it hard, gets it down to the wideish mid-off area, and if that had really passed the fielder, trust me, it would have gone very quickly to the boundary. But I thought he made an excellent effort there in Olive to stop that. Here he is once more. As I said early on, he's a good outstanding fielder. Here is Hippolyte outside the off stump, rocked onto the back foot and hits that behind point. That's a fine shot. 4 runs by Joseph, short outside the off stump, and he rocked onto the back foot. Hit it square, and it went very quickly behind square rather to the boundary for 4. He's gone now to 5, and the total is pushed on to 36 for 2.
Great shot, because again a pack offside field and the bowler bowling round the wicket. Give it probably just a little too much weight, but a great shot from the batsman Joseph.
Yes, he hit it well. The timing was exquisite. Here is Hippolyte once more. He's in and bowls to Joseph rather, who comes forward and turns it up on the onside, and no run. Bowler goes back. This is going to be his final delivery. He's bowled very well in now and bowls to Joseph, who is coming down the track, hits it down to the long on area. The catch has been taken. No, that's a great catch. That's a splendid catch indeed, because it looked as though it was going to go over, and then it was going across to his right, and in the end took a pretty good catch there. Let's look at it. Beautiful catch, beautiful catch. If he didn't take that, trust me, it would have gone all the way for 6. So Williams comes up with a great catch.
But,
Rogers, rather.
great catch. I think he, at some point in time, was a bit concerned whether he's going to go over the rope. So he took his eye off, looked to see where he was, and then still took the catch. Yeah.
Yes, let's look at it again. Now let's see how good the catch is. He wasn't quite sure how far he was away from the boundary, and tried to be as careful as possible, and had to stretch his hands out to take it. I thought that was a lovely catch.
And yesterday, one of the fielders and strikers actually took a catch and stepped back onto the boundary line and 6 runs. So he was a little bit concerned there, make sure that he was in line and took a good catch. High, had it missed or dropped, it would have been 6. So a good catch and a good wicket.
Mikel Joseph caught Richard Rogers of the bowling of Darren Hippolyte for 5. So Hippolyte is picked up 1 for 9. The new batsman is John Olive. And, well, I'm sure they're very happy that the Bayleaf Blasters have captured 3 for 36 so far. But Lyndon Lawrence is still there. And that's so very important for Saffron Strikers. He is a main plug, a main nail, a very important player. It's going to be taking strike. He's 18. As Kieran Charles will be preparing to bowl to Lawrence off the back foot. Hits it out to short extra cover. Ball travelling rather quickly. And we talk about how important fielders are in particular position. And J-Liv Olive, he is commanding that area at short extra cover. Here is a delivery that, well, thought about, what was he trying to do there? Was he going to scoop it?
Scoop or flick it over the
But it was way outside the off stump.
reverse flick.
Yeah. Interesting. Here is, he looks a little ungainly. He was trying to scoop it. But I thought it was well bowled by Charles, who maybe saw it and bowled it outside the off stump. Here is Charles coming in once more to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence is getting onto the back foot, hits it hard down to the long off area, gets a comfortable single. As I think it might well be Hippolyte down there. He's gone to 19. The total has gone to 37 for 3. Brings John Olive now into strike. Olive will have to play a very important role here. He's seen 3 of his fellow batters out, and here is a delivery that is outside the off stump, got onto the back foot, hits it down to the sweeper position is Olive, and he gets a single. He's off the mark, and the total has moved by 1 now to 38 for 3, brings Lawrence back into strike, who's 19. And again, how important it is really fielding on the boundary. Got to get your best catchers there. Here once more is a short delivery outside the off stump. Almost took off the head of Olive. There was Lawrence. And they will come back for the second. They've got to hurry. And maybe if that were right over the stumps, well, you know what? It could have been a little bit of a trouble there for Olive, who was really going back. But the intent was really intense, as Lawrence wanted to. He hit that ball really hard, and Olive had to duck. Here once more is Charles in now and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is now playing it well. He gets the scoop. That's going to go close to the boundary. I don't think it's going to go all the way. Williams is after it. He's going to pull it back just inside, and they take 1. Ooh, I'm a little surprised about that. I just thought that they could have maybe the fact that he was a little bit off balance. Now that's the reason why they were able to take only 1 rather than 2. Tumbled over, and that impeded his movement to get up and then to go traverse for 2. But after such a dramatic shot, he got only 1.
Yeah, a lot of effort for a single. But I think that they must give the bowler Charles some sort of credit here, because he's bowling to a 6-3 field, and all his deliveries were pretty wide outside the off stump, forcing the batters to try to reach them. And as a result of that, Lawrence tried to create a shot in trying to get the ball on the onside. He did get through, but he stumbled a bit and fell to the ground, so he didn't get the maximum amount of runs. But good bowling from a good batting from Lawrence and good bowling.
Well, Richard Rogers comes in for his first bowl. He's going to be moving to bowl to Lawrence, who is 22, 41 for 3. He's in now and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is hitting that down to the long off area. They've gone for one. Will in fact come back for the second as Olive. We've been praising him whole morning, and then for the first time made a mess of it. They got two.
Commentators, course.
I would think. Once more, it's Rogers in and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence hits the ball down to Oliver. This time, he collects rather cleanly. The batsman had time to cross for one. Quite a lot happening. Very fast and furious. 44 for 3. Lawrence has gotten to the 25 mark. Oliver comes in to strike as Rogers moving in now and will bowl to Olive, who hits it hard into the ground. Ball goes back, rather accommodating bunk to Rogers. No runs. Good over so far as Rogers is in now and bowls, and he has a big swish of that one. Is Olive doesn't make contact, maybe trying to hit the ball too far, too hard, as Rogers goes back in now to bowl to Olive. Probably should just nudge it around. Comes forward, opens the face of the bat. Devon Smith comes in very quickly from backward point, but Lawrence was alert. Move off the mark rather quickly. They got the single, so Olive has gone to 2. Lawrence comes back into strike. He's 25. Last wicket to go. Mikel Joseph caught Richard Rogers with the bowling of Hippolyte for 5. And it's Rogers who took the catch, moves in, bowls, and looking to hit that through mid-wicket. Ball may have taken the bottom of the bat and went back very quickly to the bowler, who did very well to stop it from going behind him. And the over comes to an end. It was a dot ball, 45 for 3. Lawrence is 25 and Olive is 2.
A good ball over there from Rogers, restricting, but we speak of that so often, that the new batter comes in and meet the batsman on the go and try to muscle his way through instead of looking to put a batter that is in on strike, and that's what happened there. But a bit surprised too that Olive is in before the captain round John.
Yeah, that's also interesting. They're into 6 overs gone, so it means that there are only 4 remaining, and I agree with you really. So here is Charles in with his second over and bowls to Lawrence, who hits that straight back past the bowler, and that's gone all the way. That's 6 runs. Well, he clobbered that very well, hit it hard, and that's Olive, and hit it hard back past the bowler. Great shot. It's gone to 8. Total has gone to the 50 now. 50 in 38 deliveries. So it's a little bit slow. 8.27 is the scoring rate. They would want to bring that up, then need to get up to the 10 mark. Here he is once more. In is Charles and bowls to Olive. Olive is hitting that off the back foot. In the wide signal by the umpire, was looking to card that over the maybe the cover area, and didn't make contact, but it was wide. One more to the total, 52 for 3. As here once more is Charles in now and bowls, and again big wallop by Olive. Might just be taking his eyes off the ball. Collected behind the stumps by the keeper, Dennis Smith, who seemed to be favoring that right hand. Must be getting some pain. Goes down on his hunches, as here once more is Charles in now and bowls to Olive, and Olive looking to hit that through the offside, just loses his shape too. Dennis Smith collects behind the stumps. This is not very good batting here by Olive. Total remains on 52 for 3.
Especially with Lawrence on the other end, and we see the groundsman making some movements. Hope it's not the weather.
Here once more is Charles in and bowls, and that's a wayward delivery, really wide.
Very wide.
if they had double wide, that would have been called a double wide. Way outside the off stump, and I thought that Smith did very well to collect it. Kieran Charles goes back once more moves in now and bowls to Olive. Olive is lifting that down to the long on area. I think they'll get just a single as the return comes into the bowler's end. So one more to Olive, who is now gone on to 9, and the total has moved to 54 for 3. Brings Lawrence, who is 25. He's been on 25 for quite a while, is Lawrence, comparatively speaking. Here once more is Charles in, bows to Lawrence. Lawrence is pulling that. That's a fine shot. Oh, that's a huge hit. That's really big. Goes into the stands down at the deep mid wicket area. It was short, onto the back foot he went, and he clobbered it over mid wicket. He's gone to 31. The total has moved on to 60 for 3.
Well, a great shot. And more probably you see the reason why probably Olive needs to rotate the strike quite a bit, because Lawrence not getting the amount of deliveries that he should.
Well, Charles is in once more and bows to Lawrence. Lawrence is hitting that again. Down to the mid-wicket area. That's gone a long way too. And that's gone for 4. Dropping just inside. Well, bad delivery onto the back foot. And he lifted it over the mid-wicket area and just managed to drop inside the ropes. But it went over the boundary line for 4. He has galloped. He's gone to 35 very quickly. 35 of 20 balls. And Saffron Strikers 64 for 3. 64 for 3. The ground staff, they're on the ready, because there is the sound of rain maybe somewhere in the background, and the covers are hailed onto the ground, so they're coming onto the ground. So it looked a little dark this morning, as we said, in contrast to yesterday, and the umpire's not going to take any chances at all. So the players are going to come off now, as there are signs of rain. It's dark, it's dull, and over the granite and hill, I'm sure that the cameraman is going to give us a little shot in the cloud area behind the commentary booth over the Dabo Hills, so that we can see a little bit of how dark it might be out there. But meanwhile, the covers are brought onto the square, and they're going to put the first cover. Now let's look at the clouds there. They look rather dark and rather ominous, but I've seen them darker than that before. So let's hope that the precautious move of the umpire and the rain doesn't really come down here torrentially. 64 for 3. 64 for 3. Lyndon Lawrence not out 35. John Olive 9. And after some 7 overs, the run rate 9.14. They'll be looking, Ali, I would say, to bring it up to the 10 mark, and probably hoping to get up to just over the 100 at the end of the 10th over.
Well, a little bit surprising with the field placing to Charles bowling, because I'd say he's slow medium, and that will give somebody like Lawrence the opportunity to pull, and with the vacant middle wicket area, I think that has been exploited. But again, as we look, we always take a key from the groundsmen. Not too sure they were too interested in coming on, but they were called on, and in fact now they're looking to go back off, because the rain threatening, but not coming as yet.
Yes, and you have to utilize all the time that you get. Now, don't forget we're in the early rain season. It starts on June the 1st, and then of course it's going to go for the next 6 months. So at this time of the year you can expect the rain to fall. We didn't have a harsh dry season this year, Ali, did we? We had intermittent rain throughout the dry period, and it never looked rather arid and really, really dry. So it's been a good season, a good past year, so to speak.
Well, like so many other things that are strange, there are no more cricket season or football season. I don't think there's really a rainy season.
We talked about how things have changed, Ali, and the Dill scoop, which has been mastered by former Sri Lankan cricketer Dilshan, and he mastered the art, and we saw Lyndon Lawrence attempting the scoop a couple of times. He was successful one out of the two occasions. But I'm saying, if it were back then, one of our masters at the Grenada Boys Secondary School coming down to the T10 ground to look at a match, in the competition, and he's seen one of the youngsters play that shot, he would have suspended him, would have probably asked him to stay home a day or two, and he would have been off the team for maybe the rest of the season.
Might have got a 6 from Daddy Mix.
Oh, yeah, that's correct. Might have been caned for it too. How
Yeah.
things have changed. But all sorts of innovation. You've got the reverse sweep, you've got the switch hit, you also have the scoop, all sorts of variation to the usual conventional way of batting.
I think Atinez has shown all of them. I think he has, you know, close to perfect. He has it in every aspect. All the names you can use, he has played them. But it's good to see, of course, innovation into the game, because, of course, you need to get around somewhere. You pack the offside field and you choose to bowl wide. There must be some way you need to create something to get the ball on the onside, and it's also interesting and exciting to see these shots.
Yeah, it's the first time I saw the reverse sweep, though. It was done by Gordon Greenidge. He was playing in England, and interestingly, it was a test match. And I was quite surprised and really bemused to see Gordon Greenidge reverse sweeping in a test match. So you will find that happening, various innovations to the game. And I should let you know that the covers have been pulled off and the players are back onto the field. The umpires, you can't fault them. I think they just want to be very sure about everything. So Lyndon Lawrence and John Olive will come back to resume the innings. Lawrence is 35, Olive is 9, 64 for 3, and Rogers, who bowled 4 deliveries in his over, well, he'll have the opportunity to complete. No, beg your pardon. There'll be a new bowler. That's right. Sorry. New over. So my humble apology. I apologize to my efficient scorers, to you, Ali, and to all the listeners there. I don't know if you want to call it a senior moment. I'm highly sorry. Here once more is Rogers in and bowls, and that delivery is hit down to the deep cover position, and they do get a single. The ball traveling much too quickly for the second run. So 66 for 3. Olive is 30. Sorry, Lawrence is 36. Olive comes in to strike. Here once more is Rogers in now and bowls, and it's outside the off stump, hit down to the long on area. The catch is going to be taken. So John Olive goes, caught down there at long on. Hippolyte coming across to his left and took a rather comfortable catch indeed. So Olive goes, caught Darren Hippolyte of the bowling of Rogers. He's gone for 10. And the strikers, they've lost another wicket. It's now 66 for 4.
Yeah, probably Oliver has taken up just too many deliveries, and as you said, well, here comes Ryan John, but 10 off 10 at that stage in the game and so early in the inning, probably someone who can rotate the strike and also hit the ball a lot cleaner. I don't think, maybe it's just not his day today, but good wicket, good over, good spell. Rogers in his first over, second over, and has 1 for 6.
Yes.
And now the covers are coming back.
The covers are coming back on, and now the rain is in fact coming. So just wondered whether at first the umpire didn't get it right. I think they may have gotten it right indeed. And the rain looked at them. It was almost a cat and mouse sort of show here. The rain was looking them and maybe just concealing itself, hiding itself a little while, and just as the players came back out, that's when the rain decided to fall. Now how long it's going to go for, well, we don't know. It doesn't look that bad really. So the ground staff are out there and making sure that that main pitch is covered first with the first transparent tarpaulin, and then the deep blue tarpaulin would be pulled over to secure it, and then the massive one is going to come on, and that will be able to cover the entire square.
And both wickets will be covered.
That's correct. So the news is, listeners and viewers, Saffron Strikers, of course, who were sent into bat, they're 66 for 4. The rain has just come down and it still is coming. Lawrence is not out, 36. John not out, no score. Well, he hasn't faced the ball as yet. The last batsman to go, John Olive, was caught during Hippolyte of the bowling of Rogers. He went for 10. Nicosi St. Hilaire this morning got 10, caught Noel of the bowling of Dubiset. Kendall George caught Devon Smith of Dubiset. He went for 1. Mikel Joseph caught Rogers, bowled Hippolyte for 5. And as I said a little early on, John Olive caught Deron Hippolyte of the bowling of Rogers. He went for 10. Ryan John is not out, no score. He has not faced the delivery as yet. And the mainstay of the Strikers' innings so far, of course, Lawrence. He's there, 36 of 21. And as you may see in the picture, that the rain is coming. But I dare say it doesn't look ugly. It really doesn't look ugly. There are little spaces of blue that you can make out there. And the ground staff, having done their job, will go off. And we're going to hold up here until it's time to come back to resume the Strikers' innings, that based upon how harsh the rain is. So until then, enjoy yourself. And once the rain is stopped and play can continue, we're going to be back here to bring you the broadcast. And welcome back here at the National Cricket Stadium. We've got good news for you, and if you're viewing, you wouldn't see, in fact, that it's much brighter out here now than it was, let's say, about 10 or 15 minutes ago. The rain has subsided, and the ground staff has, in fact, pulled off the covers from the square, and the players are back out, umpires are back out, and it looks good. Maybe, as I said off air, Ali, the clouds just needed to shed some tear a bit, and to bring the smile back on, and it looks pretty decent now.
Yeah, the only probably issue we'll have is the fact that the outfield might just be a bit damp, and the fact that the spinners are on, so that might be a bit of a disadvantage to them.
Rogers will get ready to bowl to Ryan John. This is his first delivery facing Rogers to John, who is losing his bat in the process. He was looking to cut that one, and Smith collecting behind the stumps. Now he's calling for maybe a pair of gloves. Lost the bat. He really went after that one. He's a big man, and whenever I see him walk out to bat, and even his mannerism on the team, and the way that he goes about his game, who does he remind you of? Anybody comes to mind?
But he has that real dominant attitude. I like to see him. In fact, I personally rank him as one of the better captains in the tournament.
Yes.
He really motivates his players and always in the game.
Yes, he has an Andre Russell sort of way, the way he bats to and the way he walks out. That's the player that comes to mind whenever I see him. Andre may be a bit bigger. So here is John moving in now to bowl to sorry, it's Rogers. Oh, it's gone for 6. Well, he hit that hard. Is Ryan John, and it went over the long on. Darren Hippolyte was coming around, but wasn't able to turn that into a catch. Now let's look at it here. It's coming down and going over the fielder's head. Well, Ryan John has gone to 6. There's Rogers in now. Bowls to John. John is lifting that nicely over the mid-wicket area. That's gone 2 for 6. Well, he hit that with consummate ease. Just came forward, and he's such a strong man and a wonderful timer of the cricket ball. Lifted it over mid-wicket. He advanced down the track and got it on the half volley and lifted it nicely. 6 runs, 2 consecutive sixes he has hit, and the total has now moved on to 78 for 4. Just wondered again, as you said, Ali, why didn't he come in maybe a little bit earlier?
Yeah, but the second delivery, that probably was a bad ball, but the previous one was I can't say it was a bad delivery, but he hit it well. And even the player at long on, deep on the boundary, sort of missed average his speed, because the ball actually went through before he hand went up. But 2 good blows from Ryan John, 2 good sixes, and of course the nature of the game now is the type of inning you expect him to play.
Yes, they've got 12 deliveries remaining. The run rate 9.75. Well, Lyndon Lawrence is still there. He's 36. Batted well. 78 for 4. Ronell Williams will take it up the bowling from the the far end, the southern end, and he's going to be bowling to Lyndon Lawrence.
And with this new rule, COVID rule, the bowler cannot give this cap to the umpires, so he had to go all the way down on long on boundary.
Here is Williams moving past the umpire now. He's there on bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is looking to hit that over mid wicket. Doesn't make contact. Keeper standing up, collects behind the stumps. I'm sure that the umpire they're very happy about that, because I've seen so many umpires. They look overweight. They've got so many things they needed to hold. The sweater and caps. They had on 2 caps and times. It was just so many paraphernalia they had to hold.
And some bowlers had 2 sweaters.
Yeah, so it was just so much. Poor umpires. Now they're relieved from the laden. Here once more is Williams moving in now to bowl to Lawrence, who to this delivery is tugging that down to the deep mid wicket. That's gone a long way. Williams is down on the deep mid wicket boundary, but he could do no more than just look it sail over his head. He's gone for 6. That's a big hit there by Lawrence, and Devon Smith will run all the way down to talk to his bowler, talk to Ronald Williams. Maybe he's trying to tell him keep the ball on the off stump. He's got a packed outside field. Invite him to go over the top. Don't drop it short that he can pull through the mid-wicket area. That was a big hit. He's gone to 42, 84 for 4.
And that's his strength. He seems to be pulling the ball. So they are playing into his strength.
Yes, you're right. Williams once more moves in. He's got a longish approach. He leans forward, straightens up his body. Now he's there and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is looking to cut that through the offside. Doesn't make contact. Good delivery because it was full and wide and made no contact. That's Lawrence. He remains on 42, 84 for 4. Williams goes back. Workman-like approach. Turns from the top of his mark. Once more. Got a long approach. Longish approach. Moves in again. Would pass the umpire just about now and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is getting a very good ball right up in the block hole. Could do no more than tug it down to long on. Got a single. He's now moved to 43. I'm sure that he'll be eyeing a half century here, Lawrence, but he doesn't have much time to get there. He has only 8 deliveries to get to that half century. Ryan John, of course, is 12. 2 big blows he has hit. As here once more is Williams. Moving in now to bowl to John. He's just about there and bowls, and John hits that in the air down to the deep extra cover area. Maybe didn't hit it as well as he wanted, but got a single. Full toss. Didn't make the best of it. He's gone on to 13. 86 for 4. Brings Lawrence back into strike.
I think he tried to slice it over the extra cover because it's a bit wide. Squarish cover, but didn't make proper contact.
Here once more is Williams. In now on bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is hitting that in the air. That's a fine shot. Gone inside out over the deep extra cover area. 6 runs. From the moment it left the bat, there was nothing iffy about it. He knew that it was going to go all the way. I think all the fielders knew that too. And he's gone now to 49, 1 short of a 50, and we wondered whether he would get there. And there every opportunity for him to do that. 94 for 2, 94 for 2, and the run rate has now got up to the 10 mark.
Yeah, and the team batting first getting to that will have some bit of confidence in them. But again, the bowler bowling, is literally predictable where he's going to bowl because he only has 3 players on the onside, and Lawrence actually went across and waited on him and spanked him over extra cover for 6.
So this is the final over coming up. Will be bowled by Edwards, Shaquem Edwards. The batsman just had a bit of a conversation. Now don't try to speculate as to what they may have said. We'll never know. We always wonder what they say when they go down and talk to each other. A feature that we don't see as happening as much as before. In the olden days, at the end of every over, most of the batsmen, they would walk down and have a little conversation.
Sometimes it's not relating to the cricket.
That's true. Here once more is, for the first time rather, is Edwards in and bowls outside the arse stump. That goes down to the boundary. That's 4 runs. Passes the umpire. It was a full toss outside the off stump, and he was looking to heave that over the long on area. Didn't make contact, and the ball passed the keeper and went down to the boundary 4 byes. So he didn't signal, did he? Also, he got some little nick onto it. So it did get 4 runs.
It would have been a very difficult take for the keeper.
Oh. Well, here is Edwards once more in and bowls to John. John gets a delivery way outside the off stump. He comes forward, opens the face of the bat skillfully. He would go back for the second. The return comes in. I think he's gone. Oh, they were searching for the second run. The return came in from third man. I knew he was going to be in a bit of trouble. And yes, he is quick between the wickets, but he wasn't able to get the second run. Let's watch this. He's going to be up in a big trouble here and way out of the picture. Smith taking the bails off. So Ryan John run out. The return coming in from Charles down on the third man boundary. And so he's gone for 18. And Saffron Strikers 97 for 5. 97 for 5. We're in the final over. 4 deliveries to go.
And one of the things there about the second run, because Lawrence is probably a good batter, same, and probably they didn't need to take the risk because the new batter now comes, they had to just to get the strike.
So the new batsman is Sherman Lewis. 4 deliveries remaining. Takes his guard. 97 for 5. They'll be eyeing maybe to about 105 here. Here is Edwards moving in now to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is tugging that ball down to deep mid wicket. They won't come back for the second run this time, as the return comes very strong to the keeper. Good service down there on the boundary. Was it Rogers?
It's turned.
So Lyndon Lawrence comes in to strike. He's on 49. He'll be looking for the 50. 98 for 5. Over number 10 in progress. So third man. Squarish cover sweeper. Long off, long on. Edwards is in and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is looking to tug that from outside the off stump. You can see him aiming into the leg side. Doesn't make contact. Smith collects behind the stumps. It was full and wide. So that was a good delivery from the context.
Yeah, and the field is set for that particular delivery, so that Lawrence trying to get further across to tug it onto the onside. He didn't make good contact.
Edwards is in once more. Bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is hitting that hard down to the long up area. That's 4 runs. Oh, Jalen Olive. I tell you, he's fast across the turf, but that was hit with such power, and it went to his left very quickly, maybe just about 10 yards to his left. Let's look at it. But it was struck so powerfully, he didn't have a chance. 4 runs to Lawrence, who has brought up his 50. He's now 53, as here going to be the last delivery of this over and last delivery of the innings. Here is Edwards moving in now to bowl to Lawrence. He's just about there and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is hitting that down to the long off area. The catch is not taken. It's stopped by the knee of the fielder down there. They're coming back for the second run, and they get it quite comfortably in the end. So that completes the innings there. Saffron Strikers in the end, they got 104 for 5. Lawrence comes out not out at 55. Lewis won, and the run rate being 10.40, so they got up to the 100 mark. That's interesting indeed. And just looking at the you wondered whether it might have been 4. I think it may have been 4. Did he touch the rope?
I think he was behind when the ball got to him.
Let's look at it one last time.
He's on the rope.
He's on the rope there.
Yeah.
So it should have been 4. Well, that's how it goes. We're not playing, we don't have all the technical facilities, but we could see it up here, so that was good camera work too. So the players go off. I think both teams might be satisfied with what they got.
I think at this stage, both teams will feel they're still in with the game with a good chance, both teams, and that leads to an exciting second half of this game. But I thought that Lawrence probably wasn't given enough of the strike by the other batters. They all tried to do it. Lawrence was on the go. In fact, he batted through the inning and only faced 29 deliveries. And so with his run 55, probably one would expect that he would have been given much more of the strike. But this game, everyone takes on their own responsibility. But a good innings from him. He has played a lot of good innings throughout this competition.
So Lawrence 55, Ryan John 18, Olive 10, St. Hilaire 10, George 1, Mikel Joseph 5, Lewis not out 1. The innings of 55, 29 balls, and he struck four fours and four sixes of 55. Edwards, none for 12 of 1. Ronell Williams had none for 14 of 1. Dubisette 2 for 26 of 2. Hippolyte 1 for 9 of 2. And the other wicket taker was Richard Rogers, who had 1 for 18 of 2. So Saffron Strikers 104 for 5 of their allotted 10. It means that Bayleaf Blasters would want to blast away to victory. They have to score 105 in their allotment of 10 overs. Well, there'll be a change of innings. We're going to have a little break up here, and when the Bayleaf Blasters commence their innings at the crease, we'll be on hand to bring you the broadcast. And welcome back here to the National Cricket Stadium, to the Dream 11 Spice Isle 10-10 tournament, where Saffron Strikers against the Bayleaf Blasters. Well, Saffron Strikers, as we told you, got 100 to 104 for 5, 104 for 5 of their allotment of 10, and the Bayleaf Blasters will have to go after that refill. I think this might turn out to be a good encounter. I think 104, not a massive total, but a good working total.
Yeah, I expect it to be very competitive. Billy Blasters, I think, full of confidence, coming off a victory yesterday. Certainly, Saffron Strikers, who's at the top of the table, they would obviously feel very confident that they would only able to score 104 in 10 overs.
So the opening pair out already, and the sun has come out also rather resplendently. Had a bit of a delay in play early on, rain interruption rather.
But the sun is now looking to shine, although if we look just to the left of us, the hills are quite a bit of cloud, but it seems much lighter than we had before. So one expect that this game, we'll have this game completed, hopefully before we get another shower.
Well, Devon Smith opening with Shaquem Edwards, and Kem Charles bowls the first ball to Smith, who comes forward and drives the ball neatly down to long on, and it's going to be stopped. No, it won't be stopped. Goes over the boundary line. 4 runs. And the fielder down there seemed to be in a bit of a bother. Now they're running to see what may have been the problem. Oh, he's going to be okay, I guess. Just inquired as to whether he was all right. And the ball is being retrieved.
Yeah, just happened to slip there as he went to stop that ball, and the field just a little bit on the wet side. Olive there just seemingly slipped, and the ball went over the ropes of 4.
Yeah, that would not be good for him at all, or for the match, for that matter, or the team.
Well, I don't know if he was attempting a slide and maybe got caught there. You could see that he stretched there, and just seemed to injure the knee slightly. As we see, the magic spray is now being used, but he looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, it was struck hard and straight. That's what we can say. So it was always going to be a difficult save for him, but in the end, didn't stop the ball from going over the boundary line.
Yeah, just below the knee there, but seemed to be okay. He's up and ready to go.
Right. So, but Devon Smith is off the mark with the very first ball that he's faced. He's gone to 4, and I think everybody is happy with the outcome in the end. All is well. They say that ends well. Olive would be pleased to know that he's back on his feet. We did get a little concern earlier, but it seemed to be okay. Smith is 4 off the very first ball he has faced. Keeper standing up, as it will be Kem Charles, who will move in once more to bowl to Smith. And Smith is looking to turn that up on the onside, looking to sweep. And let's see what the umpire would signal leg by, so he didn't get a nick onto that one.
Yeah, looking to hit it down to the backward square position, and ball coming off the pad and just dropping on the onside.
Here once more is Charles. 5 without loss, will move into bowl to Edwards. He is round the wicket, bowls Edwards. Edwards is looking to turn that out on the onside, and like the previous delivery, the ball takes the pad, and as confirmed by the umpire now, so that's a second leg by. 1 more to the total, so it's moved on now to 6. 6 without loss. Smith now comes back into strike. Devon Smith. Here is Charles in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is lifting that fine shot. That's going to go all the way. Beautiful shot. 4 runs. No, in fact, just held up inside. I think it looked like 4. I called it a little earlier. My apologies there, but he hit it straight, and maybe there's a little bit of dampness down there. The ball just seemed to have held up a little bit, but it was struck very well indeed. Here he is once more. Charles bowls and he's bowled him. Devon Smith is comprehensively bowled. Sorry, that's Shaquem Edwards. He was looking to drive that down the ground, and he missed everything. And so the first wicket, Bailey Blasters, they've lost the first wicket. Shaquem Edwards comprehensively bowled there by Charles. And so Bailey Blasters, they've lost the first wicket. Edward goes.
Yeah, good delivery bowled by Charles. Edwards again looking to repeat the shot. He hit straight back over the bowler's head. Probably just play around it a bit. Probably look to hit it more on the mid-on, the long-on area, and missed and was bowled. But really, it had been a good delivery. And Charles, you could see him just seemingly reaching for it and just seemingly hitting around it. And ball went into the stumps. Got a good blow stroke there. Edwards, who played well in the game yesterday, to that chase, wasn't able to get off today, being bowled by Kem Charles for 1.
Yeah, he played around the ball, and there was this gap between the bat and the pad, and the ball sneaks through, and he was bowled neck and crop. Dennis Smith, the new batsman, comes out. Bailey, they've lost the wicket of Edwards. It's now 7 for 1, and it's going to be Charles. Success story for him already. Moves in to bowl to Smith. That's Dennis Smith, way outside the off stump, wide, confirmed by the umpire. Total moves by 1 now to 8. 8 for 1. As Kem Charles once more in and bowls to Smith. That's Dennis Smith, is off the back foot, cuts the ball down to the sweeper position. They've hustled for 1, won't come back for the second as the return comes in to the keeper. So 1 to Smith, he's off the mark, and after 1 over, well, might be called even Steven, because a wicket has fallen, but 9 runs on the board.
Yeah, good blow struck by Safan Strikers, picking up the important wicket of Shaquem Edwards. He went for 34 in his last outing, and in the of 17 deliveries, and a strike rate of 200, 360s and 24. So they would be happy to see the back of Edwards, who does have the ability to really to hit the ball well. But they would be happy to pick up his wicket.
Dennis Smith, who missed out on yesterday's match, didn't play, is back in today, and Ryan John, in fact, would open the innings in the bowling, and he's going to be getting ready to bowl to Dennis Smith. So the 2 DSs are there. Devon Smith, who is the uncle of Dennis Smith, as John moves in. Now he is going to brush past the umpire and bowls to Dennis Smith, who comes forward and pushes the ball out on the offside. The bowler on his follow through, moving across to his left, knocks it down. No runs. Total remains on 9 for 1. We've lost a bit of the sunshine, with no real indication of rain. It's been more of a darkish day so far, with the cloud cover rather heavy, as John once more from the top of his mark begins to move in. He lengthens and strengthens those strides. He's there now on both to Dennis Smith, who is driving outside the off stump. Ball full and wide, and doesn't make contact as Lawrence collects behind the stumps.
Yeah, John continued to bowl very well, and he had a good spell in the game yesterday, and his intention always to keep the ball right up. This one was right up outside the off stump, and then Dennis Smith playing more inside of it, but he looked very focused, and you see his experience coming into play.
He is in again and bowls to Dennis Smith, who is getting a wide delivery outside the off stump, not held well by Lawrence. Will signal by. I think this is good bowling. I say good bowling. I'll tell you why I say so. Now, Dennis Smith is a very small man in stature, so he decides, that's Ron John, to go wide, and for him to get get to it. Stretching would not do it. He would have to walk across and then stretch to get it. So in a sense, I think it's good bowling.
Yeah, good point you make there. And keeping the ball right up, wide off the off stump. And Smith, as you say, short in stature, really having to stretch. So even though he get back to it, he probably wouldn't get much power onto it.
Would he do the same thing to Devon Smith? Here once more is John, sneaking past the umpire now, and bowls to Smith. Smith comes forward and drives, fine shot, 4 runs. Well, the intent may have been the same thing, but this time it wasn't wide enough. Pitched up, almost Yorker-like, outside the off stump. He got it on the full, and he drove it sweetly through extra cover. He's a good driver, is Devon Smith. And that went all along the carpet through extra cover for 4. He's gone to 9. Is 14 for 1.
Yeah, good shot. Full toss it was. But again, you had to put it away, and he picked the gap really nicely and hit it to the right of the cover fielder, and that went down to the boundary for 4.
Here's John again, moving in to bowl to Smith. Let's see what he's going to do with this one. That's Devon Smith. He's there now on bowls, and there's an appeal for caught behind. Not out, says the umpire. Devon Smith doesn't seem to be concerned either. And Lawrence collecting the ball behind the stumps.
Yeah, John again keeping it right up. And it's so difficult when it's right up to really get power into the shot. And you could see just seemingly coming back a bit. And Smith looking for the drive. Not making any contact. But again, really good bowling by John. He's really intent on probably just giving the batsman the opportunity to play one shot. That's a drive.
The mid wicket has been pulled out and gone to extra cover, as it's once more John in and bowls to Devon Smith, who comes forward and drives a Yorker. In fact, will be coming back for the second run too. They probably will get 3, will they? Yes, they will get 3, as the ball was not fielded well there at mid-off. And so they had the chance to cross for 3 runs.
Yeah,
Fraser?
A bad miss by Fraser at the over come to an end. A really bad miss by Fraser. Ball was not travelling quickly and just went through him, giving the batsman the opportunity to pick up 3 runs. But again, good over by Ryan John. Just went for 7 in this first over. And really should have been a lot less. But he will be important to the bowling in terms of the defence of that total of 104. And as we saw yesterday, really his experience came into play. I think he uses bowlers wisely, and he really would be looking to defend a small total of 104.
Yes, so here is Devon Smith, who will be taking strike from Kem Charles. Charles bowled the first over, picked up the wicket of Shaquem Edward. The mid on is placed out to a cover. Here he is now moving in. Charles there and bowls, and Smith is looking to turn that about the onside. Doesn't make contact. Ball hits him on the pad, goes out in front of him on the offside. As Lawrence comes from behind the stumps and picks up, sends the ball back to Charles, who comes in once more and bowls to Smith. Smith is getting a wayward delivery down the leg side, not held by the keeper, Lawrence. They go through for they get a bye, but it was wide outside the leg stump, and the umpire just confirming how wide that was. Total has moved on now to 19 for 1, brings Dennis Smith into strike.
Yeah, bad delivery again. Charles looking to bowl into the pads and again strained down the leg side. A difficult take for Lawrence, who got his gloves to it but was not able to stop it. And the batsman taking an extra run.
Charles is in and bowls to Dennis Smith, who is lifting that over mid wicket. That's gone for 6. Beautiful shot, beautiful hand-eye coordination there. Just used the wrist and used the arms well. Now that was pitched outside the off stump, but there was bottom hand attached to that, and he lifted it quite handsomely, and it went over the boundary line, and that went a long way back too.
Yeah, good shot by Smith. This one given a little bit more air, and he was able to swing it from outside the off stump, playing with the turn, and hit it over a wide long on, and that went over the boundary for a good confident shot by Dennis Smith, and that will really give him really some confidence going forward. 25 for 1. We are in the third over. And the Smiths would want to really take it really close to the victory target of 105.
So he comes in once more. It's Charles in and bows to Dennis Smith outside the off stump, gets back and cuts down to the deep cover position. They're going to come back for the secondary return. No, they decide against it. Smith wanted it. That's Dennis Smith. Started to come down the track. Devon Smith was not so optimistic, sent his nephew back, and they caught only one. Smith comes in to strike. That's Devon. We have to be calling the first names because two Smiths are batting. As here once more is Charles. Will move into bowl to Devon Smith, who is on 12. He's there now and bowls, and Devon is looking to turn it out on the onside. Will get a comfortable single in the end as Dennis saw the opportunity for it and called him through. Leg by now signaled by the umpire. So extras have now gone up to 7. There have been 3 wides, 3 leg bys, and 1 by.
Yeah, Charles again continue to just slow it up a bit on the pads of Devon Smith.
He's into bowl to Dennis Smith outside the off stump, wide, signaled by the umpire, much too wide. 1 more to the total, which is now gone to 28. The lone slipper there is Ran John. As here is once more Charles gonna come into bowl to Dennis Smith, right-handed Dennis Smith. He's there now and bowls. And Smith is hitting that down over the deep mid-wicket area, and that too has gone for 6. It was a full toss, it was a bad delivery, and bad deliveries really should be put away, and he certainly did that too. Looked a little ungainly in the end as he sort of fell over, but it was struck really hard, and that went for 6. So 6 more to Dennis Smith. It's gone past Devon Smith now. He's gone to 14. It's 34 for 1.
Yeah, good shot by Smith again. Bad delivery, full toss down the leg side and hit it cleanly over backward square for 6.
Here's Charles. Bowles, good ball, right up in the block hole, Yorker, and it was a faster one too. And Dennis Smith had to come down rather heavily on it, push the ball out to just behind square, on the offside. So the over comes to an end. 3 overs gone. 34 for 1, and the current run rate being 11.33. So the run rate is pretty good.
Yeah, good over for Bailey's Blasters. Some 15 runs coming in that over. Kem Charles in the second over, bowling 2 bad deliveries, which was hit really nicely. One over wide long on, and the next one over forward square leg for 2 really huge 6s. And certainly Dennis Smith just looking more and more confident. Devon Smith, the senior partner on 12, and really would want to guide this team to that total of 105. They are on 7 points, and they can still qualify for the semi-finals. But we need to win today, and also we need to win tomorrow.
Yeah, well, they got an opportunity and they got a chance to win today. Bailey Blasters 34 for 1 as Mikel Joseph is brought into the attack. Devon Smith is 12. Lot would depend upon this partnership, how well they go. So they're on stream, they're on their target, so to speak, in terms of the run rate. They're right up there. As here is Mikel Joseph moves in, round the wicket, and bowls to Smith, and Smith is off the back foot, pulls that through mid-wicket. That's going to go all the way for 4. Short onto the back foot he went, didn't look to hit it airborne, but he spanked it nicely all along the carpet, and it went down to the boundary for 4. We're still into the power play, so the fielders, there are just 2 fielders outside the circle, the sweeper on the offside and the long off. Here once more is Joseph in now, and bowls to Smith, and Smith is stuck in that behind square. That's going to go all the way to, that's 4 more. He came forward and tugged it maybe from outside the off stump down to the deep backward square boundary. 2 consecutive 4s in the over, and Devon Smith has rushed now to 20. The total has gone to 42 for 1.
Well, with 3 fielders on the leg side, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and a short final. Now we are seeing the captain John going into mid-wicket.
As Joseph in bows to Smith. Smith is off the back foot and cuts that behind point for 4. Beautiful. Well, he delayed the shot, didn't try to hit it too early, Riffel, onto the back foot and just waited for the ball to come on to him. Look at how skillfully he played that and then cut it. The fielder there at backward point, well, maybe a wider third man didn't have a chance at all. 4 more to Devon Smith. He's gone to 24.
So it's not always about big hitting, but batting sensibly. And Smith went back to that shortish delivery outside the off stump with the pace. All he had to do was to place it, and he played it well, just past that short third man. And with no one on the boundary, it went down to the boundary for 4. Good over so far. I think Joseph in this over just a bit on the short side. And Devon Smith taking full advantage of those short deliveries, hitting 3-4s in the over.
Joseph is in, bows to Smith outside the off stump, confirmed as a wide by the umpire. 1 more to the total. It's gone now to 47. Extras have now gone on to 8. Mikel Joseph in now, round the wicket and bows to Smith. Smith is lifting that over the deep mid wicket area. That's gone for 6. Oh, that was a huge hit. That was a wonderful blow. Got under it and lifted it nicely. And the straight deep mid wicket area, which is opened, went sailing over the boundary line. So that's another boundary there by Devon Smith. He's rushed nicely on to 24, 47 for 1.
Yeah, pitched up, over pitch, and Devon Smith got under it and hit it over long on with a lot of power. And that one went sailing over a long on for 6. Really, he's beginning to turn it on. It's 259 6 of the tournament. And Smith looking more and more confident.
And more dangerous too. Joseph.
His partnership so far adding 14 quick time.
Is in now and bows to Smith. Smith lifts that. No, that's a gorgeous shot. That's absolutely marvelous. He didn't look to hit it, with any great sense of power. But what was remarkable about the shot was the fact that he timed it so very well.
Yeah, yes, and I think
effortless.
Key getting into the right position. So as he got into the right position, it's all about timing, and played it over long off and for another 6.
Mikel Joseph bows to Smith. Smith comes forward, drives well, fine shot, 4 more. Oh, what display of batting here. Absolutely marvelous. That one was pitched up. He didn't look to go airborne. Hit it along the carpet. Got right to the pitch of the ball. Reached out to it and drove it so well. The timing was great, superb. Between that mid-off and extra cover. And it went to the boundary for 4. He's gone very quickly. He's gone to 40 now. And only 14 balls he's faced for the 40. And the total has rushed on Bailey Blasters is 63 for 1.
Yeah, well, it's a lot about position and timing in this over. This ball pitched up, but you had to get into position to hit it well. And he was in really good position as the right foot came out. And just choked it through the offside. When he left the bat, it never looked like 4, but I think the timing. And this have been a big over, Joseph. Really going for some 29 runs in the over. Really have been an expensive over. 63 for 1, and that's a power play. And it could very well be close to the highest power play. Or
I think it is. 60. Yeah. Did any team get further than that?
I think there was 60 from one of the teams in the power play. So this could very well be close to the biggest.
63. Well, they're motoring on. That was such lovely batting by Devon Smith. It really was lovely. There was no slogging. They were just good, clean cricket shots. Beautiful on the eyes. Here is Lewis. Sherman Lewis is in now to bowl to Dennis Smith outside the off stump.
So you can really play proper cricket shots and do very well and score very quickly, as we saw in that over. There was nothing rash, no big hitting, but really played each delivery on merit. I think he got some short ball, got into position, and was able to put it away. So over pitch delivery, get into position and make it look rather easily.
Sherman Lewis comes in once more. He's there and bows to Dennis Smith outside the off stump, wide, signaled by the umpire. That was too far. The third man in Nkosi Saint-Hilaire pushed more to his right, so he's more on the wider side of third man. And so he's got to be careful here, Sherman Lewis, because if Dennis Smith opens the face of the bat, he can glide that down to third man, and it'll be quite a challenge for St. Hilaire to get across. He is moving in once more, is Lewis in now, and bowls to Dennis Smith, who is getting off the back foot and cuts that down to backward point for 4. Beautiful. Onto the back foot, and he cut that. There's the backward point feeler. It went to his left. He reached for it too, and that went beautifully timed for 4. So Dennis Smith comes into the action. He's gone to 1869 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Smith. Again, all he had to do was to get into position and steer it, and with a piece, it went over that backward point and went down to the boundary for 4. Yet another no ball.
So here is Lewis is in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is getting a wide delivery. No ball, again, signaled by the umpire. So it's going to be a free hit.
Yeah.
Overstepping, guilty. Sherman Lewis not having the best of tournament.
Yeah, his bowling have been a bit disappointing. Is not what we know that he can do. And continues to struggle with no balls. Bowled quite a number of no balls in the tournament so far.
Yeah, well, he mops his brow, turns around. Let's see what Dennis Smith is going to do with this free hit. He's passing the umpire now. Lewis and bowls to Dennis Smith, who comes forward and drives back along the ground past the bowler. That went very quickly. Lewis sought to cut it off before it passed him. Couldn't effect the cutoff, and the ball rushed down to long off area. One more to Dennis Smith, who's gone out to 19. The total is 71 for 1. The field changing around now to accommodate Dennis Smith's uncle. That's Devon Smith, 40. What a wonderful innings he's played so far. 40 of 14. Now he's hit 6 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, and Smith, his style of batting, just waiting on the bad balls and taking full advantage of it. He's so far had the highs of 65 not out. At the moment, just in about 4th position.
Turns from the top of his mark, moves in. Is Lewis in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is coming forward, turns it nicely down to backward square, and the ball in fact will go over the boundary line for 4. Now that's a bad miss. It was turned to backward square, and the fielder there came in. I don't know if he took his eyes off the ball, we felt. I think he went down quite awkwardly.
Yeah, he didn't go down correctly.
Not in the approved manner.
And that ball passed between his legs and went down to the boundary for 4.
Oh, they told you it's one of the early things when you're learning to field, how you should get right behind the ball.
And
certainly didn't do that there. So
that's Freezer in that position. Short fine leg.
Yeah, once more is Lewis in now to bowl to Devon Smith, who is just gliding that down to short third man and would get a single. So credit there, I would think, to Dennis Smith, who saw the opportunity for the single. In fact, it was his call. Devon Smith just got one that was outside the off stump, rising, and glided it down to a shortish third man, fielder right on the circle. Dennis Smith saw the opportunity and called him through.
Yeah, that was good running. Yeah, we probably need to see a lot more of that in terms of the non-striker, doing what he has to do in terms of calling. And Dennis Smith was really quick there, and Devon Smith, made it easily. Actually, the fielder realized there was no need to even throw the ball back. It was good running.
76 for 1. Devon Smith is 45. Dennis Smith is 19. And they're scoring at 16.29, so that's really, really fast. The required rate is 5.44. This match might be over a little quickly. Here is Lewis in on both to Smith. Smith is looking to drive. That's Dennis Smith. Doesn't make contact. Ball pitch full and slightly outside the off stump. Good ball there by Lewis, who goes back. He's got a lovely build for a fast bowler, is Sherman Lewis. Represented, of course, the West Indies. That played for the first time in India. Wasn't very successful. It was a torrid experience for him, but learning two turns once more from the top of his mark. Moves in now to bowl to Dennis Smith, who is getting a wayward delivery outside the off stump, confirmed as a wide. So one more to the total. It's now gone to 77. So we've had 7 wides in the innings so far. This hasn't helped certainly has not helped the Saffron Strikers. 13 extras on the scorecard. That's too healthy for them. Turns once more is Lewis. And he begins a beautiful approach to the wicket. He's going to be there now and bowls to Dennis Smith, who is driving outside the off stump. Ball full and slightly wide. Doesn't make contact. Maybe beaten for pace there as the over comes to an end. So at the end of 5, we're at the halfway stage. 77 for 1. Dennis Smith is 19 and Devon Smith is 45.
Yeah, and Shaman Lewis just continued to struggle with his bowling. Had a no ball in this over and also had a number of wides, and he continued to really struggle. He has gone for 14 in his first over. So Bailey Blasters, good position, need 28 from 30. And one would expect the batting of Devon Smith and Dennis Smith. You know, they certainly should overhaul that total without much difficulty.
I would think so. They've been doing it as easy as winking. They've played some very good shots, especially Devon Smith.
Yeah, good cricket shots.
Yeah. They didn't look like T10 shots at all. So Ryan John will come in to bowl his second over.
So Devon Smith, average of 39.4, and he has really looked good his last few innings. He got a 65 not out, and really he looks the part. He looked at the Devon Smith that we know, and really is timing the ball well, and he would want to go all the way.
Yes, his timing has been really superb, exquisite. This morning's innings to me has been the best innings he has played so far. Here is John in now to bowl to Devon Smith, who is driving up to the deep cover, gets a single. One more to his total, he's gone to 46. Dennis Smith, who is 19, now comes into strike. Yeah, he has had some scores, but this batting today has been superior of the innings that he has played so far.
Yeah, well, Smith, they would have done pretty well, I think, in the first encounter. Saffron Strikers, Billy Blasters would have won by some, 7 wickets, 122 for 3. The Chase 119 for 1. So they continue to dominate Saffron Strikers.
Yes, interesting that. So here is John just waving to the fielder at that's St. Hilaire, seemingly at the third man, just to be a little wider. Moves in is John, passing the umpire now and bowls to Dennis Smith, who is getting a wayward delivery outside the off stump. Wide signal by the umpire. Extras have now gone on to 14. 8 wides. That's a lot. 79 for 1.
But what I've picked up with Ryan John, even as he intends to bring the ball right up all the time, but he just seemed to open up a bit. One probably feel that he should be more a side on, and when he opens up a bit looking to move the ball away, he tends to swing it wide.
Here he is once more in to bowl to Dennis Smith, who gets a full toss, hits the ball down to long on. They've gone for 1 and they were thinking about the second that's going to go all the way to the boundary. Well, it really looked ugly. 4 runs, took his eyes off the ball. Now let's look at it. The ball was just hit, rather friendly shot down to long on, and he's coming in, and that's where he goes down with one hand. Didn't even need to go down with one hand, and well, in the end overran the ball and it went into the boundary for 4. So Dennis Smith got a very simple 4 runs that should have been 1.
Yeah, poor work by John Olive, casually going down to stop it with 1.
It's the second time he has done that. Here is a delivery that is slower, tucked out into the mid-wicket area. They've hustled for one. They're going to come back for the second. The return is going to come to the keeper's end. Good running by Dennis Smith. Now, he took off for the first run very quickly, and that's a cardinal point that you've got to give there. How important it is to run the first run quickly. Give you sufficient time to assess, to determine whether you should go for the second. They did that, put a bit of pressure on the fielder, and they got back to the second run quite well. They had to stretch a bit, I must admit, and of course Dennis Smith was going to the dangerous end as John is in once more, in and bowls to Smith, who turns it up on the onside. Let's see what John Oliver is going to do with this one. Well, he picks it up rather easily. That one was much easier for him. I didn't expect him to overrun that one at all. Send the return back.
But it probably would not have gone too much. He's traveling so slowly.
No, that's correct. And if he had overrun it, it would not have gone into the boundary. Well, we hope we've not been harsh on him at all. I don't think so. 86 for 1. Devon Smith is 46. Will be taking strike as Dennis Smith looks on at the non-strikers end. Here once more is John in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is coming forward and in a very easy, casual, nonchalant manner pushes the ball out behind square on the offside, gets a comfortable single. So Devon Smith has gone to 48, brings Dennis Smith into strike. We're in over number 6, 87 for 1.
They would certainly want to play it around John. He's in the second over. So far, none for 17. Certainly, he's the biggest threat in terms of the bowlers. And both batsmen seem to be very cautious against him.
Moves in and bowls to Dennis Smith, who is... There's an appeal for caught behind, outside the off stump. And they're appealing and again appealing. Well, there the umpires just said out. Well, I think Dennis Smith knew that he had played the ball, but the keeper had to appeal a couple of times. Now that was getting very close to the ground. I think that the catch was taken, it was clean, and he went up in appeal. The umpire didn't immediately put him out. I think he looked at the body language of Dennis Smith, realized that he played the ball. Dennis Smith started to walk. Yeah, you could see the little deflection and the catch taken. The way that he looked back, quickly realized that, hey, I must have played that. Then sought to jump back into his crease. And when the second appeal went up, that's when the umpire said that was out.
Well, I think umpire John Mark did the right thing. I think he probably knew that he touched it, but wasn't sure whether or not the keeper would have or just picked it before he touched the ground. So he just looked over to the square leg umpire, who I think gave him a signal that the catch was cleanly taken. And then Smith probably have seen that walk, but I think it was good decision. I think umpire Mark did the right thing. Not sure if the ball went straight into the gloves.
So was that a question as to whether he nicked it, whether it went straight into the gloves?
Yes, as you rightly said, Smith actually made a move before, but you see, look back just to make sure.
Well, here is Lewis moving in to bowl to Smith. Smith gets a wayward delivery outside the arse stump. Now he's really spraying it all over the place, Lewis.
Yeah, really have been some ill-disciplined bowling by Lewis. One hopes that he will continue to do a lot of work just to get it right. We know the ability that he has. One of our top fast bowlers.
Moves in again to bowl to Devon Smith, who is 47. He's there now. Smith comes forward and just pats the ball behind square on the offside, gets a comfortable single. He's now moved on to 48. Total has gone to 89 for 1. Now, when that is happening, because I know the intent of Lewis is to bowl it wide and full outside the off stump. Now, if you realize that it's not working, then the next option is to try to bowl wicket to wicket. Get that sort of reader right. After you get that reader right, then you will want to say, okay, now I've got things under control. Let's see whether I can bring one a little bit on the wider side, especially as Devon Smith is not a tall man. So you've got to be thinking all the time, and you don't have to wait until game day to really get your craft going. That's things you've got to work on while you're in the net.
Well, one get the impression that he's rushing a bit too much. Just need to settle a bit and concentrate.
Josh Noel faces up to Lewis, who is hustled by a short rising delivery, but just pulls it out to mid wicket. Didn't cue it all that well, but got a comfortable single in the end. He's off the mark. He's gone to 1, and the total has now moved into the 90s, 90 for 2. And Devon Smith, who is 48, now comes back into strike.
Yeah, I was just making a point in terms of Sherman Lewis. I just got the impression that he's really rushing in. You see him go back to his mark and just turn and he begin to run. Just need to relax a bit, concentrate, just focus a bit in terms of what you would want to do.
Yeah, it looks a little agitated. Moves in now to bowl to Smith, who is feeling for that outside the off stump. That was a beautiful delivery, well bowled. He saw it and was just pushing. The line was good and the length was also good.
Yeah, good delivery, and let's hope that he will follow it up with another good one. And that have been his bowling, you know. He'll bowl a few beauties and then he'll follow it up with one with some probably wider. Let's see what happens.
Comes in bright sunshine now and bowls to Smith, who is in defence, opens the face of the bat, glides it in a rather skillful manner down to backward point, will get a comfortable single. So Devon Smith inches to that magical landmark, which is 50. He's 49, 91 for 2, as Josh Noel comes into strike. Umpire Mark just going around to square leg to accommodate the right-handed batsman. So it's challenging also for the umpire when there's the left and right combination.
Which indicates, Stevenson, that even the umpires, they need to be fit.
Yeah,
they
you're right.
Make sure that they do some training. I know there are some umpires that do a lot of work after the game. They will walk around the field just to keep fit. You know, Dayton Butler come to mind in terms of the work that he does just to keep himself fit.
As Lewis comes in once more in now and bowls to Noel, who is getting a wayward delivery. Well, not wayward, it was sort of under the leg stump. I think he went outside the line of the leg stump. That's Josh Noel, and maybe looking to turn that into mid wicket, and the ball went between that right pad and the leg stump, and that's the reason why it was not called a wide, because he was going towards the leg side.
Yes, again, looking to give himself room to play in front of him. He got inside, probably would have been able to turn that down to fine leg.
Yeah, but he went. He was looking to go outside the leg stump and still trying to play that ball into the mid-wicket area, which would have been much more difficult. Third man sent right back on the boundary as Lewis comes in now and bowls to Noel. Noel is pulling a short delivery down to the mid-wicket area. Will get a single. He's now gone on to 2, and the total has pushed on to 92 now. 92 for 2 brings Devon Smith, who is 49, back into strike. As the over has just come to an end. Sorry. So the over has come to an end. Josh Noel, because the single was taken off the last over, the last delivery in the over, will in fact be facing.
Well, Bailey Blasters are in a commanding position. They are 92 for 2 after 7 overs, requiring 13 runs from 18 deliveries. Devon Smith looking for his second 50 of the tournament. He's playing a captain's inning and trying nothing rash, you know, but playing each ball on his merit, knowing that they are in this commanding position. They will really want to go on to pick up a vital 2 points that will bring them up to 9 points and really put them in a position to get into the last 4.
Yes, so very important match there, particularly for the Bailey Blasters. Devon Smith is out there marshalling his forces, this time batting, as John Olive moves in to bowl that delivery, a slash back past the bowler, and will go all the way for 4. Well, that was hit really hard, like really hard. Came forward and he drove it back past, and Mikel Joseph coming across couldn't cut that off. It just tells you how hard it was hit by Josh Noel. Down to the boundary for 4. He's gone to 6, and the total has moved on to 96 for 2.
Yeah, good shot by Noel. Firmly hit as he was given the room just outside the off stump, and he really swung hard, and it rushed back past the bowler for 4.
Olive bowls outside the off stump. Wide signal by the umpire. That's just too far outside the white line there. And the keeper in Lawrence doing a good job to prevent it from going past him as Olive once more in and bowls to Noel. Noel is hitting that hard. This time he's going to get it to the left of the field. I thought that he should have gone back for the second run, but decided against it. So one more to his total. Noel, he's gone out to 7, and Devon Smith, who is 49, comes in to strike. The field changing over to accommodate him. 98 for 2. They require 7 of 16 balls.
Well, I think they were very happy to take a single. Devon Smith, an opportunity for him to get to 50. And the fact that there's still 16 deliveries to go, I think quite a bit of time. So he will want to get to his second 50. He has 49 from 21 deliveries so far.
Olive is in and bowls to Smith. Smith is driving, looking to drive, doesn't make contact. Maybe playing over the top of that one as Lyndon Lawrence collects behind the stumps. Not cleanly, but it didn't go behind him, or just went, or after it came out of his grasp, just in front of him. Just moved, picked it up and sent it back. As here once more is Olive moving in to bowl to Devon Smith, who to this delivery is off the back foot and opens the face of the bat, glides it neatly down to third man, gets a comfortable single. So his 50 has come up, Devon Smith. 50, 23 balls to get there, 43 minutes, and struck 7 fours and 2 sixes. It was a boundary-studded innings, and he really batted very, very well. It was a lovely innings, the best innings he's played so far.
Yeah, very good inning by the Devon Smith. Really mature inning, and he actually led from the front as a captain, and must be proud that he is able to bring the team to 99 for 2.
Olive bowls, and he is bowled. Looking for the big booming drive, Josh Noel. Head in the air, bowled neck and crop. And so he goes bowled for 7, Josh Noel. And Olive has picked up a wicket, deserved wicket too. And the Bailey's Blasters, maybe it's a little bit too late, but there's 99 for 3, 99 for 3. And Saffron Strikers they've struck.
Yeah, poor shot by Noel. We spoke so much about the batsman not playing straight and swinging across the line. This one was pitched up, was a slow delivery, but Noel looking to hit across the line, probably hit somewhere over mid-wicket, and really played all around. If he would have looked to hit straight, I think he really would have been in a better position to score from that delivery. So first wicket there for John Olive.
Craig Williams comes out to join Devon Smith. Williams, rasta hairstyle, goes out in bright sunshine. So just 6 runs remaining of 13 legal deliveries to get there. And it'll be Olive, who's had success, 1 for 7. Just got the wicket of Josh Noel, bowled for 7, as Noel will move in now to bowl to Williams. There he is now, and bowls to Williams, who is coming forward and looking to maybe just open the face of the bat. Doesn't make contact. The keeper collects behind the stumps. So that completes the over, and at the end of 8 overs, Bailey Blasters 99 for 3, 99 for 3. They need 6 from 12.
Yeah, good over by Olive, picking up 1 wicket for 7 runs in that over. He's the sort of bowler that is going to really slow it up. He has been using variations very well. The wicket that he got with Noel, again it was a slower delivery, and Noel swing right across it. But he continues to bowl well, had some good spells in the tournament. Having bowled the last over in the previous game, and was very tight in that close encounter with Cinnamon Pacers. Olive bowled the last over, and the Safan strikers ended up winning by 3 runs. So he has some experience. He has been played this game for a long time and has really showed his experience in the last over that he bowled.
Laurie Williams is brought into the attack now, and he's going to be bowling from the far end, the River Road end. He's going to be bowling to Devon Smith, who is exactly 50. And just to remind you that the requirement now 6 of 12. Here is Williams moving in to bowl to Devon Smith, who is looking to open the face of the bat to glide that down to third man. There's an appeal for caught behind by keeper Lawrence, not supported by the rest of the fielders. Umpire says not out. Devon Smith taps away at the crease again, looks up and sees that Williams is in and bowls, and he's off the back foot, glides the ball easily down to third man. The Ambler single, 1 more to his total. He's gone to 51, 100 coming up now, 61 deliveries, 48 minutes to get there, 10 fours and 4 sixes. Boundaries scored. So we've had 14 boundaries in the innings of 100. Craig Williams comes in to strike. He's yet to score. Just a 1 ball he has faced before though, as here is Williams from the far end, would begin to move in to bowl to Craig Williams, and he is looking to cut that down to third man, and appeal for cut behind. Lazily shot there by Williams, almost a nothing shot really. Didn't seem to have any conviction behind that cut shot.
Yeah, it was a short delivery and really should have made more use of that delivery with no one on the backward point boundary, and it was the sort of delivery that should have been hit down the backward point.
Williams is in now and bowls to Williams. That's Craig Williams comes in, just pushes the ball out on the offside. Ranjan coming in very quickly at straight extra cover, shorted extra cover. Couldn't prevent the batsman from crossing for the single. I thought that was good calling also on the part there of a good response on the part of Devon Smith. Craig called him through. It was his call, so he's off the mark. He's gone to 101 for 3. So 4 runs required from 8 balls as Laurie Williams comes in now and bowls to Devon Smith, who is looking to tuck that through the onside. Just might have lost his shape a little bit as Lawrence collects behind the stumps. Total remains on 101 for 3. So just 4 runs required. That could be hit with 1 boundary. Devon Smith batted well for 51. Looks up, just takes a little look around the field just to remember where the players are, as Williams would move in once more from the far end, the River Road end, and gonna get ready to bowl to Devon Smith. Smith taps away, looks up and sees that Williams is there now, bowls, and he comes forward and pushes it back to the wicket. Williams gets a nice accommodating bounce and a dot ball. So has bowled a very good over here, Williams. Just 2 runs coming off that lone over. And at the end of over number 9, it's 101 for 3. This is the final over coming up, and they require 4 from 6 balls.
Good over by Williams. Just 2 runs coming off the over, and still requiring 4 from 6. And certainly, you would think that Billy Blasters really is in control. Williams is going to face this last over, and it will be very interesting to see again John Olive, who bowled a splendid over in that game against Pacers yesterday, will be trying to defend 4 runs in the last over.
It's not going to be easy though. It's going to be a challenge to defend 4 in the last over. Whatever version of game you're playing, it's always going to be difficult to defend 4. So Williams is 1, and he will understand how important it is for him and also important for Billy Blasters to go over the winning rope.
Just a bit surprising that we haven't seen Laurie Williams bowling. He wouldn't be able to bowl his full spell, but he's one of the bowlers that really was bowling well, started off well in the tournament, moving the ball about, but will only end up just bowling 1 over in this game.
And bowled a good over, just 2 runs coming from it. So here is John Olive, rather meticulous about his field placing, moves in now to bowl to Williams, who to this delivery is coming forward and turns it up on the onside and gets a comfortable single. Did the right thing. Didn't necessarily want to go for the big booming drive to get out of shape, but just got inside the line and turned it up to forward square. So a single picked up there by Williams. He's got to 2. It's 102 for 3. They require 3 from 5.
Yeah, sensible batting by Williams. Not looking for any big shots. But want to give the more experienced Devon Smith. Picking up the single. Smith, who is on 51. And the right thing to do is to give the batsman that is in and the more experienced batsman the opportunity to face.
That's right. There's a short third man. There's a backward point, extra cover, long off. There is a fine leg on the boundary. The extra cover is going to be pushed back, sweeping. Then there's a backward square. Mid wicket will now go into where extra cover was, and there's a deep forward square, deep mid wicket rather, and a long on. Here is Olive in now and bowls to Smith. Smith gets one way outside the off stump, and it's not a wide, just outside the off stump. Well bowled. It was full and wide. So 3 needed from 4 balls. 3 needed from 4 balls. Good ball there, bowled by John Olive. Moves in again to bowl to Smith. Smith is getting a wayward delivery this time. Yes, it's going to be wide. It was a difficult take for Lawrence. The intention was to bring it up on the wider end and to bring it full, but he went too wide this time. 1 more to the total. It's 103. 103 for 3. 2 needed.
And this is a time that you really wouldn't want to bowl an extra, give away an extra, bowling wide.
Olive to Smith. Smith is missing that as the ball goes into the grasp of Lawrence. Well disguised slow ball. So they need 2 from 3. We didn't think that it will come down to this, quite frankly. 2 from 3. Olive turns. He's bowled a good over so far. 1 for 9. Moves in. Well, Ran John is going to come into the circle from long off, and he's also bringing the middle, long on, just outside the circle. Here he is moving in now and bowls, and Smith is looking to hit that over the extra cover area. Doesn't make contact. Lawrence collects behind the stumps. So that's interesting. Lawrence is now going to have a quick word with his captain, Ryan John. They need 2 from 2 balls.
Good bowling by Olive. What he's doing is getting the ball to leave Devon Smith, the left-hander. And really is using a lot of variation. He's not bowling very, very quickly. And Smith trying to reach for that delivery outside the off stump. But it's leaving him when he looking to play his shot. And Lawrence right up, so he doesn't want to leave his crease. So he really had to stretch. And really, really good bowling by Olive.
Olive is going to move in now to bowl to Devon Smith. He's passing the umpire now and bowls to Smith. Smith is tugging that down to the mid-wicket area. They've hustled for 1. They're not going to come back for the second. The return comes in to Lawrence. They get 1. So the scores are now leveled. Scores are leveled. 104 for 3. They need 1 for victory of 1 ball.
A tremendous over bowled by Olive there, and he continues to do well at the back end. And he really seemed to be the kind of bowler that when coming to under pressure in the last over, seemed to be doing it well. With 1 run required, one imagine that the fielders will be in, everybody trying to stop the single.
And Craig Williams will run for anything, even if it goes into the grasp of the keeper. But Lawrence is standing up. Well, here is a tight finish. Here is Olive now, moves in now to bowl to Williams. Williams is getting away with delivery outside the off stump and doesn't make contact. In fact, he leaves it alone. So
Super.
the score leveled on 104. Well, it didn't look, it really never looked as though it was going to end like this. So the scores are leveled at 104. That delivery was outside the off stump and he left it alone.
Well,
Maybe he thought it was wide.
Well, he was actually beaten. It was a well bowled delivery, it was a slower delivery, and really he didn't pick it up. And then certainly he actually played a nothing shot.
Whoa. This is quite. Oh, he didn't go after it really. Well, in the end, yes, you could see the bat coming down, but by that time, I think the ball may have just passed.
Was
Oh,
tremendous performance by John Olive. I think his over and the over ball by Laurie Williams, I think, was critical overs, and that really would have put some pressure on the batsman. Although I do believe that Billy Blaster still felt that felt confident enough that they could have got the run. But the last 2 overs, I think we saw Devon Smith missing outside the off stump. Olive really would have done very well, and he has to be given credit for the over that he bowled.
yeah, credit. Not going to take anything away from both John Olive and Laurie Williams. Not going to take anything from them. But quite frankly, I still thought that the advantage was the Bayleaf, really, and for them, Saffron Strikers, to come back in such a big way, then really, you've got to give them credit.
Well, it says something about the quality of the team that Saffron Strikers is. I think this is the second close game that they would have played, and when you think that obviously they were written off based on the start Billy Blasters had, one expected that really that would have gone on to win this game with ease, probably with a couple overs to spare, but they really came back strongly and they really defended tightly, and certainly was able to get the score a level, 104 for 5, 104 for 3, and certainly come back in a strong way.
Yeah, I still will. I really will criticize that pair, Devon Smith and Craig Williams. I don't know. Maybe the aggression came out. The last 2 overs of Bailey's Blasters innings, the aggression was no longer there. Now you've got to be careful. So sometimes you look, Raphael, and you see that it's going to be a canter, a short walk into the park, and that could interfere with your own psychology. Thinking that, well, it's easy. We're going to get over the boundary. We're going to get over the victory line, over the victory rope, so to speak. And I think they just went into a very cold period. And when you're coming to the climaxing of a game, you cannot take your foot off the pedal. That's when you've got to still have your aggression. You're running between the wickets, got to be still right up there. But I think they just felt it's going to be an easy victory with so many balls remaining and just few runs to get there. And that, to me, was where they made the mistake.
I think they will be very, very disappointed. And the fact that they only lost 3 wickets.
Yes.
So they had wickets in hand. And you don't want to bring it down so close. But you can take chances, 2 overs to go. And just a few runs to get. You can afford to take chances, even if you lost a wicket or 2. I think that they played it. Smith played a good inning, and I think he played a captain's inning. But just at the time coming down to the end where they needed to be more positive and not to put themselves in a position where things become tight. And I thought, as you rightly said, they probably still feel confident they should have made it. But really, I think they will be disappointed. The fact that they have brought it so close with so many wickets in hand.
Yeah, there's an old proverbial saying that says an opportunity lost may never be regained. And in my humble opinion, they set the stage for what should have been an easy victory. Really, they could have gotten through maybe with an over and a half to spare. In the end, the scores are level. So Bailey Blasters 104 for 304 for 3. Looking at the Saffron Strikers, they got 104 for 5. 104 for 5. Lawrence 55 of 29. John got 18 of 6. Hilaire got 10 of 4, and John Olive got 10 in 10 balls. Devon Smith got 52 of 31 batting for Blasters. Dennis Smith a nice 26 of 18. Those were the two mainstay, and good bowling in the end, I would think, by John Olive, who got 1 wicket in his 2 overs, and well, John also picked up 1. Mikel Joseph didn't have 1, but Laurie Williams and John Olive, those were the 2 that really did a fantastic job.
Well, game ended in a tie. Preparing for the super over, and more than often you always tend to have a super over in any form of, whether it's 2020 or 10 cricket. They always end up to be having a super over. The first of its kind here, and obviously this 10 tournament is the first of its kind here in Grenada. And so far, I think it have been exciting. We have seen some tremendous performances. Some of our top players would have been coming forth. The batting of Smith, we had people like Ryan John, his experience, Alec Atenes, one of the top players. And certainly it's a tournament that one would feel very pleased about in terms of the way it was run, the quality of the games. And we have now come to the stage where we have a super over.
Yes. So, not surprising, Devon Smith is going to go back out there in the super over. Just for folk who are learning about the game, the batting team will go back out to bat, and so it's just going to be just how it ended, and the fielding team would also go out. And so this is going to be a 1 over, which would be faced by the batting team, and they will try, of course, to put as many on the card as possible, and the bowling team will try to restrict them as much as possible. So, well, it's going to be interesting here.
Very interesting. We look at probably the bowling strength of Saffron Strikers. They have again the bowling of John Olive, maybe Ryan John. I would think would be either Ryan John going to bowl that over. We look at both teams and we look at the bowling strength. One would want to really give Saffron Strikers the edge in terms of the bowlers in that they're going to bowl that 1 over. But it would be an interesting one. 2 senior players on show, Ryan John, Devon Smith. It would be a really interesting over.
Yes, and also looking at the opening pair, well, Devon Smith is there. Shaquem Edwards. Just wondered whether maybe a left and right combination might have been the better thing, maybe with a Dennis Smith, who is in pretty decent form. Just wondered whether that may not have been a better lineup, but they would know much better, won't they?
Well, Shaquem Edwards has shown that he has the ability to hit the ball out of the ground with ease. He made a really good 34 in yesterday's game, hitting 2 sixes and I think 3 fours. So he does have the ability to hit the ball out of the ground. So I guess, and he being so confident, they would want to give him the opportunity.
Well, here is John in now and bowls to Smith, and he doesn't bowl. Well, as to whether it was a bluff or maybe didn't get his run in as well as he would like.
Again, could have been an option to go to John Olive. I think he bowled a splendid last over, and his 2 overs only went for 9. Yeah? So.
Well, he's going to move in now. John in now, passes the umpire, and he's there on bowls to Smith. Smith is lifting that over mid-wicket. That's a fine shot, over long on rather, wideish long on for 6. It was pitched up in the slot, and he came forward, and he hit it so easily, as if it was a walk in the park. and just watched it go. He didn't bother to go down the track. He knew from the moment it left the bat it was going to be 6.
Over pitch delivery, given the right treatment, and he really hit it cleanly over long on. And that seal over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, it didn't lose his shape at all here. Once more, John in now, and Bolster Smith gets away with delivery outside the off stump. That's a wide. We all know what he's trying to do. He's trying to pitch it up and pitch it full on the wider side, but there is such a small margin for error, and he sprayed it just outside the white line. 7 without loss.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that I would have gone for Ryan. John, Olive, both such a splendid last over.
Here is John Bowles, another wide outside the off stump, going too wide. Just asking the umpire, was that wide enough? He's there just demonstrating a little bit. Now he's got to be careful about that. Got to be careful. The umpire is certainly within his right to call it wide if he thinks it's too wide, and umpire felt that it was too wide.
Well, it was the right call. It was a wide delivery, and certainly the umpire, I think, made the right call.
John is in now, and Bolster Smith is opening the pace of the bat, gets it down to third man, and they will come back for the second. They've got to hurry. The return comes into the keeper's end, and they get there too. So 2 more to Smith. That peeled off the outside edge, went down to third man, dropped in front of the fielder down there, saw the opportunity for 2, came back. 10 without loss.
What should have been taken by third man. I think the fielder really was slow coming off the boundary there. That look as trying to pick up the player on that third man boundary. I think he was really slow moving to the delivery.
John is in, and Bolster Smith is driving outside the off stump, doesn't make contact. I think he's annoyed with himself that he didn't get anything attached to that. Keeper collects behind the stumps. This time, of course, Lawrence standing back. During the course of the innings, he was standing up. I think he's doing the right thing this time, because he doesn't want to create any error at all. Turns once more. John from the top of his mark begins to move in now to bowl to Devon Smith. He's just about there now, and bowls to Smith. Smith gets a wide delivery, a full toss that he hammers down to the deep sweeper position. They're going to come back for the second. They've got to hurry. The return comes in, and did he make it? No. The umpire says that out. But the intent was to come back for the second run. The throw came in, and it came in very fast. Let's look at that. It was hit full toss down to the sweeper position. The fielder got it and sent a flat return fast and came back to the keeper's end. Ooh, he was struggling. Good return, really good return, pinpoint accuracy. And Joseph Lyndon Lawrence just had to take the bails off. Devon Smith goes. He is gone, and gone for 9, and it's now 11 for 1 as Jalen Olive replaces him.
Yeah, well, you will be a bit disappointed. It was a full toss, slow delivery outside the off stump, and he just was not able to pick the gap, hit it down to the field on the boundary. Kem Giles, who did some good work, and he moved and he really got it through in very quickly, and Smith was short of his ground.
Yes, it was not just that he covered the ground well, Charles, but the fact that he sent the return. The keeper didn't have to go to his right or to the left, so to speak, to collect it. Right over the top of the stumps. The service was splendid. Excellent throw, and that brought the dismissal of Devon Smith. So Jalen Olive will be taking strike. Shaquem Edwards hasn't had to face anything. In now is John Bowles. Short delivery. And what would the umpire say to that one? He says that it's okay. Ryan John goes to down to Olive and says something for him we would never know. But it was short and it was pacey too.
Yeah.
11.
Good delivery. Probably a bit lucky to get away with this one. I think it did make some height, and Olive was no way close to getting a bat onto that one.
At all. It was a swift delivery too. Here once more is Ryan John. This is going to be the final ball. in the over. He's in now and balls, and he is looking to hit that. Let's see. He's going to outrun him. Run out. Well, Olive just pushed the ball in front of him. They took off for the single. The ball on is followed through. Ryan John picked it up and ran back along the track. Let's look at that. So he was late in starting off. Then that was the cardinal error. And Ryan John outsped him, outran him, took the bail off, and there was the umpire right in the right position, was able to say that's out. So maybe a bit of a disappointment after a big six by Devon Smith. They probably would have liked to get up to around 15. Bailey Blasters 11 for 2 in the super over, and it means that the Saffron Strikers, they will need to get 12 of 1 over to win this.
Well, this is a second occasion I think that Bailey Blasters will be disappointed. They had 6 from the first delivery. They had 2 wides in the over, which means you had probably a 8 ball over, and ended up at 11. I don't think they will be happy with that score. 11. Certainly, I think the Saffron Strikers would feel good to be chasing 11 and 1 over. And as we see, Bailey Blasters quickly going on to the field, but I think they will be disappointed with 11.
Yes, they absolutely will be disappointed. So, viewers, listeners, wherever you are, we've got a super over here on hand. Bailey Blasters, they made 11 for 2 in their turn at the crease in the super over. And they're going out onto the field now. Blasters, Saffron Strikers will be responding. We'll all be curious to see who they would open with, or who they would go to chase down those 11 runs.
Well, one would want to think that the captain, Ryan John, would be one of those players, and probably Lyndon Lawrence.
Well, you'd expect Lyndon Lawrence to be part of the package there. I think it's quite obvious. And he'll be facing the first ball. So that we can say. If I don't see that happening, well then I'll be astonished.
Yeah, I would think that the 3 players you have in mind, well, John, you have Lawrence and Michael Joseph. I think these are the 3 players you would expect to see batting coming up front.
Yeah. Well, the only thing that this game missed, Raphael, was a big bumper crowd.
Yeah, most definitely, and the stage we at now, it is slowly coming back in, but the crowd really would have added quite a bit to the excitement of these games.
Well, did you call it right, Raphael?
Yeah, it certainly looks so. It looks so. Ryan John and Lyndon Lawrence. I think the experience. They are the 2 most experienced players on the team. Both of them would have. Lawrence would have represented Grenada. John would have gone on the West Indies under 19 team, and this is really big. Volcanoes franchise. So really, you would need your experienced players outside there, and they just need to focus. And sensible cricket, they should get up to that total of 12 needed for victory.
So everything seemed to be set and ready, and Richard Rogers will be taking up the bowling. Moves in to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence is tugging that down to long on, will get his first run. They will come back for the second. They've got to hurry. Oh, and it hits the stumps. He's gone. He's gone. Ryan John is gone. What pinpoint accuracy there as they were attempting the second run. And the return came in. He didn't really have to do anything really. And the stumps were struck. And, well, let's look at it again. Came in very quickly and really charged the return. And he was struggling. Yes, struggling. So, the captain goes, what drama of the first ball. The return was pinpoint. It was absolutely marvelous. And so the substitute, is that Batiste? Yes. He did a fine job. Picked it up, hurled it at the non-striker's end, and he was spectacularly run out.
Well, good work by Battis on the boundary, but as
Rogers is in. Bowles hit down the ground. They're gone for one. I don't think they're going to come back for the second run this time. No, quite sagaciously too. So 2 deliveries gone, 2 legal deliveries, 2 runs on the board, 1 wicket gone. As Mikel Joseph will take strike. Here he is facing up now to Rogers. Rogers was stung by that return. He moves in now to bowl to Joseph. Joseph has a big six, a big six, a big six. That's gone over the deep long on area, and that ball sailed over Batista's head, and it went soaring. All he can do is just to look up and see. He was helpless. He could do absolutely nothing about it. That was a big shot. 8 for 1.
yeah, good shot by Joseph. He took his time and he didn't rush, but picked it up and nicely and hit it over wide long on, and really a big six that really would turn the tide a bit.
Rogers, what would he do now? He's obviously crestfallen by that big hit that he got, but he has to be an old warrior. Moves in now and bowls to Joseph. Joseph is down the track. Oh, that's going to go for another 6. Full toss. The catch taken out of the ground by Ryan John, quite ironically, as it came down. The players in anticipation were coming on, so it turned out to be a rather easy victory. Mikel Joseph got a full toss and he lifted it over long on, and the field, the strikers really were coming on the boundary line. Ryan John saw the opportunity and quite ironically took the catch, and so 2 sixes hit there by Joseph and brought a splendid victory for the Saffron Strikers. And I'm sure that Bayleaf Blasters will be very, very disappointed with this, and the opportunity goes a begging.
Yes, I think they had 2 bites of the cherry, really. And they obviously they didn't accept it, really. Scoring 11 in a power play after the start they had, really, they should have get more with a 6 in the first over, then two wide. And really they would be disappointed with not taking 2 points in this encounter. In the match itself, very good position. One got the impression they should have win with at least a over to spare, and could have been a lot more than an over. I think it was really poor batting at the end. Really didn't take advantage with 7 wickets in the bag. Really they should have got on to win this match. But that it came into the power play, still had another opportunity that it really didn't take full use of. And we see that Saffron Strikers continue to show their strength, even in difficult times, to come back and take full points.
Yeah, they kept their poise. Well, that's one of the things you've got to admire about them. They kept their poise, and good captaincy on the part of Ranjan. I think he believed in himself and also believed in his players. So it came down to super over, and 11 for 2. The Bayleaf Blasters got in their super over. Saffron Strikers got there 14 for 1. Lawrence not out 2. Mikel Joseph not out 12. So it was a comparatively long game here, and well, we actually got past that the time for the second match, so we will have a belated start in the next match coming up. Let me let you know that Nutmeg Warriors will be coming up against Clove Challengers. Nutmeg Warriors against Clove Challengers. That match would be delayed quite understandably because this one went a little longer than anticipated. And Cinnamon Pacers will come up against Ginger Generals. That's the last match, which would begin at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So the news is that the Saffron Strikers, they've won against Bayleaf. So, right, so we just get some information here that the next game will be at 12:30 or 12:20. 12:20. I just looked at Raphael Crony, who's just handed me a note. But he doesn't have the best handwriting in the world, so I took the the 2 for 3. He doesn't mind that at all, Raphael. We're great buddies. So the next match, let me let you know again. So it's going to be Nutmeg Warriors coming up against Clove Challengers, and that match is going to begin in a few minutes' time. Really, it's going to actually begin in the next 12 minutes. So Saffron Strikers, they've won in they've won, of course, in the Super Over, and we will in fact just wrap up here, and then the next match, which would begin, as I said, in the next 12 or so minutes.
Welcome back to the National Stadium, Grenada. We to our second match for the day. We just seen an exciting finish in the first game. Nutmeg Warriors versus Clove Challengers, and this game we expect again would be another keen and very exciting one. Just to give you the lineup: Nutmeg Warriors, Andrew Fletcher, captain; Akim Alexis, Jevon Andrew, Samuel Charles, Daryl Cyrus, Hassan Jackson, Sheldon Joseph, Donald McDonald, Shondell Regis, Isaiah Simon, and Josh Thomas. Clove Challengers: Cyprian Forsyth, Teddy Bishop, Jimmy Boddy, Denroy Charles, Dina George, Melvin Garden, Angel Johnson, Imran Joseph, Darren Ned, Jaron Noel, and Casimir Thomas. Just to let you know that the Warriors won the toss and have elected to field, and they, coming off a loss of the last game, would really want to redeem themselves in this encounter today. Good afternoon, Denroy.
Good afternoon to you, Crony. Yes, definitely. So both teams are actually in the bottom half of the table, and both of them are looking for a win, and a win actually to motivate and finish the tournament on a high note.
Yeah, well, Clove Challengers is on 7 points, so I think they still have an opportunity to win today, win tomorrow, which will bring them up to 11. Certainly, they still have an opportunity. Warriors can get up to 9. And it all depends on what happens with the other games, whether or not they can get in. So there's still something to play for.
Yeah, definitely. So we're in for a very exciting game yet again in the Dream 11 Spy T10 tournament.
Yes, and as we see, Josh Thomas going to pick it up from the southern end. Just to let you know, the first encounter, Warriors scored 118 for 3. And Clove Challengers, tremendous performance, 121 for 2. Warriors really would want to turn it around. Probably make this event more exciting to get up to 7 points. Josh Thomas it is. They're going to bowl to Denroy Charles. For delivery, and he's swinging outside the off stump. A ball pitch and lifting. Nice carry there. As Charles looking to hit somewhere through the offside. And the ball bouncing and moving away from the right-handed batsman. He made no contact.
Yeah, I think he made no contact, but I must say a very good shot there by Daniel Charles. He tried to play it straight, and I like the fact that he went straight, even though he missed the ball. It was a good try there at a shot.
Yeah, it was a good delivery. He had it pitch and he left him.
Yeah.
One slip. Third man on the boundary as Thomas to Charles. Charles is back and steering this one down just to the fielder in slip had to move to his right, Akim Alexis. So Charles is off the mark, one without loss. It's good to see Denroy that the third man is right back on the boundary. Jackson is in that position.
Yeah, I guess as much the teams have learned from the first set of games, that was played. So many runs went there to third man and final boundary, and you can see that actually saving runs right now.
Yeah, so there's one slip, backward point, cover, and a mid-off on the offside as Thomas. Going to bowl to net, lifting delivery just past the first slip, the ball coming off the top of the bat, and just past Alexis Tussles, who at first slip, who moved his right. And as we look at the replay, they're having to sort of dive and just was not able to get his hand to it.
Yeah, just out of his reach. It was a short delivery again from George, tried to guide down to third man by Darren Ned, but hit the thicker part of the bat and went into the final third man boundary for a single.
Yeah, good delivery, good over so far. Seem to be walking up some pace as he's once again to Charles is looking to pull a shortish delivery again, making no contact, but he bowling a pretty quick over. Balls really seem to be coming off.
Well, the short ball is rather effective there for Thomas at the moment, and I think he should continue because actually he beating the batsman for pace.
Yeah, definitely. He just seemed to be getting some pace of the pitch. It's 2 without loss. Josh Thomas not been among the wickets. Would really want to come into his own as he's again Bolton. This one goes down the leg side and would be signal wide as Chelsea just get inside, probably just looking to help it along. It's 3 without loss, and just to continue with the field for Thomas. We see a short fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, and the backwards square leg on the boundary. Close challengers lost the toss and was sent into bat as Thomas. And for this delivery, again, he's looking to swing, goes down the leg side and wide signal.
Yeah.
Just losing his line a bit.
Yeah, I think the first 3 deliveries were actually rather good deliveries, and they were on the stumps. He's actually looking for extra pace now and he's carrying down the leg side.
Yeah, looking for extra pace. But in this 10-10 tournament, is not the extra pace, but really a line. Have to be you have to be so consistent in terms of your line and the length.
Yeah.
As you see, the sun is really trying to peep out. As Thomas, short delivery outside the off stump, and Charles will be disappointed not making use of that short delivery. There's no one on the boundary at backward point.
Yeah, it's another short delivery by George. It was wide as a stump, and I think Denner Charles would rather disappointed himself. Actually, it should be a freebie in T10, a wide short ball outside off stump. Should put away this foot into the boundary.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get behind it, whereas he really should be back and looking to slash it down to point. Noel. At this one, he's taking on the pad. Again, ball coming into the batsman, just Thomas. And leg by signal. So one extra, a good over, first over being bowled, 5 without loss, and Thomas wouldn't be too put over that over. It was a fairly good over.
Yeah, actually, this is the best over for the tournament so far by Josh Thomas. So he must be happy with such a wonderful over in the circumstances. So a very sedated start there by close challengers.
So the umpires for this game, Andy Matterson, now moving to square leg, and Jerome Fraser standing now at the bowler's end as Jackson going to pick up the attack from this northern end. Good condition for fast bowling, swing bowling, really good condition, cool atmosphere.
Jackson actually in his 17th over the tournament so far, 162 runs come out from his bowling so far.
He's still Denwell Charles, right arm over the wicket. He's driving well. He just comes out of the non-striker's end wicket. Charles picking up another run.
It was a good shot there by Charles. It was a straight drive hitting the stumps, and actually dislodged from the stumps and went to the cover fielder for 1 run.
Yeah, Fletcher at mid-off, just coming around there to field. So quiet start. We are into the second over. Jackson. This time we're going to be bowling to Darren Ned. Keen a slip in Alexis. Third man, backward point cover mid-off. This up to the wicket bowl, and again ball played on the onside. Not given the room there is Ned. This one sort of cramping for room there. Looking for the attacking shot. Played out on the onside and pick up 1 more. He moves to 2. 7 without loss.
Yeah, 7 without loss. Both batsmen. Actually, Charles is facing the majority of the deliveries and going at a very slow at 33.3. Runs there. The strike rate.
Jackson. Short. This one go over third man. Goes down to the boundary, and let's see if it went all the way or just dropped. Yeah, just 1 bounce. And it went down to the boundary for 4. Again, room give him a shortish delivery outside the off stump. And but Charles is just looking to flash over a point, come up the edge, and went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, lucky shot there for Charles. I think he should be trying to cut such a wide ball. He was looking to pull that ball and got the edge and went over first slip for 4 runs.
Well, the good thing is that he went hard.
Yeah.
As he took the edge, it really fly over where first slip going to be. Another short delivery again. not getting hold of it. They went down to mid-on rather slowly, again looking for the pull shot, not getting hold of it.
Yeah, again, trying to hit this one a little bit too hard there, Charles. And I can see that maybe definitely Nutmeg Warriors have a plan towards Charles, but a lot of short balls is being bowled to him.
Yeah, you're right. When Ned comes into strike, Ned scored 51 in the previous encounter against the Warriors, right up and played down to mid-off Fletcher. Good delivery by Jackson. No room given to the batsman. Darren Ned actually his first scored 51 not out to pilot Clove Challengers to victory in their first meeting. So he would want to repeat his batting performance as he faces Jackson. Clipped it beautifully over backward square for 6. What a lovely shot, really timing. No big fuss as he played with the tide and really whipped it over that forward square leg for 6.
Yeah, it was a ball go heading down the leg side and just swing the bat, and it was timed beautifully over the square leg boundary for 6 runs.
Superb shot played there by
Ned,
by Darren Ned.
Yeah.
And you see, there was no big fault, just timing.
Yeah.
He was really in position and he whipped it really beautifully. And it went sailing over that backward square fence for 6.
Yeah, good shot there again, a wonderful shot. And as we can see, Denry Charles, he actually the striker now. And the new bowler seems to be a leg spinner there in Daryl Cyrus. What you can see that Charles is not a very good player of spin, but I know he would actually attack.
Well, he's by nature an attacking player.
Yeah.
He likes to get on with it, and even from the first ball, he would want to get on with it. So he would continue in that vein in terms of trying to attack. So 18 without loss in 2 overs as Cyrus, and this ball is played to backward point. Alexis comes in quickly. No chance of a run. Charles playing out to backward point. So Jackson going for 13 in his first over. Cyrus, and again Charles is looking to swing, but nowhere close to that delivery.
Yeah, I think he's just swinging there. He needs to get up the strike and give Ned the most of the strike right now because he's struggling.
This one again, he's swinging again, not getting hold of it. Goes on to long on and the wide long on, and they take a single. One thought that really should have run that first one very quickly to look for a second run, just to put some pressure on the fielder on the boundary. Well, they settled for 1. So Ned comes in to strike the Cyrus, and Ned is driving to straight to cover. Again, no opportunity of a run. We are into the 3rd over. Cyrus in his first over, just going for 1 in the over so far. Into Ned. Ned is steering again to Alexis at point position. Looking to pick the gap. Controlled batting by Darren Ned.
Yeah, actually, good batting there, good bowling there by Cyrus.
Looking to play each ball on its merit. And this is short again. Not timing, just bouncing back on the offside. And the end of a very good over by Daryl Cyrus. He just went for 1 after 3 overs, 19 without loss.
Yeah, 19 after 3. 7 overs to go. Run rate of 6.33 runs per over so far. I think we were a rather slow start there by Clove Challengers.
Yeah, quiet start. Just had the lone boundary. 2 boundaries, ball coming off the top edge, go down to a fine third man, and a beautiful shot by Darren Ned over backward square for 6. Jackson is going to continue. It is 2nd over. So the right-handed Denroy Charles prepare to face. Just 3 fielders on the leg side as Jackson to Charles, again down the leg side, and Charles looking to clip it some way the square leg region, made no contact. Well, Jackson just training in line there. I think it's the same delivery that was hit by Ned previous over from Jackson over backward square. Number 54 shot is Jackson, and again Charles really no power. That ball went slowly down to mid off, looking for the big shot. Again, not being able to handle the short stuff well.
Yeah, and he's looking to hit the ball a little bit too hard. I think he needs to be rather more selective and try to time the ball a little bit more instead of look for power.
Jackson so far going for 14 in the second over to Charles. Again, Charles is swinging again. We're really not in any position. Probably just made up his mind to swing there.
Yeah, it seems that shot was premeditated, just come down the ground and trying to swing at it. But then again, it's T10 and the team is actually 20 without loss. I mean, over number 4.
Yeah, I thought he probably should have looked to hit over backward point.
Yeah.
And he was coming down to swing to a shot of a length delivery. Jackson once again. And this ball is played to mid-on. The little misfield there by the fielder. And the batsman, Chandel Regis, in that mid-on position. And the batsman pick up 2 runs. So Charles moved to 10.
Like really, I realize Charles is playing most of the ball and trying to hit all the ball on the leg side. If you rather go straight to go on the offside, it might actually be fruitful.
Yeah, and it's so difficult. As let's see what he does for this delivery. Another short delivery, looking to swing. Loud appeal. He's out, caught at the wicket. And Charles going the short delivery, doing the trick, looking to pull again. And coming off the top edge as we look at the replay. Look, yeah, it just seemed to take the top edge of the bat. And the keeper taking a rather simple catch.
Yeah, a very simple catch here for Andrew. Another short delivery ball to Charles and actually got the edge this time. And wicket number 1 for the Nutmeg Warriors.
Yeah, really struggled against the short delivery, not getting into position and basically just swinging. And only able to get a top edge. Went through for a simple catch. So Jackson has struck in the second over, picking up the wicket of Denroy Charles. Charles going for 10. As we see the advent of Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, he's another talented batsman who have not actually showcased his true talent and potential through the tournament, but we have seen glimpses of him, and let's see, we have final 2 games if we can get something great from the great talented Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, he's a touch player, and you know, he's a brilliant player. Possesses tremendous talent.
Yeah,
and really we only have seen a glimpse of that so far. He himself will be disappointed. Now he's going to face the first ball from Jackson. This ball is played down to mid-wicket. The fielder coming off the boundary. There's enough time for 2, but again just settle for 1. Not timing it there. Again looking for the big shot to hit. As you see, he just rehearsed the shot to hit somewhere over wide long on, or through that long on position. So Teddy Bishop is off the mark. He's 1. Darren Ned comes back into strike as he feeds Jackson, and again Ned looking to pick up swing from outside the off to make no contact, and that completes the over. The spell of Jackson. 2 overs, 1 for 17.
Yeah, that's a very good spell there by Hassan Jackson. 17 runs from his 2 overs, just 8.5 runs per over there. Very good bowling so far, and the score is 23 for 1 after over number 4.
Yeah, good start by the Warriors. I think they have kept it pretty tight for the start, and they will want to continue in that vein. But Darren Ned would have played very well in the first encounter, 51 not out. Now it's going to face the bowling of Andre Fletcher.
Yeah, Andre Fletcher is a very good bowler, leg spin bowler.
Teddy Bishop, and he's hitting this one down to long. Where does this go? Down to the long, actually through the hands of the long on fielder, and goes for 6.
Yeah, I think it was pitched up and Teddy went after looking hit over uh, me long on and it went to the hands of Josh Thomas there for 6 runs.
Yeah, bad miss there. It really just went through the hand. Second delivery, Bishop is allowing this one to go outside the off stump. 29 for 1. We again seen a catch shot we felt should have been easily taken.
Yeah.
Bishop just pulling away, they're not quite ready. Yeah, we have seen, and that have been the style of Bishop giving only chances.
Yeah. I've been actually a regular occurrences by Bishop. All he needs is given a chance, and we see it again. It went down.
Let's hope he could take advantage of this. And this he's backhand cutting it down to backward square for 4. Good shot. Short delivery by Fletcher. He was in position then, and no danger on top of it, and hit it down to that backward point position. Alexis being a bit square, and it went down to the backward point boundary for 4.
Yeah, very good shot there by Bishop. That's the kind of shot we known from the Teddy Bishop. We love to see that he played one of quick out for 4 runs. Very good shot there again.
It looked like a Teddy Bishop. That's a Teddy Bishop shot. Good timing, Fletcher to Bishop. Another short delivery and hit this time straight to Alexis. And will be disappointed not being able to pick the gap.
Yeah, another good shot again. It was a short ball, but came back on the back foot looking to cut the ball through backward point there, but from the fielder.
Fletcher, another short delivery. Quicker delivery played on the onside, and we just short finally come around the field. So one more to Bishop. He moves to 8. It's 34 for 1 in the 5th over as Fletcher comes in. And Ned is playing this one again to Alexis, who moves really quickly. One-handed stop. So one more, and that completes the first over from Fletcher, going for 12 runs. Clove challengers 35 for 1 after being asked to bat first.
Yeah, 35 for 1, halfway stage. If they continue with that run at 70 runs after they allotted 10, I don't think it's sufficient. I think they need to reassess their position at the moment and find a way to go forward.
Yes, I do believe so. But the Warriors, I think, look more focused. And they could see that in terms of their approach and their movements. They're not out of the tournament, you know. They still need to pick up points. They could get up to 9. And it would all depend on what happened with the other teams. As 35 in 5 overs. Sheldon Joseph pick it up from this northern end. Darren Ned. Pretty slow slot from Darren Ned. 9 deliveries as he faces Joseph. And for this delivery, he's hitting this one. Where this one goes down to cover. The fielder is coming in, takes a catch. Easy catch. Really good wicket there as Ned looking to go over extra cover. And the fielder on the boundary. And Samuel Charles coming in and taking a rather easy catch. And Darren Ned, I think one of the batsmen that really Clove challengers would have been looking to give it a good start, has gone.
Yeah, it was unlike Darren Ned innings today. I guess much that those things happen in cricket. He was not really timing the ball today, but unfortunately, he went for 9 of his 10 deliveries. And yet again, and wicket number 2, and 35 for 2, and win over number 6.
Yes, he really was not able to get going today. We know him to be a free scoring batsman, even though he's known really come on the scene as a fast bowler, bowling very quickly, but really has shown that he has tremendous ability in terms of the bat.
Yeah, definitely so.
So Joseph, this Bishop, this one is hit long, and let's see the mid just dropping shot of the fielder coming in from long off, and again not getting hold of it, and Bishop again. You could see that really was not in position. Again, seemingly looking to swing this ball from somewhere on the onside. and not getting hold of it, but picked up one in the process.
Yeah, I think it was a good ball in there by just actually a slow ball to Bishop, and Bishop looking to hit it, and he was misjudged there. And fortunately for him, he went in no man's land.
So Joseph faces first delivery, and he's hitting straight. Beautiful shot, and this goes over long on for 6. Really picked it up really beautifully in position, and hit it over long on for 6.
Yeah, actually, Joseph actually against Joseph. That's the younger brother is bowling to the elder brother, and that's a good shot there.
Yeah, I was just informed. His brothers that is in the wicket. Joseph, the face another, and this one is wide of the off stump and signal wide by the umpire.
Yeah, I know. The bowler Joseph want to actually, Sheldon Joseph actually want to ensure that his brother Imran does not hit him as much boundary as possible.
Yeah, interesting. Brother Joseph. Again, he's a good slow delivery there as he was looking to repeat that shot over long on. Good variation there by Sheldon Joseph.
And after being hitting for a 6 by his brother's first ball, I think good comeback there by Joseph.
Yeah, good battle between the Joseph brothers. As for this delivery, again outside the off stump, and Joseph having to reach for it and play it down to long on, and the Ambler single. 43 for 2 in the 5th over. Run rate so far 7.54. They certainly want to get us up to maybe 10, at least 10. Bishop come back into strike, and for this delivery outside the off stump, Bishop is looking to drive, and good bowling, the slow delivery. Bishop having to reach for it, made no contact, and at the end of the 6th over, 44 for 2.
Yeah, 44 for 2 at the end of 6 overs. Rather very slow going there by the close challengers. 7.33 runs per over. And I think we have the experience yet again. Imran Joseph and Teddy Bishop, talented Teddy Bishop in the wicket, and I think they would have to reassess yet again for the next 4 overs so that at least the run rate can go up to at least 10 runs per over.
Yeah, they certainly want to step it up. As you see, sort of gloomy conditions. No immediate threat of rain, and certainly is a good sign. The groundsman is not close to the covers, so the hills are looking okay for the time being.
Yeah.
Fletcher in the 2nd over, and this ball is hit down the backwards curve by Joseph, goes into the boundary for 4. Again, not getting hold of it. Imran Joseph, we know, the player that hits the ball a long way and looking for the big hit somewhere over mid-wicket, and as the ball came into him, it went down to that backward square position, and he picked up 4, so he moved to 11. Imran Joseph 11 from 4 deliveries. He faces Fletcher. This one is hit. Where does this go? Akim Alex is going back, takes the catch at backward point. Again, Joseph not getting hold of it, and just getting it to backward point.
Yeah, if you look at the celebration, mimicking the celebration of the Fletcher, mimicking the celebration of Imran Joseph after getting him out caught.
Yeah, good catch, good movement by Alexis, getting into good position. So Joseph and Fletcher really plays for the same team, same parish. They know each other very well, and really, Fletcher was happy to get Joseph. And I know there would be a lot of talk later on.
Yeah.
A relationship that they have, very exciting. So we have seen the loss of the 3rd wicket. Imran Joseph, caught by Alexis Bowl Fletcher for 11 from 5 deliveries. So Fletcher again in the wicket column, now taking 10 wickets in the tournament. And really have been doing well.
Yeah, I think the ball he got Joseph was a very good ball. It wasn't a loopy leg spinner. It was a leg spinner right there going away from and trying to hit him across the line.
Yeah, and this ball is hit by Bishop over backward square, and that goes for 6. Short delivery, and Bishop picked it up really well and hit it to safe shot over that backward square position for 6.
Yeah, it was another 50 up for Cloves, and a very slow 50 up 43 deliveries, 27 minutes, 4 fours and 4 sixes.
Yeah, we into the 7th over, so it really have been a slow 50.
Yeah.
Bishop moves to 19, probably his highest score in the tournament so far. And for Fletcher, he's hitting down to long on, goes over the head of Josh Thomas for another 6. Fletcher just giving this one a little bit of air, and Bishop really getting down to it and hitting it over long on for 6.
Yeah, and we are seeing the glimpse of the talent that Bishop possesses.
So he moves to 25, 60. And again, he's driving down to long on, and Thomas fields, and one more to Bishop that takes him to 26. 60 for 3. This have been a good over. 2 6s so far hit. 2 6s and a 4, so that's 17 in the over. Cyprian Forsyth faces first delivery, hit to that short third man position, and really a big miss there, and an opportunity miss there. So really there was some miscommunication in the wicket. I think Bishop was down on Forsyth, who actually did move just about a few feet out of his crease.
Yeah, Forsyth was actually in the middle there, and both batsmen in the middle, and a very poor throw in there by Hassan Jackson at short fine leg. The keeper was waiting and peeled and shot over the keeper's head.
Yeah, opportunity gone big in there.
Yeah.
Really, you could see Bishop coming down, and Forsyth really didn't move much. But so it really was a bad throw that went over the keeper head.
Nevertheless, I think it was a good over for the Clove Challengers, getting over 18 runs from that over there. It was actually a very good over there, and the runners have jumped from actually 7 to 8.86.
Yeah, good over, 18 runs. Fletcher going for 13. It's 2 overs, picking up 1 wicket. So Forsyth, Sheldon Joseph, and Forsyth is hitting down to cover. Where does this go? Good shot, just over extra cover between the long off and the extra cover on the boundary. And really slow delivery, and you can see Forsyth reaching for it and just able to get it over that cover boundary.
Yeah, it was a slow delivery, but it was wide outside off them. Fletcher and Forsyth wait and hit it for 6 runs.
68 for 3. This is a shorter delivery again. He's looking to pull, and I think Bishop was really quickly down onto Forsyth, and they pick up a leg by. No, actually he came off probably the glove, so 1 run. Forsyth looking to pull. 69 for 3 in the 8th over. Teddy Bishop on 26, so far hit 3 6s. That's Joseph. Short, and this pull down to the field at mid wicket. Make a good save, Regis. Move to his right. 70 for 3. Bishop 27. Just 12 deliveries. And the right-handed Forsyth, the captain of Clove Challengers, comes in to strike. Short third man, backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover on the boundary, long off on the boundary. Again, he's looking to swing, and let's see, we'll wait for the signal to go down to short third man. Let's see, and seem to come off the bat. So one more, 71 is the score. Forsyth on 9, Teddy Bishop. Come back into strike, and for this was a wayward delivery, way wide off the off stump. No ball signal there. By Sheldon Joseph. A little surprising that he bowled that delivery. Probably just misses run up.
Yeah, or maybe I think his back would actually touch the return crease there.
Easy up to Bishop. This one is right up, and Bishop just came down and pushed it down to long off. And he pick up a single. So 73 for 3. We are in the 8th over. Teddy Bishop 28 from 14 deliveries. Cyprian Forsyth. Joseph 1 for 20 so far. He's over the wicket, full toss and hit down to mid wicket. Let's see, 1 run, probably just under the waist. Looks a little bit high, but just probably under the waist, and that complete Joseph's spell. 2 overs, no win, 21 runs, 1 wicket, and after 8 overs, Clove Challengers sent into bat 74 for 3.
Yeah, 74 for 3 after 8 overs. It's not a bad going. Actually, they improved their run rate to 9.25 runs per over. With the remaining 2 overs, they can get anything with the 15, at least 30 runs. They would be competitive and getting over the 100 mark.
Yeah, they will definitely want to get over the 100 mark. Nutmeg Warriors really a much better performance from Nutmeg Warriors, and probably could have been a lot better. Bishop was dropped on the boundary. Now we see Cyrus coming in for his second over. He's going to go to Forsyth, and Forsyth is swinging. That's go a good shot, go over long on, wide long on for 6. Again, giving himself room and he's picking it up and swinging it confidently over a wide long on for 6.
Yeah, he did a slow leg break, and Forsyth went in the back foot, and he actually dipping it for 6 runs.
So 80. And this one goes again, goes over long on that wide long on, same direction, but even going further. Another good hit by Forsyth.
Good use of the feet there by Forsyth. He came down the wicket in the correct time and actually hit that ball over for 6 runs. Very good shot there by Cyprian Forsyth.
So this is the sort of over they need at this moment. 12 from 2 deliveries. Darren Cyprian Forsyth. This is looking to hit to cover, made no contact. Quicker delivery by Cyrus. 86 for 3. Cyrus to Forsyth. Another short delivery wide off the off stump. Again, just looking to bowl probably a bit quicker. Losing his line there. Leg break wide and going wider. And Forsyth again hitting that over mid wicket, and the fielder on the mid wicket boundary just had to stand and look at it to clear him by a long way. And number 272. And Cyprian Forsyth having a good over, hitting 3 sixes in this over.
Yeah, and very, very good batting there by Forsyth. Once the bowler is bowling slowly, he would come on the back foot and try to hit the ball for 6 runs. And so far, he's been successful in 3 sixes so far.
Run rate goes up to 10.73. And Cyrus going for 3 sixes in this over, wide. Forsyth down to long on, over long on, head for yet another 6. And what an over.
Yeah, very good batting by Forsyth. We were seeing that we could get at least a 30 runs on the 15 runs on the over. So far we got 4 sixes.
Well, 50 runs partnership in 17 deliveries, and this could very well be the fastest 50 in the tournament. Forsyth taking a liking to his friend Cyrus. Cyrus into Forsyth, again going down to long on, going to drop just 1 bounce, and the fielder coming off the boundary, and the batsman taking 1 run, and certainly what an over, 27 runs in that over.
Yeah, actually 27 good runs there by Forsyth. I think Forsyth came down and attacking, and we have seen the glimpse of the talent that Forsyth possesses, actually getting 35 runs so far from 11 deliveries and getting 5 mighty sixes.
So that partnership of 52 came in 18 deliveries, 100 for 3 after 9 overs, and really had been a big over. We are thinking of maybe 15 overs over in the last 2 overs, where we got 27 in 1.
Yeah, and they're actually into the triple figures there.
So Josh Thomas going to pick it up from the southern end. He's going to be bowling the final over. A really good partnership of 52. A run rate of 11.11. And Cyprian Forsyth on 35 from 11 deliveries. Prepare to face Josh Thomas, right arm over the wicket. This one is full hit down to long on. And they feel like they're going to come back for 2 runs. Good run in there. I thought really was good running as the fielder there, Regis, had to move to his right, and really positive running. 2 more runs to Forsyth. He moves to 37. Really have been very good inning. 37 from 12. 102 for 3. Thomas so far just going for 6. Again, Forsyth is looking to hit again over long on, made no contact, and the keeper there just fumbling a bit, and the batsman took the opportunity to take a bye.
Yeah, with a slow delivery by Thomas there, and Forsyth trying to play across the line was beaten for the slowness of the delivery, and actually the keeper fumbled there and actually got a single.
It's 102 for 3, and again hitting straight.
Yeah,
it really would have been in a better position. Yeah, the ball was, of length. Yeah, just sort of half volley length outside the off stump. So Bishop, who's on 28 from 14 deliveries, is going to face Thomas. Bishop's clipped this beautifully as it goes wrong and play that really sweep clip shot, and sort of reverse shot, and hit it over long leg for 6. Yeah, really good shot, picking it up from outside the off stump.
Yeah, it was a premeditated shot there, but well executed by Teddy Bishop, and we can see very good shot there by Bishop. And I think this is a rather successful shot there by Bishop, and he moves on to 34 from 15 deliveries.
Yeah, well, this was really good batting and not a bad delivery, but well played by Bishop. And he goes to 34, 109 for 3. Really have been a good, the last 2 overs been really very good. Thomas, right up, and this time Bishop again was giving himself room. I think he really moved early, and probably Thomas would have seen him come and pitch it full and wide. And Bishop stretching there, probably trying to get it down. If he got bat onto it, really probably would have beat the backward point and go down to the boundary. But that was not to be. Partnership of 61. Really have been good partnership. As Thomas to Bishop, wide, hit this down to cover. Let's see the cover fielder come down, take a good catch, cover on the boundary. Bishop again looking for the big shot. Really, he didn't have really much of a choice, but trying to get as much as possible. And Cyrus on that extra cover boundary came around and take a good catch. So Bishop goes good knock of 34.
Yeah, good batting there by Bishop, but excellent bowling there by Josh. Actually, bowled this one a little bit slow and outside off stump, and Teddy Bishop had to try to use the strength. There was no pace to work with, and actually he hit it straight to Daryl Cyrus there on the long of boundary and take a comfortable catch.
Yeah, he was pulling away to give himself room. He probably just needed to get closer to the delivery. So the final delivery, Josh Thomas, and he's going to bowl to Thomas, Casimir Thomas. Hit down to that long on position. Forsyth actually facing the final delivery as he crossed, and he picked up one more. So that concludes the inning of Clove Challengers. It sent into bat after losing the toss and ended up with 110 for 4 after 10 overs, and would feel a bit happy. Ended up with 110, scoring some quite 27 in the 9th over, and still was able to get up to 110.
Yeah, I must say I think the last 4 overs have been wonderful and great overs for Clove Challengers. They moved from the run rate from 7 runs over to 11 runs over. So excellent batting there by Clove Challengers. We have seen Cyprian Forsyth actually played his best knock so far in the tournament.
Yes, certainly he ended up 38 not out, and really would be pleased with that knock. I think we were always calling on him to really come up in terms of his batting. Expected him to put a score under his belt, and this time I think he really played really well, taking advantage. Daryl Cyrus, who ended up with 2 overs for 27. Thomas 2 overs and picked up 1 for 13. But just to go through the scorecard quickly, Denroy Charles was caught by Andrew Bull Hassan Jackson for 10. He faced 15 deliveries, 14 minutes, 1-4. Darren Ned, who really didn't get off today, seemed to struggle a bit. He was caught by Charles of the Bull of Joseph for 9, 10 deliveries, 21 minutes. Just had 1-6. Probably one of the better shots in the inning. Beautiful shot over backward square. Teddy Bishop caught Cyrus Bull Thomas 34, 17 deliveries, hit 4 4s and 1 4 and 4 6s. His best inning so far in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I think we see a glimpse of his talent there in this short innings.
Yeah, and then we had Imran Joseph caught Alexis Bull Fletcher for 11. He had 5 deliveries, 1 4 and 1 6. Forsyth not of 38, 14 deliveries, 14 minutes, and he hit 5 6s. So really, he did it in 6s.
Yeah.
And Thomas not 110 for 4 in 10 overs. Thomas 2 overs, no mean 13 runs, 1 wicket. Jackson 2 overs, no mean 17 runs, 1 wicket. Cyrus 2 overs, no mean 27 runs, no wicket. Fletcher 2 overs, no mean 30 runs, 1 wicket. Joseph 2 overs, no mean 21 runs, 1 wicket. A bit expensive in this inning by Fletcher. So the leg spinners really have been going for quite a bit in this spell.
Yeah, I think what the spinners, the leg spinners they're trying to bowl. I mean, it's T10. I know the batsman will come after them, but they are trying to bowl a little bit too fast. Hence the reason that the batsmen actually getting down and hit them through the line, and they can get for 6 runs.
So the news: close challengers. They were sent into bat by Nutmeg Warriors, 110 for 4 in their 10 overs, and Nutmeg Warriors will be looking to chase 111 for victory and probably get themselves a well-deserved win after losing yesterday. We're going to take a quick break and just at the turn of the innings, and hope to join you shortly as we see the chase of Nutmeg Warriors attempting to get 111 for victory. So welcome back to the National Stadium. Uh, Match number 26. As we see that Nutmeg Warriors were chasing 110, 111 for the need for victory. What promises to be exciting game.
Yeah, definitely, Sir Crony. I think after a wonderful climax, 3 overs there by Clove Challengers, pushing a total of 110 for 4, and Nutmeg Warriors in 111 for victory. We in for exciting treat.
Yeah, I think the last 2 overs would have given Clove Challengers really some confidence. I think they ended really strongly the last 2 overs to get up to 110. All through the batting of Cyprian Forsyth.
Yeah.
It took 27 from from 1 over from Daryl Cyrus, and they would feel that they have runs to play. They have runs on the board that they can fight.
Yeah, I think it's something they can defend, and something the bowlers think they can defend, and with the fielders backing up the bowlers and bowlers bowling smartly, I think they can actually defend.
So a lot will depend on Andre Fletcher. He had some good innings, Fletcher, and he gonna take first ball. Gerard Noel, right arm off spinner, going to take it up from that sudden into bowl to Fletcher. First delivery, short delivery, hit down to cover. It really firmly down to cover. There's a fielder on the boundary. Would have been disappointed not to pick the gap there on that short delivery. Fletcher is off the mark with 1. The left-handed Regis comes in to strike. 111 needed for victory. Noel. Let's see, now goes around the wicket to Regis. And he would know Regis very well, played for the same team, live almost in the same area. They'll be used to each other. As Regis. Prepare to face Gerard Noel coming around the wicket to Regis. Regis looking to turn this, just goes off the pad and just drop out on the onside. And no attempt of a run. Ball rolling slowly. Melvin Gordon at mid wicket comes in. That's Noel to Regis. Regis is back. Ball staying down. Really had to come down on this one. They plays it out to a point position. Another quiet over. Noel. It's 1 without loss. Regis looking to clip this one, would go down to the boundary for 4. We'll wait on the signal. 4 wides. This one just going down the leg side. Should have been stopped by the keeper. Bishop just was not able to get gloves onto it.
No, it was a wide delivery down the leg side. I find you rather hard on the keeper there. It was a wide delivery down the leg side, Yuri there. You know, difficult check, but with Teddy standard, I think he would have caught it there.
Yeah. Probably you just a bit late getting around. And for this delivery, this is again he's looking to drive and been struggling there. Looking to hit it square. 6 without loss. Good over bowl so far by Noel. As he's this year, and this one hit down the ground, and the long on fielder comes off the boundary, and the batsman take 1 run. That's complete. The first over, 7 without loss. Not a bad start.
Yeah, not a bad start there by the bowler Gerard Noel. But he needs to finish strongly because the run rate they need 11 runs per over, and need to finish strongly.
But that's 1 more delivery. So this one just goes over mid off for 4. Just 1 more delivery in the over, pitched up, and Fletcher hit him over mid off, just over the mid off fielder, and that goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it was shouts of catch it just over the mid on fielder there, Jamie Buddy. And all hands was in there for the Clove fielders. But nevertheless, a good end to the over for the Nutmeg Warriors.
So 11 without loss, and they would want to keep at that rate as Imran Joseph He's going to pick up the attack from this northern end. And we expect to see Joseph, one of the quicker bowlers, around. One remembers he represented Grenada in the Winwoods tournament and bowled really quickly in St. Vincent.
Yeah.
I think some of the batsmen were hit in that tournament. Sebastian, one could remember, being hit on the head. So he does have the ability to bowl rather quickly, and he would want to really give a good spell just to break the back of Nutmeg Warriors. So you're going to bowl to Regis, and they all from the same area, all play together, so they know each other very well. Both Joseph, Regis, Fletcher. So he's going to start. As we look at the field, the third man on the boundary, backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Short, fine leg, backward square as Joseph. Down the leg side, wide signal. In wayward delivery. It's 12. So we have quite a number of players on the field at this time that played for St. David's.
Yeah.
As Joseph now goes around the wicket to bowl to Regis. Again, wide down the leg side. Bad delivery. His line. It's not the sort of line you want to bowl. So as we look at both teams, there's Fletcher, there's Regis, there's Imran Joseph, there's Gerard Noel, there's Melvin Gordon. That's just to name a few of the players who would have played together. St. David's, even Teddy Bishop at one time. This one is played to backward point, and again Regis in control of this one, getting on top of it and push it out for a single. 14 without loss. Regis on 2. Fletcher on 5 comes into strike.
And this would be a very good battle there between Fletcher and Joseph. Fletcher got a wicket of Joseph in the close challengers innings, and I know Joseph will looking to get Fletcher's wicket in this over also.
Oh, definitely, and the celebration was out of this world.
Yeah,
Fletcher celebrated getting his wicket, and Joseph will really want to return the favor.
Yeah, so we're in for an exciting one. And Fletcher would not want him to get him out, so we're in for a very good one there.
He himself, Joseph, celebrates in some strange ways. He's up to bowl to Fletcher, right up. Fletcher pushes on the offside, and the ambles a single. Will be intent not to allow Joseph to get his wicket.
Yeah.
I think he really would be intent not to allow Joseph to get his wicket.
He was very, very watchful there, Fletcher. But I think we're up for a good thing there. Fletcher know his team needs to win there, and he wants to play a captain innings yet again.
Yeah, I agree. I think he would be looking to play a macho in to take his team home. Right up, play down to mid-on, and then Noel comes in, but good run in by Regis. And the batsman complete 1. Good delivery by Joseph. Not looking for too much pace, but length, bringing it right up. And the left-handed Regis coming forward and play down to mid-on for 1. 16 without loss. We're in the second over. Nutmeg Warriors requires 111 for victory, and they would really need to pick up 2 points. Pitched up, and again slow delivery. Fletcher looking for the drive, again playing too early and just go down to mid-on. A good variation shown there by Joseph.
Yeah, you can see Joseph actually concentrating rather hard in this over. He's bowling to Fletcher, and I know Fletcher wants to hit him for a big one, but he needs to concentrate.
Imran Joseph up to Fletcher, short delivery. Fletcher played down to square leg again. Not with much place, so delivery. I think Fletcher was equal to this one as he was looking to pull and had to wait and played down to square leg.
Yeah, it's can see the rules of the race by Fletcher there to keep the ball on the ground, so that he would not give the fielder any chance there.
So the run rate is 8.73. They require 11.63. Joseph just having to go back. Probably Fletcher was not quite ready. And one can imagine the discussion between both players. As Imran Joseph, he's to Fletcher. Pitch of Fletcher lift his own over long on for 6. Again, really was equal to this one. A slower delivery, as we see the two players converse in the middle, and he really hit it well over long on for 6.
Yeah, it's another slow delivery again by Joseph, but I think too many slow deliveries in this over there, and you can see Fletcher waited and hit that over the long of for 6 runs. A huge 6 by Andrew Fletcher.
Yeah, and really a good battle between both players. I think good rivalry. But they like competing against each other.
Yeah.
And Fletcher was equal to that slower delivery, waited for it and hit it nicely over long on for 6.
Yeah, again the score was on to 22 for 22 for with a loss. Sorry, after over number 2, and the Nottingham Warriors are actually happy with their start. 11 runs of the first 2 overs, and so far so good.
So Noel gonna continue to bowl to Regis. Regis hitting straight, lovely shot, and that goes straight back over the fence for 6. A lovely shot, and you've seen Regis again really hitting straight, clearing that long on boundary just to the right of the non-striker stump, and went over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, another wonderful shot there by Regis. Was pitched in the slot and he went straight, and straight he went, and for 6 runs.
28 without loss. Noel to Regis. Regis hitting again over the bowler head down to that long on position. The fielder coming around and just stopping before the ball could have crossed the boundary. So one more to Regis. 29 without loss. And over number 3 Fletcher, right-handed Fletcher comes back into strike. As Noel to Fletcher. Fletcher is hitting over cover, down to the cover fielder who drops it. What a miss there. Imran Joseph on the cover boundary. Ball going straight to him and putting it down. And what a drop.
And it was a definite plan to bowl wide to Fletcher, and the fielder was there in position. It was straight ball to Imran Joseph and went out of his hand. Chance go back in there for challenges.
It's a really big one. And again, it was Fletcher and Joseph. So score was a 30 without loss. So Noel to Regis outside the off stump. Wide signal, belatedly by umpire Matheson. 31 it is. As Noel to Joseph. This one, Regis hit down to that wide mid-on position, and the batsman is going to come back for 2, as we see a slight misfield there by Imran Joseph, and who is just beginning to limp a bit, but really a bad miss.
Yeah, very very bad miss, but I think those things happen in cricket. Chances go begging in cricket, drop chances, catches go drop. But I think the close challengers fielders have to put their shoulders up and encourage the captain to encourage these fielders so they can continue if they could win the game.
33. Regis faces again. Allow this one to go outside the off stump. So Noel will be a little disappointed there. This one is hit over the short third man, goes down to the boundary for 4. Again, Regis just making use of that delivery as we look at the replay short and looking to hit it over cover. It comes off the edge and went over that short third man, and it goes down to the boundary for 4 more.
Yeah, it was a wide delivery and he got the edge and he went over because he swung hard at it and went over the short third man for 4 runs. And the score moved on to 37 without loss after 3 overs. and they still required another 74 runs of 42 deliveries.
Yeah, a good over for Nutmeg Warriors. Fletcher, 13 from 7 deliveries. Regis, 16 from 11 deliveries. This pair has done very well at the top. They had stands of 120 undefeated, and I think stands of 83. So really, they have been doing very well at the top. And the previous game, I think, and both players got runs. Fletcher got 45 and Regis got 44 against this team in the first encounter. But still went down. 119 they scored.
Yeah.
Jamie Buddy going to pick it up from this end, and he's going to bowl to Fletcher. First delivery right up, driven down to Joseph on the long on boundary, and the batsman ambles a single. Fletcher at the moment number 2 in the batting standings, 245 runs at an average highest score of 79 not out, average 40.83. It's 38 without loss, and we are in the 4th over. 111 needed for victory. Jamie Buddy to Regis, played down to backward square, and the batsman take one, ambled a single. Fletcher still not 100%, really wouldn't want to stretch out or to risk it.
Yeah, but very good, 2 good deliveries there by Jimmy Buddy. A young Jimmy Buddy, 2 deliveries, 2 singles so far, and he's actually come up to bowl to Andrew Fletcher right now.
It's 39 without loss. Fletcher faces Buddy, and he's looking to play on the onside. Comes off of the pad. Maybe showing a little disappointment, missing that ball which was slanting down the leg side. He looked to whip it somewhere over mid wicket.
Yeah, it was a straight delivery onto Fletcher's pad. He missed the flick shot there, and there was nobody on the boundary on the leg side.
The score remains 39 without loss. Buddy in his first over. Again, the pitch up, our ball played to extra cover. And the fielder coming in there really quickly, having a throw at the stump, but it was an easy single. So score moved by 1 to 40.
And we have seen 4 very good deliveries there by Jimmy Buddy so far, and I hope he can finish strongly there.
Yeah, keeping the ball right up. Now he comes around the wicket to the left-handed Regis. This one again, we're just looking to turn on the onside again, extracting some bunks there off the pitch, and we just not being able to get a bat onto it. Probably looking to pick that gap at that fine leg with the fielder wide and short in that position. It's 40 without loss. Nutmeg Warriors looking for 2 points, which will bring the tally to 7, while Close Challengers are looking to get to 9. Buddy, and this one is played beautifully by Regis. Give himself room and really steered it past the backward point, and it raced across the surface for a good looking 4.
Yeah, very good shot there by Regis. Actually was short delivery. Got into him, give himself some room and just guide it nicely to between the short fine leg and the backward point for 4 runs.
So the 4 players ended 44 without loss. 67 needed from 36 deliveries. And Nutmeg Warriors would depend heavily on this pair.
Well, the balls and the runs required are not that far apart, but it's actually good game of cricket there. And are we expecting 67 runs out of 36 deliveries at the right rate, run rate at 11.17 runs per over. We in for an exciting one again, Grody?
Yeah, I do believe we're in for an exciting one. Yeah. Denroy Charles going to the right arm off spinner, pick it up from the the southern end.
Seems to be Casimir Thomas.
Casimir Thomas, rather.
Yeah.
Yes, Casimir Thomas. Same style, right arm off spinner, right up, and Fletcher has beaten there as he looked to come down on this one. Thomas. And for this delivery, Fletcher is hitting over the backward point down to the boundary for 4. Just clearing the backward point there. And that ball rushes down to the boundary for 4. So that's 4 more to Fletcher. Foresight in that position. Just went over his head.
Yeah, again, a very good shot there by Fletcher. It was a short ball outside of stump, and Fletcher actually measured Foresight height well and got 4 runs there.
48. Thomas to Fletcher. Fletcher is driving down to long on. He not getting the placement right. He pick up another single, so he moves to 20 from 13 deliveries. Really is aiming to play a captain's inning. 49 it is without loss. So yet they're approaching another 50 runs partnership.
Yeah.
It would be the 3rd one in the tournament. I think it's fair to say the best opening pair in the tournament.
Yeah, they have produced both partnership have actually yield good runs so far for Nutmeg Warriors.
The left-handed Regis faces a short delivery. Will be signal wide, and he will have to bowl that delivery. So 50. 32 deliveries, 20 minutes, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Fletcher 20, Regis 21, and he's looking to swing and is bowled. Big wicket, Regis looking to swing somewhere over long on, ball right up, missed, and crashed into the stumps.
Yeah, again, it was a delivery that pitched just outside leg stump and swinging. It was the off break there, and actually you missed a missed shot there by Regis, and it was clean ball by Casimir Thomas.
Well, again, it was pitched right up to him, and again hitting across the line. It's very difficult to play that sort of shot with a ball that pitched right up to you. And he looked to hit probably across the delivery, aiming for the mid wicket region, and missed, and was bowled. But it's so difficult. If you play straight, you are in a better position. But going across the line, really missed there. As we look at the replay, fairly well up, and the outbreak pitching probably just between middle and leg, or just outside leg stump.
Yeah, getting to a good delivery there by Thomas. Thomas is actually a spinner, of break bowler, and actually pitch the balls off stump and going away from the left-handed bat, and he actually castled into the stumps.
So 50 for 1, Donald McDonald. Into the 5th over. Thomas, short delivery, and again looking for the mid-wicket area when played back to the bowler. So really interesting game. We do expect another tight game as Thomas. McDonald swing this one. Where does this go? Yeah, just went over that deep backward square fielder and it went for 6. The fielder trying to just go back and just box it back into the field, but really just able to clear him, and yes, just up and just try to box it back. Just was not able to do so. So 6 runs to McDonald. That's 56 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, 56 for 1 after 5 again. The over was going so well for Casimir Thomas, and yet again we see the last delivery going for Bungry or 6. But nevertheless, I think Fletcher is in the wicket and he wants to play a captain now, because this victory he needs a victory. Nutmeg Warriors needs a victory. Yeah,
I think they had 2 opportunities where one expected they to pull off the victory and lost, having scored 131, which was at that time the highest total by any team. But the Saffron Strikers made light work of that total, even after they had a bad start. So Fletcher he's going to face Buddy in the 2nd over as he's up to the wicket, ball to Fletcher. Fletcher plays it down to straight to the man at backward square. Body, good first over, 1 over for 7 runs.
And he started off the second over rather nice there.
He's in his second over as he's to bowl to Fletcher. Again, missing his run there, dead ball signal. 56 for 1. 55 from 29 deliveries. Still looking for 2 big overs.
Yeah, in the game of T10 cricket, 55 from 29 deliveries actually is rather gettable.
Well, Fletcher plays down to long on. Joseph has some running to do. The batsman come back for 2 runs. Slowly down to that long on area, and Joseph had some work to do, running in and to his right. And the batsman picking up 2 runs. So Fletcher 22. What has been a slowish inning. Fletcher's nature.
Yeah, but he wants a victory. He's gonna play. He's gonna bring his team home.
Again, this ball is played to mid wicket, and they're probably going to look for another 2 here. Yes, good work by the fielder at down on the boundary. 2 more to Fletcher. 60 for 1. And a sensible batting in that he took the piece off. So the fielder on the boundary had some running to do. Just giving the opportunity to come back for the second run.
Yeah, that's smart batting there by Fletcher. He knows that I just needed 2 runs every delivery, and actually with Jimmy Body bowling any bad delivery, he's gonna look for the maximum.
So bodies to Fletcher, and Fletcher steered this one down to backward point region. The third man fielder on the boundary come around, so 1 more to Fletcher, doing it rather easily, not taking more chances.
Yeah, he knows. So far, 5 runs in the first 4 deliveries. I must say that good bowling there by Jimmy Body.
Yeah, Body so far going for 12 runs in 10 deliveries. Yeah, this time he's going to bowl to McDonald, who hits that straight. Well, where this go? High in the air. Joseph comes. There's 2 fielders on it, and it's dropped. And Joseph there, and the batsman going to probably come back. We see come back for 3 runs. Joseph and Jaron Noel. I think both players from St. David's. If you look at the replay and see what happens there. There was Joseph from long on, Noel from long off, and really, I think really should have been Joseph catch.
Yeah, but there was no calling. That's why you have to call immediately. You have to call. Somebody got to call and say, "Hey, it's mine." And nobody called there, and they had the confusion, and the catch dropped.
Yeah, Noel coming from long off to basically long on, the long on area, trying to take that catch, and it only meant that Joseph had to come in from that long on area, as we see here, and really a mix-up there. What? It's good that there's no damage, to the players.
That is okay. We happy that there were no damage and no injuries to both players, and they are fine.
Fletcher is going to face another delivery from Body. Short again. Fletcher looking to play down to backward point. Will be disappointed he didn't make contact at the end of a good spell by Jimmy Body. 2 overs, no mid, 15 runs, no wicket.
Yeah, a wonderful bowling spell there by Jimmy Body after he was left out for a few games and came back strong. And that is the kind of Jimmy Body you want to see throughout. And we hope you'd have seen it earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, so yet another chance going up again. 64 for 1 after 6 overs, 47 from 24 deliveries. And Joseph had a torrid time in the field.
So far, he had a horrid time in the field. But he's a very good fielder, But it's unlike Imran Joseph. But again, 64 for 1 and still another 47 of 24 deliveries.
So Casimir Thomas, his second over from the southern end. And he's going to bowl to McDonald. McDonald. And let's see for this delivery. Short and again wide off the off stump. He's looking to cut again, looking for the big shot, and this had to pull back Seen it short and looking for the gap down to backward point. No contact. 64 for 1 over number 7. This ball and this one is played to cover. The fielder comes off the boundary. So one more to McDonald. He moves to 10. 65 for 1. Fletcher comes into strike as Thomas to Fletcher. Fletcher is hitting this one over mid wicket. That wide long on fence and goes for 6. Confident shot. Picking it up from just outside the off stump.
Yeah, again, it was a slow leg break there in the spot again, and Fletcher went across the line over square leg for 6 runs.
Yeah, playing with the turn. 71. Fletcher goes to 31.
But Fletcher is being actually a captain now. He knows that his team needs a victory, and he thinks he wants to carry them right over the line.
Thomas once again bowled to Fletcher. This will be signal wide delivery, and you're seeing the intent. And he was very quickly side wide and really just allowed it to go. Didn't make any attempt. And another short ball hit down to cover the fielder on the cover boundary. So they amble another single. 72 for 1. We are in over number 7, 39 from 21 deliveries.
Not balls and yet again balls and runs are not far apart.
The right-handed McDonald played down to long off. Again they amble another single. So they're doing it in singles. 73 for 1. We saw close challengers in their battings had 2 big overs to end the innings. Fletcher into strike, and he's swinging this one again down to mid wicket, and let's see, that goes into the boundary for 4.
Yeah.
Fielder wide long and really couldn't get across, and that one was hit very hard. Again, picked it up from outside the off stump and playing with the turn and hitting it from fact just short of the boundary.
Yeah, very short, just short of the boundary.
Very
there.
close.
Yeah, very close to the boundary, but it was a correct call by the umpire for 4 runs. And the score moved on to 78 for 1, and at the end of over number 7, another 33 runs in of 18 deliveries.
Yeah, have been a good over for the Warriors. 78 for 1. Fletcher moved to 36, and Thomas 1 for 26 in his 2 overs. So good reply so far by Nutmeg Warriors. They would want to go all the way. As we see Fletcher and McDonald is having a discussion at mid-pitch. As you can see the start of the 8th over. 33 required from 18 deliveries. Dana George going to pick up the attack from this northern end, and will be bowling to Donald McDonald. Bowling with a third man on the boundary, a backward point, extra cover. A wide mid off cover on the boundaries. Left arm over the wicket, and this is wide and hit down to third man. Again, McDonald having to stretch for this to get to that delivery. So 79 for 1. And we can still get an interesting finish.
Yeah, if the club challengers can get a wonderful over there by George, then we in for an exciting finish.
So George, left arm over the wicket ball, and this ball is played back along the wicket by Fletcher on the onside. No aggression shown there by Fletcher. I think
this is a very crucial over, Cody. Very crucial over. The Warriors need at least 11 runs on this over.
Yeah, and I think Fletcher understands the importance of him staying there if the Warriors going to get across the mark of 104. Already give him a chance. As George to Fletcher. And Fletcher again looking to cut close to him there. Made no contact. Good delivery. He looking to play down to backward point. And getting hold of that, it was pet to the boundary.
Yeah. But so far, so good. Good going by Dina George.
32 from 15. It's George. Left arm over the wicket to bowl to Fletcher. And Fletcher is playing this one past the backward point, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. Again, just past that backward point is to his left. And the third man on the boundary was not able to get across. So good shot by Fletcher. Again, not much power, but really placement.
Yeah, the timing and the placement was superb there by Fletcher. And actually, again, we down to a very, very nail-biting end.
So 83 for 1. Fletcher moves to 40. So far, he faced 24 deliveries. And for this delivery, he's coming forward and pushed Young to long off. And ambles another single. Just seemed to be in control of things. Batting gives the impression that he really is in control of things and really know what is happening.
Yeah, he's aware of the situation. He's aware what is required, and I think the batter around him needs to play aggressive when they face deliveries, so he can bring his team over the line.
So it's 27 more needed. Full toss and goes down to third man, and the fielder comes across and a good stop. And there's that full toss came off the edge and fly down to third man, and one run to McDonald. And that completes a really good over bowled by George. He's just going for 7. So after 8 overs, 85 for 1.
Yeah, so 85 for 1 after over number 8. 12 deliveries left in the innings, and 26 runs needed. That's 13 runs. That's 13 runs for over there. So at least Fletcher and McDonald needs to get a goal here if they want to get across the line. At least 13 runs. So this, remember, in the first innings, Crony, this over 30 runs came out of this over by Cyprian Forsyth. You know, so again, this would be a rather crucial over for the Nutmeg Warriors and also for the club challengers.
Yeah, definitely will be a big over. Still 26 runs needed, 12 deliveries. And Joseph, he's going to pick up the attack from that southern end, and he's going to be bowling to McDonald. He needs some big overs as he's up to the wicket. And this one is right up. Good delivery. And McDonald will be looking to play it on the offside, which is right up into the pad. And they take a leg by. So 11 deliveries, 25 runs needed. And certainly we probably no need to see Fletcher taking charge. That played a responsible inning so far. Yes. Joseph realizing Fletcher was not quite ready.
Yeah. But now is the time for Fletcher to go. Now is the time for he to actually show that he actually bring his team into this, and he wants it. He needs to go now.
As we see adjustment, the third man come up in the circle, and the backward point goes back on the boundary, and Fletcher is looking to swing again. That's right up, hit on the pad. Yeah, good bowling so far. Joseph, key in the competition between Joseph and Fletcher.
Yeah, there's the competitiveness between these two players, Joseph and Fletcher. We can see there good rivalry there with both bat and bowler. But as I said, this over is a rather crucial over for both teams. The team that actually wins this over should be able to win the game.
Been a good over so far for Clove Challengers. He's up to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is hitting this one straight. A lovely shot, and that goes for 6. It really didn't look that way, but he really got a lot of power and hit it over the long on fence for 6.
Yeah, it was a full delivery, and Fletcher hit straight flat, and it was a flat 6 there by Andrew Fletcher.
92 for 1. 9 deliveries left, 19 runs required. That's Imran Joseph once again to Fletcher. Fletcher is hitting this one mid wicket. They're probably going to look for 2 runs here. Yeah, they'll get 2 easy runs, and takes Fletcher to 49. It's 94 for 1. Just eyeing another 50. So it's 17 from 8.
Yeah. Again, so far we have 4 deliveries and 9 runs so far from the 4 deliveries.
That's Fletcher looking for his second 50, and this is driven down really hard and really refused the single. Strange enough, refused that single, hit down to long on.
Yeah, he's actually going to take a calculated risk right there. He knows that this final delivery he needs a boundary, and with this he would refuse a single and trying to get a boundary or 6 runs.
17 from 7. Really interesting battle. Imran Joseph, right arm to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is hitting lovely shot over long on for 6. A really big 6 there as Joseph pitching up, and Fletcher got under it and lifted it nicely over long on for 6.
And that brings up the 5500. Fletcher 50 of 30 deliveries, 4 fours and 4 sixes. As I said earlier on, it was actually a risk and reward thing there for Andrew Fletcher. He knew that he had to get a boundary of the final delivery, and he got 6 runs, and actually 11 runs would be now needed of the final over.
Yeah, this would be an interesting final over. 11 needed. McDonald would be in strike, and probably what should be doing, looking to probably give Fletcher only strike single, or probably look to go. But the fact that they have wickets in hand, you know, he would want to make every effort to try to get as much runs very early in the over. It's 100 for 1, and really one should not see them losing from this end. But
it's not over until it's completely done.
And Darren Ned,
yeah,
Darren Ned is picking up the attack, and would be an interesting one.
Yeah, and Darren Ned comes in for his first over of this match so far, the final over. Yet again, we see somebody bowling their first over, the final over of an innings. But Darren is experienced enough to actually bowl a good over there, and we have McDonald facing up to him, so he wants to get a nice first over. He wants to start good.
Yeah, it will be really an interesting, exciting over. 11 needed from 6 deliveries. Donald McDonald is going to face Darren Ned. Right arm fast from this northern end. He's up to the wicket to bowl to McDonald, who is swinging, and this one going to go down to the backward square boundary. Let's see the fielder is chasing. Probably just stop it before he get to the boundary, and let's see the batsman come back for 2, 3. Good, yeah, really good running.
Yeah, good running there by Fletcher. Fletcher
really good running.
He ran the first run hard, and I actually ran the second, and I came back for the third run here. So good running by Fletcher.
103, 8 from 5. Fletcher comes into strike, and the field is a third man on the boundary. There's a backward point. There's a cover on the boundary. There's a extra cover. There's a long off, and the short fine leg, backward square, a long one, and also a straightish mid wicket on the boundary. It's 103 for 1. 5 deliveries, 8 runs required, and we have seen an exciting first game today.
Yeah,
strikers coming out on top. Darren Ned to Fletcher. He's up to bowl to Fletcher, and this is wide of the off stump, wide signal by the umpire. Again, slower delivery, and Ned just looking to bring it wide, but just a bit too wide. And umpire Jerome Fraser signal wide. It's 104, so 7 from 5.
Smart batting there by Fletcher. He knew the ball was wide, and he said, you know, it's wide. I'm going to take the wide. I'm going to take the extra run, and reduce the run rate to 7 runs from 5 deliveries, and that's actually balls and runs are rather close.
Fletcher 55 from 30 deliveries. Has been a captain and responsible inning. As we see adjustment, the extra cover just going to his left as Fletcher swing this one over long on for 6, a really big 6, and certainly it's all about over, but a massive hit by Fletcher.
Yeah, good shot there by Fletcher. It was a short delivery by Nate, and Fletcher went onto the back foot and actually hit that over mid for a huge 6 there, and the scores are now level.
Yeah,
Very good batting there by Andrew Fletcher yet again.
you can see him moving before, just getting across and pick this one up and really hit it sweetly over that wide long on fence for 6. 110 for 1.
And the scores are level. I think the captain I just realized that the scores are level and still another 3 deliveries to go. So you're going to bring in all these fielders and see if they can stop the single or get the wicket of Andrew Fletcher.
Well, let's see as Ned. Still 4 deliveries to go in the over. As Ned is up to the ball to Fletcher. Fletcher hits it over the top and going to carry over that long on fence for 6. What a convincing win by Nutmeg Warriors. Really a brilliant inning played by Fletcher. Captain's inning. Really led from the front, opening the batting and undefeated on 67. Well deserved and really a huge victory by Nutmeg Warriors.
Yeah, very, very important victory there for Nutmeg Warriors. They are in the bottom of the table, but they know that if they can get 2 victories from the final 2 games, they actually can get themselves in a spot in the semi-finals. But once again, we must say kudos to Fletcher. It was a captain's innings, and it was a wonderful knock by the Spiceman Fletcher again.
Yes, it's the sort of inning that we know that Fletcher can play. And it was very responsible that he didn't go flashing very early. You know, he built an inning.
Yeah.
And it came down to the last where we needed big shots. And he really played 2 beautiful shots. The first 6 he hit was a good one. He picked it up from just outside the off stump. But what's important is the position he found himself in.
Yeah.
That made the shot look rather easily.
Yeah.
And this final delivery really just played it over long on for 6. A convincing win, 116 for 1. Fletcher not out 67. Regis bowled by Thomas for 21. McDonald not out 16. And Nutmeg Warriors completing a good victory, picking up 2 points. That brings them to 7.
Yeah.
With 1 match to go.
Yeah, with 7, as I said, they're in the bottom of the table, and they're expecting to win the next game. So at least, and they can with a healthy run rate, they can actually be in the 4th in the column and have a spot in the semi-finals.
So Andre Fletcher not out 67, 32 deliveries, 45 minutes, 4 fours and 6 sixes. Regis was bowled by Thomas, 21, 15 deliveries, 20 minutes, 2 fours, 1 6. Donald McDonald not out on 16. He had 10 deliveries, 24 minutes, 1 6, 116 for 1. Noel 2 overs, no win, 26 runs, no wicket. Joseph 2 overs, no win, 25 runs, no wicket. Buddy 2 overs, no win, 15 runs, no wicket. Thomas 2 overs, no win, 26 runs, 1 wicket. Dana George 1 over for 7 runs. And Daryl Ned just 3 deliveries, 16 runs. And really Nutmeg Warriors completing a rather convincing victory, chasing 111 for victory. They ended up 116 for 1. So the point standing, Clove Challengers remain on 7 points. Nutmeg Warriors now join them on 7 points. And really there's a lot of interest in terms of who gets into the last 4.
Yeah.
Saffron Strikers are already qualified in 13 points.
Yeah.
Cinnamon Pieces is on 9 points. And really there's still quite a lot to play for.
Yeah.
Billy Blasters also get up to 7 points. So really there's a lot of interest in terms of determining the last 4. So we have come to the end of game number 2 for today. And that match number 26, Nutmeg Warriors defeating Clove Challengers. And we now going to take a quick break. as we prepare for the final game for today. Game number 27, Cinnamon Pacers. They come up against Ginger Generals. And with good weather, we are very hopeful that we will join you shortly to bring you the third encounter. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to our final game for today. Another very important game. We have Cinnamon Pieces coming up against Ginger Generals, and we expect this game to be as exciting as the two games that we had previously. Really, Ali, as we look at the games played today, really there was quite a bit of excitement.
Yeah, all goes well for the cricket in itself. Uh, the players were very energized, and surprisingly at the stage, one would have thought that they are not professional cricketers. They might starting to burn out, but it seems that they are full of energy. The support by the off-field players was tremendous.
Yeah, certainly. We expected that this game, shortened version, takes a lot out of you. And to the credit of the players, I think they would have done well. There have been a few minor injuries, but nothing to the extent that the players wasn't able to play because of maybe an injury, maybe pulled muscle here and there. I think that most of the players kept up very well.
Yeah, and they have a good physio in Mario. He's had been working on the players, and as you said, they're all. In fact, I don't think anyone is actually because of a injured muscle is out of a game. So that's a good sign.
So the teams for today: Cinnamon Pieces, Micah Narayan, captain; Kyron Andrew, Alec Atenas, Josh Edmond, Chad Charles, Javed Hazard, Nicobi John, Ken Maturin, Kenroy Peters, Javel St. Paul, Ruel Williams. And for Ginger Generals, Roland Keto, Weevil Benjamin, Jahim Broffett, Reynold Charles, Larry Edward, Michael Fraser, Keon George, Anil Matthew, Daniel MacDonald, Neilon Pascal, and Nicholas Redhead. And as we look at both teams, certainly almost the same team, and we look at the top, the batting of Keto and Alec Atenas really going to be two important players, probably in terms of what happened at the end of this game.
Yeah, and Keto has certainly came into form in his last couple of innings, but Atenes has been very consistent. In fact, he's the leading run scorer, and both teams in terms of batting, that will be their key players.
Well, just to let you know that Ginger Generals won the toss and elected to field. So Cinnamon Pieces going to have first strike. The conditions here really is good conditions for cricket. Although outside a little bit on the gloomy side, but the light is bright. There's no issue in terms of the light, and we really expect this one again to go down the wire with both teams. Pieces on 9 points, Ginger Generals just around the same point. So important game for both teams. The winner of this encounter will certainly book the position in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and even with a defeat, probably they still have an opportunity. So it's a game you could throw everything into it. You would like to get into the semi-finals, one of the stepping stones to winning the competition. And I think as the previous two games, we should expect a very good game. But Crony, the weather is not bright sunshine, and normally we say when it's nice bright sunshine it's good for cricket. I think this weather is also good for cricket.
Yeah, very good weather. I think it's not very hot. It's not dark to say. I mean, it's really good light, and I think we are blessed that we have been able to have so much cricket. And when you think of the amount of rain overnight rain we had, Neilon Pascal going to pick up the attack from the southern end. Really beautiful condition for his style of bowling. He's up to the wicket bowler Hazard. Again, he's looking to hit this one somewhere over square leg, coming off the body and going on the onside. So extra. One. Alec Atenas going to be facing Neilon Pascal. We've seen really some exciting competition. Pascal versus Atenas. I want to remember in the first game that really his first delivery was really a rapid delivery that Atenes really had to get out of the way. And that seam over, he clipped him over backward square. One of the biggest six in the tournament. He's going to face Pascal. Turned down to long leg for 4. Really easily played. And again, that short fine leg right in the circle. And he just get inside of it and turn it down to long leg for 4. Good way to start.
Yeah, and with Pascal pace and movement at the ball, I would think is always a risk not playing the long leg on the third man, because he gets the ball to move and he must be immaculate line and direction for him not stray a bit.
He's over the wicket once again, ball to Atenes, right up, and Atenes just coming down on this one, push it back to Pascal. And it's a discussion we had throughout this tournament in terms of the field placement, and a lot of talk about that short fine leg, and even the short third man.
Well, the difference with the deep square leg and so is nearly a bad delivery shot. With the fine leg, could be a good delivery that goes down there.
Pascal just play to mid wicket, straight to mid wicket. No attempt of a run. It's 5 without loss.
I know when we were bowling, you said you don't really set field for bad bowling. The thing about the long man and the third man, the long leg and the third man, it could be a good delivery that ends up down there. A short ball is where you will hit a backward square.
You're certainly right about that, Pascal. This one is clipped beautifully down to backward square. Short delivery and really given the right treatment there by Atenas as he got inside of it and played it really firmly down to backward square. You could see a flick of the wrist, lifting of the right leg and playing it beautifully down to the boundary for 4.
Well, again, Atenas being left-handed, Pascal gets the ball to move away from the right-hander. That means he's going into the left-hander, and you see the shot as it comes into him, he just tuck it and help it along.
Pascal once more to Atenes. Full toss play down to square leg, the fielder on the boundary. It comes in, so one more as we come to the end of the first over. Cinnamon Pieces asked about first, they are 10 without loss.
When you bowl into Atenes, 10 may not sound may sound plentiful, but the Atenes it could consider still a reasonably good over.
Yeah, Pascal. Really good condition for swing bowling.
The thing about it is the condition, you have to do a lot more control because the ball will swing a lot more than probably has done any other time of the series so far in this condition. So the line and the length will have to be a lot more precise than in the previous game.
So Larry Edwards going to pick up the attack from this northern end, and he's going to be bowling to Atenes. Atenes on 9, and Edwards left arm around the wicket. See a mid on in key too. Keon George mid wicket as first delivery is cut and hit well over backward point, and this will go into the boundary for 4. Shortish delivery. Atenes giving himself room and hitting this one over backward point, and it goes down to the boundary for 4.
Deliberately hitting it over the top. Of course, there are 5 fielders on the edge of the circle and the offside, so he chose the aerial route and was successful.
Yeah, good positive safe shot as Joseph to Atenes, and this is a full toss which is swung. Where does this go? To over backward square for 6, and easy as you like, really full to the bat, and he just swung it easily over that deep backward square area for his first 6, 283rd 6 of the tournament. Atenes already is 19 from only 7 deliveries.
And as we said before the start, that will be one of the key batters.
Confident start by Atenes. And for the silly from Edwards, he's back and hitting again just over the backward point or short third man. He got his hands to it and really was not able to hold it. But one would think, Ali, as we probably would see the replay there, that really should have hold on to this one.
Yeah, I think that went through his hands. I think he should have hold on to it. But you know, the catches in this position of the slashing bat is never really easy, and you know, sometimes you just have to give the feeler that he tried.
21 for 1. Hazard comes into strike. As we see a ring of fielders on the offside, and Hazard get a quicker delivery coming in and push it in front of him.
Still a little surprised about the field placing with so many on the offside when he tends to get the ball to come into the right-hander. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, as Edwards to Hazard. Hazard is driving. Good stop by the bowler. The offside being a short third man for the squarish. And a backward point or a deep gully. Square cover and a mid-off. Edwards in his first over. This one is lifted down to long on. Keto comes around. And the batsman completes a single. And that's the end of the second over. 22 without loss. Pacers being asked to bat first.
A good start by the batting team, the Pacers. Of course, we have spoken so many times about the batting ability of Atenes, and again he has started well. You know, the question, how long will he continue, and how quick probably they will dismiss him? That will be vital to the type of score that Pacers will get.
Well, we saw in the last 2 innings, Andrew Fletcher opened the batting. He was dropped by Joseph on the cover boundary. It's really simple catch. Now we see Atenes being dropped in that gully position or backward point position. Full toss, swing down to over long on for 6, wide long on a bad delivery. Bowled by Daniel McDonald, really given the right treatment, and it was easy for Hazard get on under the delivery and swung it over wide long on for 6.
Well, you have to wonder too that, you know, the ground situation may be a bit damp, and these are new balls, so the spinners probably just having a bit of problem gripping the ball.
Well, McDonald once again, it's on again, hit down to that wide long on position. The fielder comes off the boundary. 28 without loss. We're in the third over. Hazard 8 from 5. Atenes on 20, the left-handed Atenes. Atenes top of the table with the runs. As he faces this delivery, and he's hitting this one over long off a lovely shot for another 6. Ball pitched up, and with all ease in the world, he got to the pitch of it and lifted it over long off for 6.
Safe shot, based on the ability of Atenes. In fact, he cleared the boundary by a pretty long way, and the fielder was in the circle. But you know, a little bit of concern probably for the spinners with this fairly new ball that might be slightly damp. I'm not too sure they're going to get any turn. So once you get in line with the ball, you could swing your bat through.
Atenes, he faces another delivery, and this one is driving, not timing it when bouncing out to extra cover. So at the moment, 308 runs, highs of 78, 61.6, very good average. Play to the short fine leg, pick up a single, takes the score to 36, and he goes to 26. So Andrew Fletcher is now at the top, 312, and highs of 79, not out, and an average of 52. So Atenes average of 61.6. Hazard. This one's a play to cover, straight to cover, really a soft dismissal. Keon George Hazard just coming forward to push this ball, and it went straight into the hands of the cover fielder, and bat seemingly turned in his hand, but it really was a simple catch. And Cinnamon Peace was losing their first wicket. Javel Hazard caught by Keon George. Bull McDonald for 9, 36 for 1 at the end of 3 overs.
Well, Hazard must be disappointed because it was not a delivery, a wicket-taking delivery. I think he just tried turning it on the onside, and it took probably the outer half of the bat, probably too much bottom hand in the shot, and he forced it to short extra cover, and he took a simple catch.
So it's 36 for 1. So Athens have so far 350s. Good strike rate of 229. Fletcher also had 350s. 193 strike rate. So really Athens have done really well in terms of not doing scoring runs, but scoring it quickly.
A very good time. I think these advantages that, like the Fletchers and the Smith, they are all big hitters, but also good timers at the ball. So they don't only depend on the big hitting shots.
So Redhead, Nicholas Redhead, gonna pick up the attack at his northern end, and he's gonna be bowling to Athens. As Keto is just making some adjustment, taking out the backward point and pushing him down on the boundary, so his backward point on the boundary. And also the wide third man seemed to be going right back. That third man rather wide. Redhead, first delivery to Athens, who clipped it just over, and again he's dropped that backward square. And that ball gonna go. You're gonna stop before it gets to the boundary, and the batsman will pick up 2 runs. Again, just looking to clip it off his bat, and the fielder at backward square having to jump there. He got both hands to it and failed to hold it.
Yeah, and again, I thought that Athens tried to flick it over the top, but he didn't really hit it as he expected. And the fielder, I think he had a reasonably good chance, but he couldn't hold on.
Second chance going a begging, 38 for 1. Redhead. He's up to the board to Athens, who swings this one. This one goes way over mid wicket for a huge 6. Picking it up, short of a length delivery, really picked it up and really hit it really cleanly over mid wicket for 6.
Well, rubbing a bit of salt into the wound after saw a chance go down off your bowling. And to the type of batter that Athens is, you start thinking what next, and the next delivery was struck mightily hard, cleared the boundary along, in fact, actually dropped into the stand.
Well, you don't give a batsman of Athens 2 chances very early in his inning. Redhead is first over up to the wicket, both Athens, and this one is played to the backward square. They run through for a single. More in control, keeping it all along the ground. It's 45 for 1 behind the 4th over. Redhead so far pick up 9 wickets in the tournament, average of 12.22. Really had the opportunity to pick up 10. Fletcher is 10 wickets. Kenroy Peters also pick up 9 wickets. Dubisset 8, John Olive 8. So the right-handed Micah Narain comes into strike, and again third man right back, point, cover, extra cover, mid off. Pascal Keto mid on, mid wicket George, short fine leg, and fielder on the mid wicket boundary. Redhead. He's up to the wicket, ball to Narain. Narain again looking to clip this one. Comes off the keeper, who didn't collect cleanly, and they stick 1 run, wide signal. Yeah, a bit of bounce there as he looked to Narayan looking to clip it to mid wicket. 47 for 1.
I think the ball might have surprised the keeper a bit with the pace, because it seems to got all tangled up with the speed in which the ball came to him.
Yeah, Benjamin, they just look a bit slow in getting across. 47 for 1. Atenes, she's red hit, full toss, hit straight back past the bowler. Actually, probably got a hand onto it.
He did.
Again, slow delivery by Redhead, and hit back to the bowler. As we look at the replay here, yeah, slow delivery, get a hand onto it. Again, wasn't able to hold on, more or less trying to stop it rather than catch it. Those are a sort of delivery that sticks.
Yeah, and it's always probably better you try palming it up. You saw it in one of the earlier games, and hope that somebody behind you take the catch.
So it's 48 for 1, still in the power play as Redhead. Bolton Narayan. Narayan is looking to drive outside the off stump, no contact. Good length delivery. And Redhead does show that he has the ability to do well as a fast bowler. Really good run up, good rhythm to the wicket.
Yeah, we have spoken about him quite a bit, and probably one of the bowling experts of long ago or recent pieces maybe could have a word with him, because he has quite a number of qualities that is expected in a pace bowler.
Yeah, well built as he's keen to Narayan down the leg side. Wide will be signal. So 49 for 1. It's not a start. I think that Ginger Generals would have loved winning the toss and electing to field. 2 catches going down. 3 catches going down. 49 for 1. It's Redhead to Narayan. A short delivery, a hit to just at the backward square, and the Ambler single. That's 50 of 26 deliveries, 18 minutes, 3 fours and 4 sixes at the end of the power play, 50 for 1.
Well, good start, very good start by the Pacers, and of course, when you win the toss and you send the opponent in, you really expect probably to get an early breakthrough. They did get a breakthrough, but the runs kept coming. Of course, Atenes is there. As we said, he has been one of the leading batters in the tournament so far, very, very consistent. Although today he has given a couple of chances, which I showed Generals would really be disappointed in. He's still there at 50 for 1 after 4 overs. They must be looking now at a pretty healthy score.
Yeah, definitely. But they had the opportunity to get the sort of breakthrough that they really would have loved to. Martinez. And this one is swung down to deep backward square leg, goes down to the boundary for 4. Again, the fielder short in the backward square. Fine, pretty fine. McDonald just straining on the legs, and they swung down to that area for 4. Michael Narayan, and he score moves to 5 from 3 deliveries, 54 for 1. An impressive start. McDonald to Narayan. Narayan is hitting this one. Where does this go? Way over long on, or just over that wide long on area. Went really high in the air. And the wide long on fielder coming around. We just had to look at it over his head. So that's 6 to Narayan.
Let's look at that. I wonder if he couldn't try throwing it back. Oh, we just lost it.
Pitch up, and this one goes down to long on. Full toss. So one more 61 for 1. Narayan quickly goes to 12. Michael Narayan, the captain of Cinnamon Pacers. And we are into the 5th over, 61 for 1. It has been a good start. Atenes on 37. 15 deliveries. So his tally of runs goes up to 345. And this reverse sweep for 4, pass the backward square, shot that we have seen him play over and over, and really just seemed to be perfect that shot as he turned as a right hander and hit it down to which would have been a short third man.
So what ambidextrous, I still believe he has that ability to use both arms. He plays that shot just too easy. He, he must have been at some point in time a right-handed batsman. Really perfect it. Beautiful shot.
So he goes to 41, closest 350th run in the tournament. Let's see for this, he could delivery right up, and he had to come down on this one, push it back to the bowler. Really have been a good tournament for Atenas.
And just watch where the two fielders are, where the sweep went. That's about 10 yards apart.
And this one he just played back to the bowler. The end of the over, so the end of 5 overs, 65 for 1. And Atenas is on 41. And so far he has faced 18 deliveries, 4 fours and 3 sixes. Micah Narain 12, 5 deliveries, 1 4 and 1 6. And the Cinnamon Pacers 65 for 1 after 5 overs.
Very good start by the Pacers. 65 for 1 in just 5 overs, scoring well over the 10 mark. And the 10 runs per over tend to be a sort of base that we use in the power play and just beyond. So they are going pretty okay, and they were hoping that they could continue.
So Reynald Charles take it from this end. Left arm over the wicket. See, this one is swung over long on for 6. Again, pitched up. Really, that was in the slot, and Narain didn't have to do much, but just step and lifted it over that wide long on, and went for a beautiful 6.
Yeah, and beautiful timing, effortless. You wonder if he was going to clear the boundary, but the timing was good, and it cleared the boundary by a pretty long way.
71. Narain moves to 18, second 6. Charles in his first over. This is hit down to long off. Pascal had to move to his right, so another single. 72 for 1. And Narain 19 from 7 deliveries.
Going at a pretty good pace there, because with Atenas and both of them hitting, and it's good to see.
So Charles continues over the wicket to the left-handed Atenas. Key to extra cover. And this one, he comes off the edge, and they're going to go down to that fine third man area, and just crosses the boundary for 4. Again, looking for the big shot. And Atenas yet again goes on to get another 50. He's 45, sorry, he's on 45. Really.
And what is probably dangerous to the field inside, Atenas doesn't seem to be in the best of form, and he's on 45 off 19.
This one is again pitch right up. Again, looking to stay down to that third man region. Probably trying to beat Anil Matthew, who's at short third man. 76 for 1. Played down to long off, and he ambles a single. As Keon George comes off the boundary. 77 for 1. We are still in the 6th over. Charles in his first over, going for 12. The right-handed Narain. This one driven again down to long on, and Keon George comes in, ambles another single, and that's the end of Reynald Charles' first over, going for 13. Atenas on 46. Narain is on 20, 78 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yeah, again, good start. But sometimes I wonder with the pillars on the boundary, if you can't really clear, sometimes you can play it short. And if you are quick between the wickets, the player will have a lot of work to do to cut off the 2 runs. But you hardly see that being employed in this game so far. They all going for hit as far as they could or nothing at all.
So Michael Fraser take it up from the southern end. It's 78 for 1 after 6 overs. Really good start. And will you see the most runs scored by in the tournament by one of these teams? Cinnamon Pieces. He lost the last encounter as Fraser. This one now looking to hit it again somewhere to mid wicket. Just come off the edge and go to the short fine leg. Again, no chance of a run. It's 78 for 1. Ginger Generals. They lost the first encounter. This one hit down to long off. Again, the ambles are single. Now they're looking for the big hit, but not getting hold of it. Fraser does have the tendency of blowing the slower deliveries, using a lot of variation. So Athenas comes back into strike. He's on 46 and eyeing his 450 of the tournament. Already amassing 354 runs in the tournament as Fraser to Athenas. And this one he plays square. Where is it? Dunk to the boundary for 4. Really with all the ease in the world. Shortish delivery. And he just got back and steered it. More or less steered it between that backward point. And he got 50 from 22 balls, 27 minutes, 6 fours and 3 sixes. Yet again another brilliant knock.
Yeah, and again the placement, because the back is a backward point and a wideish third man. That distance is, I'm not too sure, is as much as it looked like about 10-15 feet, and neither of them had a chance.
Fraser to Athenas, and he's hitting this one down to mid wicket, wide mid wicket, and Redhead is on the boundary. So he moves to 51, 84 for 1. Still in the 7th over. Really have been a good start. This partnership, so 48. That's Micah Narayan. Faces Fraser. And again hitting down to that wide long on position, and again goes for another single.
Fraser is a pretty good bowler. I'm not too sure, probably it is noticed, but he has quite a bit of variation, and really, yes, he do get some sixes, but he bowls very well.
Yeah, it's 49 for 49 partnership. That's Fraser to Athenas, and then slow delivery push to mid wicket, and they just amble a single. So that's at the end of the over. 26 deliveries, 50 runs per 17 minutes, 4 fours and 3 sixes. Once again, Athenas scoring 25 of these runs. Now in 22 after 7 overs, 86 for 1.
Yeah, good stand, good batting performance so far. Narayan has been really playing a number of shots. He seems to be in recent deliveries losing his shape a bit, probably trying to hit the ball just too hard. And on the flip side of that, of course, he comes up against Fraser, who tends to vary the pace quite a bit. So, sometimes it's not as easy as it looks to get Fraser away. And so that tells you that the batting is doing pretty okay at 86 for 1, 7 overs, 3 overs left. But they must be probably eyeing the highest score in the tournament, which is 131.
Yeah, well, the first encounter, Ginger Generals, they batted first, scored 96 for 8 in their 10 overs. And Cinnamon Pieces replied with 97 for 3 in 9 overs. Athenaeus in that game scored 48, Campbell 31. As Edwards in the second over, bowler, this one is driven, comes up the edge, and the backward point on the boundary. Redhead had to move to his right. And one thought that really there was time to pick up 2 runs there. But
oh yeah, that was a really big single. I think the ball actually got very close to the boundary, And I noticed that a couple of deliveries, they seems to be jogging between the wicket. I'm not too sure if probably one of them might have some nickel in the muscles, because they not seems to be taking any sharp singles or running very quick between the wicket.
So 53 is at the nurse. 86, 87 for one. Narayan. 22 from 11 delivery faces Edwards, and he's hitting this one straight. And let's see, good shot, gonna clear the boundary by a long way. Give him some air and really hit that straight. And again, no danger. Really was in good position and hitting it straight back over long off for 6.
Yeah, good shot. As you said, no risk. He got to the pitch and just help it hit it straight back. And once it goes over the bowler head, unless it lob into the air, fielders would have difficulty getting to it because they are both wide, long on and long off. So good hitting from Narayan.
93 for one. And again, looking to play that delicate shot down to third man. Quicker delivery by Edwards. He made no contact. So really good start by the Pacers. This one is hit down to a wide mid wicket. George have to move to his right. Again, yes, one felt that they should have attempted 2 runs, eh?
There were no attempt. In fact, very early they settled for 1, and the fielder having to move around from a long on to a wideish long on position, a straightish middle wicket. They could have probably tried this for the second.
Well, Atenas face Edwards, and again he plays this one down to backward point on the boundary. Redhead comes off the boundary, and the batsman have enough time to complete a single. 95 for 1. We are in over number 8. Really have been a good start. Edwards in the second over, gone for 21 runs so far. Fraser 1 over for 8 runs. Cinnamon Pacers was asked to bat first. And Narayan is hitting to mid wicket. Let's see, going to clear the mid wicket fielder. Really a great attempt there by that mid wicket fielder, that McDonald. We just seemed to stop it just before it crossed the rope.
Was he on the rope?
Yeah, I see. Let's see, it's very difficult for the umpires without the third replay as we look at it here. Really valiant effort there. Yeah,
that's for
yeah, certainly.
That was for a number of different reasons.
Well, it's pretty difficult from with the umpires, and they have to depend on the player. Not having the opportunity of a third umpire to replay. It's very difficult for anyone that is umpiring to be. And I don't think that the player himself knew what happened, or knew he stopped it and knew where he was actually. So 2 runs. Well, they're actually signaled 4, so they certainly was right in making that decision. So 4 runs to Narayan. He goes to 33. So 99 for 1. Fraser. And again, this one is swung over backward square again. Well, we have seen that shot really over and over. Atenas, ton of right-hander here, and swung that ball over the backward square position, or the short fine leg, and goes down to the boundary for 4.
Oh yeah, and I keep saying his ability is tremendous. He plays shots all around the wicket, and again, not a big guy, but very good on his timing and some pretty safe shots.
103 for 1. Fraser, Atenas, and hitting over long off, and that's going to go over for another 6. Ball pitched up, and Atenas getting into the right position. That makes the shot looks, sort of reach for it. And the bending of the right knee there and hitting it over long off for 6.
And a very difficult batter to bowl to, because he goes across pretty early and waits on you, and anyway the ball comes there on after he can hit it. And sometimes you try to put it a little wide of him, and he still gets there and spank you wherever he wants. Great batting.
So he moves to 64 as he faces another delivery from Fraser. Full to the bat, and it goes over mid-wicket for another big six. Really the mid-wicket straight, and he really took full advantage of that full toss and swung it over that wide long on a straightish mid-wicket for six.
Well, any bowler will have problem and difficulties trying how to bowl the Atenes. I think you just have to stick to one way. The good line and good length, will always be difficult to play, and you really can't try too many things against Atenes, because once you go offline, you'll be severely treated.
So Fraser 16 runs in the over, a really big over. Atenes is swinging again, and he's going to clear that mid-wicket again. Yet another six, and really this one dropped a bit shorter, and he picked it up and dispatched it over that wide long on fence for six.
Well, I think probably Fraser now going through what we call commentator's curse, because you just spoke about him or his ability to mix it up and bowl pretty well. But of course, bowling to Atenes, you must be line and length must be perfect.
He's 76 from 30 deliveries. Fraser once again to Atenes, and he just on hitting into the covers. Just misfield by the cover fielder, but the fielder on the boundary comes in. So single to Atenes takes him to 77, 122 for one. So we had some 23 runs in the over, 3 sixes, a 4, and a single. So in the 9th over, Micah Narayana comes in to strike. So we probably would pass 131, maybe 132, which was made by Safan Strikers, to get past 131 made by Nutmeg Warriors.
We see there probably the umpire calling for a new ball, or not a different ball, because they had to try to get one that has the same amount of overs as being bowled with, or looks in the similar way to the one that they are changing. And so the umpires are now viewing the ball.
Well, it was hit into the stands pretty regularly. Probably hit the concrete area rather regularly. So it could be some tearing or some busting of the ball. Let's say a lot of sixes have been hit in the inning. We have Atenes so far. He had 6 sixes. Narayan 3.
And still after this over, to get to the highest score, they still probably will need just about 9. Is it 131?
132.
132.
Well, we had these scores in the same match. 131 scored, and then 132
to win.
Yeah. With probably I think 11 balls to go. So
Yeah, that right. That game probably had they batted the 10 overs would have been one of the biggest scores.
So Fraser is going to continue to bowl to Micah Narayan. He's on 33. As he bowls to Narayan, Narayan looking to swing down the leg side. Wide would be called. Just making some movements as he gets across the wicket. Again, looking to clear the leg side, mid-wicket area. 123. As Fraser in his second over has gone for 32. As he bowls to Narayan. Narayan hitting straight, a really firm shot back past the bowler, and good stop. Really good stop by the fielder long on there. Just putting out the right leg and stopping really a certain boundary.
And again, they just took one run. I think something has, I'm not too sure if somebody's injured out there, but they are not really pushing for the second run at all.
Yeah, as we look at the replay there, slow delivery. Really, you hit firmly back. Atenes had to get out of the way. And Pascal, they just coming across. Really good stop. Just getting the left foot.
Grenada needs a striker. so probably they can consider asking him because they'll be up against Montserrat later and they will need to get some goals.
Yeah, good footwork by Pascal. He's going to bowl the final over. 124 for 1. Pascal so far has 1 over, cost 10 runs. And he will be bowling the final over.
And we'll see if things have changed. He has not bowled his second spell, which is 1 over, as effective as he bowls his first. And in the previous match, I think they bowled him his 2 overs back to back, but now they have saved him for that final over again. And look to see if the rest didn't affect him.
So Anil Matthew is long on, fairly wide as Pascal. Hit down. This ball is hit down to that wide long on area. Matthew comes around, so just 1. We have McDonald, who is at mid wicket on the boundary. Redhead, deep backward square, right back on the boundary. Keon George probably just coming into mid wicket. Just some changes here for the left-handed batsman. George to cover. Redhead backward point. Anil Matthew remains at long off on the boundary, fairly wide. McDonald guarding the cover boundary. As Pascal is going to bowl to Atenes on 77. Just relooking his field. As Pascal over the wicket bowl to Atenes. He's looking to drive outside the off stump. Loud appeal. He's caught behind. Again, good delivery. Give himself room and just trying to get over the offside. And taking the edge on a simple catch to Benjamin. So Pascal picking up the important wicket of Atenes, who really played a tremendous inning, going for 77 in some 32 deliveries, and really continued to impress.
And he looks so disappointed being out, at this stage. I think most of the people think that he played a pretty good innings, and I think he tried to sort of cart it over the slip, really, and he took a thin edge and was caught behind. Good catch, good bowling from Pascal.
Yeah, look, very disappointed. But again, another good knock by Atenes. And probably is up to some 385 runs in the tournament. Outside the off stump, hit down to cover the cover field. Yeah, we'll have difficulty. That goes across the rope for 4. Again, short delivery from Pascal, and Peters really took full advantage. The fielder at long off, really having to run to his left, and was not able to get there. So he goes over the boundary for 4. 129 for 2. We are in the 10th over. Pascal in the second over, ball to Peters, pitch up and driven down to long on Matthew. So 1 more to Peters. He's on the 5. Score moves to 130 for 2. 2 deliveries to go, and they will want to cross 132 scored.
The situation there now, they should be highly favored to do that. 2 deliveries still, but we have seen some strange thing in this game so far.
Pascal, full toss and hit away down to long leg for 4. Bad delivery, full toss down the leg side, and Narayan hadn't much to do, but just to get back onto it, and it went down to the long leg boundary for 4. 134 for 2, and Narayan 39. Really played a good hand. 18 deliveries, 3 4s and 3 6s. He played a captain's inning. Pascal going for 20 so far. Pick up 1 wicket. His final delivery as he's up to the wicket, ball to Narayan, and Narayan is sitting again down to that long leg area. He's coming back for two, yes, and make it good run in there as he complete two runs with the final delivery. And Cinnamon Pacers, after being asked to bat, ended up with 136 for two. Really has been a very impressive performance.
Yeah, and as 136, the highest score so far in the tournament. Uh, Good batting, very, very good batting. Once again, Martinez, supported by Narain, played beautiful inning. They really brought the game to Generals. I think they would be a bit disappointed after winning the toss and sending the pieces into bat.
Well, I think the disappointment came from the drop catches. I think, yeah, if they would have held on to some of the catches, Atenes, who probably gave all the chances, they was not able to hold on to that. I think that's the difference. He got 77 and in 32 deliveries. I think you have to take your catches, when you send teams into bat. Whatever opportunities come your way, you'd want to take it. And I don't think they did. Some of the catches, to me, fairly easy. As we see, Hazard was caught by George. He scored 9. Atenes caught by Benjamin, 77. Narain not out 41. He had a good inning. And Peters not out 5. 136 for 2. Pascal 2 overs, 1 for 22. Edwards 2 overs, none for 25. McDonald 2 overs, 1 for 29. Redhead 1 over 14 runs. Charles 1 over for 13 runs, and Fraser 2 overs for 33 runs. Interestingly, Redhead only bowled 1 over, was not able to bowl his 2 overs. But certainly have been a good batting performance by Cinnamon Pacers. They are on 9 points this now, and they would be looking to get just to confirm the position in semi-finals with 11 points. So the news Pacers being sent into bat by Ginger Generals, 136 for 2. And Ginger Generals will resume their reply shortly, trying to get 137 for victory. And when they do, we certainly going to join you once again to bring you the commentary. Yeah, back here at the National Stadium, Cinnamon Pieces scored 136 for 2. Ginger Generals would be looking to get 137 for victory, which really would be the highest total to achieve that victory. Roland Keto, the captain at the top of the inning, with Daniel McDonald. We have seen the top players today really coming good. Fletcher, Atenes, and Keto would really want to lead from the front. Stiff target, 137.
Yeah, it is a good tight target, but of course teams have got into position where they could have scored more than that. So I think it's not beyond reach.
So Williams going to pick up the attack from this northern end. Wide delivery, delivery forced up. Ginger General on 9 points. Likewise Cinnamon Pieces. So the team that comes out on top today will be assured of that spot in the last 4. So Keto really would want to make sure that happen. As Williams, Ruel Williams, right arm over the wicket to Keto. Keto looking to pull this on. Let's see what happened. It probably just seemed to have passed very close to the stump or maybe come off the edge. But he's looking to pull. Really does seem as though he's in an attacking frame of mind. And the field for Williams, short third man, point. Extra cover, Micah Narayan. As Williams, so Keto again wide of the off stump and will be signaled wide by the umpire. So there's a long off in Peters. Atenes mid on. Position that that he seemed to like. As Williams. Again wide of the off stump and will be signaled wide by the umpire.
But to note there that one kept quite a bit lower, and I think the previous delivery that where there seems to be they got so excited, the ball hitting the bottom edge of the bat fell very, very close to the off stump.
So it's 3 without loss. That's 3 wides. Williams and Keto is pushing on the offset and they take a quick single. Keto would really want to play a captain's inning. He really want to lead from in front. We've seen top players coming from the front and leading.
But he has taken early part of the tournament. He did not open bat, and he has sent himself to the top and has played some good innings in that position, and will be, as we said from the start, one of the key players. It was Atenes on one side and he on the other, and with the score that was put on the board by the batting team, he will have to respond.
McDonald faces first delivery and just comes out of the pad there. Leg by signal by the umpire. Looking to turn on the onside. Just seemed to be a slow delivery. So it's 5 without loss. Yeah, stiff target of 137 needed for victory. Keita comes back into strike. Pitch up and whipped over mid-wicket, and this will run into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Over pitch delivery. Keita didn't get hold of it, but he got enough bat. I was able to clear that mid-wicket region and down to the boundary for 4.
Well, bad line delivery because he has a pack offside field and the players in the onside is all in the circle, and really a ball on the pad is nearly a free hit to a batsman of Keto ability.
9 without loss. We see the leg side field. It's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, backward square and a short fine leg. So he would really be looking to clear the infield. Outside the off stump, he again looking to cut this one again, still keeping low. Keto actually looking for a wide signal. Umpire mark is on move. 9 without loss. Williams to Keto, pitch up, and he's hitting down to long on for 4. Again, over pitch, and Keto taking full advantage of it, just hitting to the right of Atenas, who's at mid on, and to race down to the long on boundary for 4.
Well, if you're going to set the field like that, you will have to be a lot more accurate with the balls outside the off stump. The balls on the stump will obviously a batsman of Keto ability easily to tuck it on the onside, and that's what he did with the 2 deliveries that he struck to the boundary.
So 13, Keto is on 9 from 5 deliveries, hit 2 fours. 13 without loss. That the first over. Williams going for 12 in that over. Javel St. Paul will pick it up from that southern end. Daniel McDonald. Again the short fine leg. Backward square on the boundary. Mid wicket and a mid on. There's 4 fielders on the leg side as St. Paul. This one is hit straight to mid wicket. Take a beautiful catch there. Lovely catch there as that ball was swung. Get some good bat onto it. And that ball was really taken cleanly by mid wicket Narayan, who got both hands to it and held a beautiful catch.
Well, if you want to score runs, probably not supposed to hit the ball where the fielders are, no matter how hard. That one was struck mightily hard and just to the right of the fielder at middle wicket, and he threw himself, and both hands held on to a very, very good catch and a very good wicket.
So, Benjamin, Benjamin, really have been a good catch by Narayan. He had to move, got both hands to his right, and really took a very good catch. So St. Paul striking his first over, first delivery, picking up the wicket of Daniel McDonald. So the right-handed Weaver Benjamin, who really started off this tournament, had a few good innings. As he prepares to face his first delivery from St. Paul. And he's hitting this one. Let's see, not going to clear the mid off. Who drops another simple catch. And really was a bad miss there by the fielder at mid off. Benjamin going to hit over the top. Slow delivery. And really the fielder coming in, really was in good position to take that catch.
difficult to tell what he did wrong, except the fact that the ball didn't stay in his hand. Really a easy catch.
This one, Benjamin is swinging, made no contact outside the off stump. But Maturin there was really in good position to take that catch. You know, he went back, he got both hands to it, and probably had a second opportunity.
Yeah, and he took it high and probably should have see it a lot more when he seems struggling for sight when he hit the hand the first time.
St. Paul to Benjamin, short ball, and he's swinging again. Benjamin making no contact. Swinging, but really not moving, standing in his position. Really had to get across. It was short enough to clear the mid wicket, but really.
No, after that first catch that was so spectacular, the second one at Dalian was dropped.
St. Paul to Benjamin. This one he made good contact, but let's see, the mid wicket fielder gets on and drops it. Really misjudging in there in that position, and the ball just dropped in front of him and goes for 4. And that's Peters. Really a bad miss. He really got into position and really probably didn't get a hand to it.
I see he's making a sign, apparently saying the sun or something, probably the glare or something was in his eyes, because he seems to have lost the ball completely.
So that's 4 to Benjamin. He goes to 6, 19 for 1.
With 2 chances.
St. Paul. Slow delivery wide of the off stump, wide signal. Again, using the variation there. 20 for 1. We are in the second over. 117 required from 49 deliveries. So really there's need for one of the batsmen to really go. St. Paul once again. Benjamin is hitting this one down to mid-off, straight to the fielder, and who accepted the catch at this time. Maturin taking this one, traveling rather quickly, but straight to the fielder. And St. Paul striking a second time in his first over, picking up the second wicket. Benjamin caught by Maturin, bowled St. Paul for 6. It's 20 for 2. At the end of the second over.
And that's the nature of the game. I think the first catch that he dropped was far easier than this one, and he held on this one very easily, and good catch, good bowling from St. Paul's, and 2 for 7. That's pretty good bowling, and good wicket for the fielding team. But Benjamin has somewhere lost his form somewhere along. In the last couple of innings, he has not batted well. The first couple, 2-3 games, he did well, and then seems to have fallen apart. In fact, in the 4 deliveries that he faced, he gave 3 chances.
So the left-handed Keon George joins Keto, and he also plays for the same parish, so they will know each other quite well. That's 20 for 2. Peters was so far picked up 9 wickets in the tournament. Ginger Generals scoring at a run rate of 10 runs over. Need 14, just over 14 runs over. Really a tall order. As Peters. Wide delivery. Again, just a loosener, very wide. Roland Keto, captain, still there on 9. Peters, so Keto short, and okay, not timing it well. It goes on to the fielder on the boundary. The Ambler single. One would have thought that he would really look to hustle to try to put pressure to get 2.
Well, it seems that has sort of crept into the games, whether it's the fatigue or starting to tell, because a number in the previous inning, number of times the batsman just jogged through for us a single situation that looked as if 2 runs could have been scored.
So Keon George, to face His first delivery from Peters coming around the wicket. Short delivery. Let's see, this one is pulled down to mid wicket and it goes across the row for 4. Bad delivery and really given the right treatment. And he swung it, and there's no one in that area as it went across the row for 4.
Yeah, and the players that are sort of straightish mid wicket, and that one went in probably a normal mid wicket would have been. But it was a short delivery, and maybe could have hit it wherever he wanted.
Another short delivery, and he swung and really missed, and that didn't pass far from the stump.
The keeper did well to take it because you just beat the edge of the bat, just beat the stump, and well taken by the keeper.
So it's 26 for 2. We are into the third over. A strange offside field. As George swinging this one down to backward square for 4. Again, badly lined by Peters. And he really went really quickly to the left of the short pine leg and down to the boundary for 4.
You see the bowlers does some funny tactical things because he bowling to the left-hander, his offside field is well packed. He's bowling around the wicket. More often than not, the ball will be slanting into the left-hander, and most of the ball will be hit on the leg side.
Well, for this delivery, another short delivery, or hit to backward point. No chance of a run. It's 30 for 2. We are still maintaining 10 runs over. Need to get a bit more than that. Probably again play to mid wicket, and the Ambler single, and this take the score on to 31. So Keon George goes to 9 at completion of the third over. 31 for 2, requiring 137 for victory.
Yeah, not probably the best over from Peters. 11 runs coming off him, and some pretty loose deliveries there that George capitalized on. He was bowling off breaks apparently from around the wicket and slanting the ball into the left-hander, and they were tugged away onto the onside, and the field strength is on the off because he had 5 players manning the offside field. So not good bowling, but of course the batters will be very happy for the runs they scored.
So Mike and Narayan, and pick it up from that southern end. The current run with 10.33, and they require just over 15 runs. As you see, the long one just goes a bit straighter. Keon George favors the pull shot, and you'll probably find him looking to hit down to that long on area, long on mid wicket area at Narayan. Yes, and he hits this one. This one goes over mid wicket for 6. Really picked it up well, and an area he loves well. Really swung and hit it cleanly over mid wicket for 6.
And well, it's just the first ball from Narayan, but he has a similarly set field with a number of players on the onside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the off, and the batter was able to hit it on the onside.
Well, it's the final over in the power play, as you see. Narayan, and for this delivery, George is hitting the cover, and they go through for a single. Someone will have to really take the attack. It's 38 for 2. We are in the 4th over. Power play ends at 4 overs. K2 10 from 6.
And it shows again with the rotation of the strike, because K2 has opened the inning and only faced 6 deliveries. The other 2 batsmen between them has faced close to 14. So poor rotation at the strike.
So K2 faces Narayan. Good delivery, looking to play on the onside. Loud appeal from Narayan. Even from this vantage point, look as we're heading down the leg side.
Yeah, well, the umpire was not interested at all. The wicket keeper, and you always take like a gauge from the keeper what he does. He seems to have been going down, so he's going where he thinks the ball will be going. So that in itself tell you that it could be a missing the leg.
Narayan again. Keto again hit on the pad. Looking to play on the again. Another Lord appeal.
And a double appeal here because they appealed first of all for leg before, and then they appealed for attempted, well, they had to say run out from the keeper because the ball fell somewhere in the feet of Kato, and the keeper trying to run out. None of them was successful, and the score remained on 38-2.
Yeah, good over so far. Two good deliveries from Narayan. Let's see what Kato does. Again, he's taking on the pad, looking to play on the onside. Again, good bowling, 3 good deliveries.
I think what has happened, and you see it a lot, Kato started out with a flourish, and then it took quite a while before he got back into strike. And it's like he sort of have to rebuild himself again.
Narayan just cutting the ball into Kato and just teeing down a bit. Kato looking to play on the onside. Let's see what he does now. And this one is play down to long on. Deep mid wicket comes around. After the first delivery, he has really settled on to keep it rather tightly. At the end of 4 overs, 39-2 with Roland Kato, who opened the batting, the captain of Ginger Generals on 11. Keon George, 16. Keon George from just 7 deliveries, 2 fours and 1 6. So they will need that player just to take the attack to the bowlers.
Yeah, and a good over from Narayan. That only 8 runs in the over. The power players come to an end. They could have more protection now on the boundary areas, and I'm sure the Generals will welcome that, where they have more opportunity of defending the boundaries.
We have seen a change. Ken Maturin, we are going to see Ken Maturin for the first time from the style. Karaku. And he will be bowling to Roland Kato. He's bowling to a long on the boundary, deep mid wicket, a backward square, and a short finding on the leg side. Maturin to Kato, short delivery. This one is hit down to that long on area again, not getting hold of it. And the batsman is going to pick up 2 runs there. Short delivery there, and Kato will be disappointed not making more use of that delivery.
He didn't time it properly. He seems to be probably having an issue with his gloves in his hands. He's making sure now that his hands is properly dry. The bat might have just saw the gloves, might have sort of slipped. He really didn't time it well. It was short, and Kato ability, he has that ability to clear that boundary of those short deliveries, and he didn't make proper contact.
So the score goes to 41-2 as we into the 5th over. Maturin just want to hit down to long on, and Atenes comes in, and Kato just seemed to be struggling a bit, maybe not even getting the timing he wants. He looked a little bit disappointed.
Well, it's a wide delivery that he had to really stretch and reach for, and he didn't really get the good part of the bat. As Pastor would say, just 5 inches off the base. He didn't get there, and as a result didn't time it as he wanted to.
Keon George comes into strike. Maturin goes a wide delivery. Will be signal wide. Seemingly holding this ball too tight. Try to bowl probably a faster delivery. Went way outside the off stump. He's coming over the wicket to bowl to the left-handed George. Let's see, he's tossed up, and that one is swung down straight to the man at deep backward square. Again, no chance of a run. Lucky there, George.
Yeah, well, he hit it pretty well, but straight to the player, and either side of him would have been four.
So we in the 5th over as Maturin. And this one is hit down to mid wicket. And the batsman get a single. So have been quiet over so far.
Yeah, pretty good over so far from Maturin. And he did try the faster delivery, but generally has given the ball a bit of air.
Going for 5 from 4 deliveries. This time he's going to bowl to the right-handed K2 and goes back around the wicket to bowl to K2. And for this delivery, K2 is hitting this one down to long on. Let's see Atenes just over the head of Atenes. And it went for 6 here. Really, again, you could see him having to reach for it outside the off stump. And just clear Atenes. And didn't clear my much.
No, and at one time I think Atenes had just been thinking that he had a chance. Well, Atenes is not a pretty tall guy either, and so he turned over his hands, jumped full height, but couldn't get to it. It was over his head by some distance.
50 for 2 in the 5th over. 87 from 31. And K2 is hitting this one square, but straight to the fielder. And there's 1 run at the end of the over. So after 5 overs, it's 51 for 2. And Generals need to get up to 137 for victory.
Yeah, well, they have some 86 more runs to be scored after just 30 deliveries. As we see the cloud starting to form itself again, but they will have to really start hitting. No more could the singles or the ones and twos do it. Boundaries matter now until they get themselves into a good position. But the bowling has been pretty steady, and Kato is still there. A lot of hopes, as we said, 21 or 14. He seems to have just lost his rhythm a bit. And for the benefit of them, let's hope he gets back into that rhythm as quickly as possible.
So it'd be Chad Charles, the right arm off spinner. He comes from the southern end, and he going bowling to Keto. He comes over the bowl to Keto, and Keto playing his ball on the offside. He just doesn't seem to be too confident. I look as though he was in two mind there, and push it out on the offside.
The effort he made into the shot, I doubt you that scored many runs from it.
51 for 2. And again, no timing. Skater is looking to go aerial over long on, and the ball went slowly down to long on for a single. He really seemed to be having difficulty with his timing, his rhythm, and does not look too happy. Really is a tall ask to get 137. We are in the 6th over. As Charles around the wicket ball to George, who's looking to hit square, a wide signal. So the score moves up by 153. Chad Charles, right arm off spinner, would be leaving the left-handed batsman. And let's see again, pitch up, and this one is swung really well over long on. That's a huge 6 by Keon George. Give him some air, and he really got under it and lifted it cleanly over long on for 6. 295 6 in the tournament. Really good hit by Keon George. Quickly moves to 23 from 10 deliveries. This partnership 39. So it's 59 for 2. Chad Charles once again to George. George is hitting down to long on. This one went all along the ground. 60. Still 2 deliveries to go in this over. 77 from 26 deliveries. The right-handed Keita, which seemed to just to be struggling a bit with his timing.
Yeah, since he has lost a bit of. He started off pretty well, and then just seems to have gone into a cold patch.
So let's see as Charles. And this one goes down to long on again. The one bounce. Just again dragging it around as it goes down to long on for a single. So 61 for 2. Probably just pulling away a bit, and probably might be better advice to go closer to the delivery instead of pulling away from it. Keon George hit this one down to long on, went straight to the fielder and really dropped probably a straightforward catch.
Well, he himself seems as if he can't understand what is happening. It went straight to him, straight in his hand and out.
Well, that's the second catch I think that Maturin has dropped. He took one and dropped two. This one went straight to him. And certainly put down what was a straightforward catch.
Yeah, and that would have been a very important wicket because George seems to be hitting a couple of the balls pretty lustily, so they would have liked to get him out there. But Maturin, I'm not too sure the players are talking to, but he seems to have it all covered. He had everything right, and the ball just popped out of his hand. Probably needs to look at the ball a lot longer into his hands because he has an opportunity when the ball pops out to see where it's going and make another attempt. And the second catch he has dropped, he didn't make much of an attempt at the second time. So probably not keeping his eye on the ball as long as he should.
62 for 2. We have completed 6 overs. And Kenroy Peters will come in for his second over, and he will be bowling to Keon George. George plays to mid wicket, and the arms a single. The fielder comes off the boundary. So one more to George. He moves it. Keto comes in to strike. George moves 26. And 63 for 2 into the 7th over. Ginger Jonas really need to step up the pace in terms of scoring. Keto hit it to mid wicket, and the ball traveling rather quickly down to mid wicket, and they stays for 1. But they will be looking for some boundaries. You really need some boundaries.
Well, they are trying. I think the bowling is good. The balls are well up. They can't get under it, so they have to tug it and pull and along the ground. And chances are the ball are being fielded. So they are trying to hit, but I would give the benefit now to the bowling that is bowling well.
Peters around the wicket left-hander, and this goes down to long on, and Williams comes off the boundary. So 60 doing singles, 65 for 2. And Peters in his second over, so far gone for 14 runs.
Pretty good spell so far from Peters. He has restricted the batters, just 3 singles in the over so far.
So he goes back over the wicket to the right hand, Keto. And Keto is lifting this one. Where does this go? Atenes had to look at this one and it go over his head for 6. And this was all timing as he came forward and just lifted it. Beautiful shot, really good timing. And it sailed over long on for 6.
Yeah, well timed. There was not much effort you were seen into the shot. It just timing was all beautiful and way over Atenes' head and the boundary for 6.
So should that give him some confidence? This one goes down to third man as he looked to hit square, and the fielder just losing the battle as it goes down over the rope for another 4. Really a short delivery, and really didn't get hold of it, but I think he got the result that he wanted to get it across the boundary.
Yeah, and vital runs there. Peters after 3 deliveries had 3 runs. Now he's gone to 13 at 6 on a 4. And this one really, the benefit will go to the bowler even though 4 runs were scored because it came off a top edge. And this beautiful fast outfield, the fielder had little or no chance.
So it's 75 for 2. K2 moves to 34. As he faces another delivery. And he's looking to swing and it's bowled. Really quicker delivery. Wasn't as short as he expected. Looking to swing. And with bowled, really a big wicket. The wicket of Roland Keto going for 34. 75 for 3 after 7 overs.
Well, surely a very important wicket. But again, the ball was outside the off stump and he tried to pull it, tug it away onto the onside. It kept a bit low because you can see him trying to get down to reach it. And a quicker delivery, kept a bit low on the stumps and bowled a beautiful delivery. A very important wicket. Keto, who has scored some runs so far in the competition. A lot would have been depending on him, so someone else now has to step up.
Yeah, I think he was beaten one with a pace and it wasn't as short. So he was caught, midway and really ended up really where he was beaten all ends up and being bowled. So a big blue struck there by the Pacers. The backup Roland Keto, the captain, Ginger General, going for 34. So Anil Matthew comes in to replace Keto. Narayan will continue in his second over. 75 for 3. Narayan to the left-handed Keon George. He's up to bowl to George. George is looking to cut outside the off some. Lord Appeal is out, cut at the wicket. Again, Keon George looking to cut. Another big wicket there. George going cut at the wicket of the bowling of Narayan. And 75 for 4. And really the Pacers will feel very happy to see the back of Keon George.
Yeah, and we talk a bit too on the ability or the method that is being used by the batters to cut. They tend to pull themselves away, and that gives them going further away from the ball, and that one took an edge. Not too sure if it's the bottom edge, but he took an edge. Good catch from the keeper standing up.
Yeah, and you made a very important point there where the batsman is pulling themselves away. I guess looking for power. You get closer to the ball, I think you always going to find yourself in better position to be able to do what you want to do with the ball. And really, his right foot really should be coming across, get on top of it. But he actually pulled probably the left foot away, and with his body going further away from the delivery, you more or less unlikely to get timing, to get power, or even to get placement.
Well, Generals are really up against it now, and 2 new batters at the crease. They will have to get going from the word go.
Larry Edwards going to face his first delivery and push down to mid-wicket area, and they feel they have a long way to come in, and the batsman come back for 2 runs. Good work from Atenes coming off the boundary. Really came in quickly, but ball's travelling rather slowly. And the batsman was able to pick up 2 runs, 77 for 4.
It's good to see 2 runs being taken in that position. A number of times we saw the batsman just seem to jog through. And as we see here, the opportunity always exists that 2 runs could be taken.
Behind the 8th over has Narayan to Edwards, who stroked this down to long off. And the ambles are single, 78 for 4. Really, they would need to find the boundaries with great regularity.
Yeah, the tempo, they need to upbeat up, put some more energy into it. I don't think stroking it and taking the ones at the 2s could get them there. They need 59 of just 15 deliveries.
Matthew, who's not yet off the mark, faces Narayan. And this one, slow delivery, again played down to that mid-wicket area. And Williams comes in off the boundary. So another single. Matthew now off the mark. Scores 79 for 4.
The disadvantage is that the 2 batters are new. And situation there is that they don't really have that time to get themselves in. And in trying to do that, obviously a few deliveries will be lost.
Narayan. This Edwards looking to swing. This one some way over mid wicket. It comes off the pad and they get a leg by. So it's 80 for 4. And really, as we look at the run rate, 26.31 required. Just 2 overs after this one.
That's a very difficult task. Somebody really had to hit. And Narayan is bowling beautifully. Not sure we'll be bowling the last 2 overs, but it's good bowling up to this point in time. Narayan just 12 runs.
Okay, so go to Matthew. Okay, and slower delivery. Matthew turn it down the backward square and go to for a single. So 81 for 4 at the end of 8 overs. Really with 56 runs to get from 12 deliveries. Really a difficult task.
Well, I think once we saw the back of Keto, we knew that somebody would have to step up, but it's not going to be easy because it's pretty good bowling. And I would think that the Generals, they are well in control of this game. They have dropped a couple catches, but it don't seem as if he has affected them that much.
So the Pacers, who won the first encounter by 7 wickets, really is in good position to win the second encounter. As Williams pick it up for his second over, bowling to Matthew. Right up, this going to go down to the boundary for 4. Let's see the signal. 4 wides there. Yeah, and that ball, Matthew looking to play somewhere down to backward square. Pass outside the legs and go down to the boundary for 4. 86 for 4. And Williams going for pretty expensive, going for 17 in his first over. Really would want to make this a better over. He's up to the ball to Matthew. This one is choked down to long on. And Atenet moving really quickly to the delivery. So 1 more to Matthew. He's moved to 3. 87 for 4. And really just 11 deliveries to go. 50 runs required.
I'd like to know what the batters are talking about there. Somebody is saying that somebody will have to just hit. You know, need to try to upbeat the tempo. They have been batting cautiously.
Larry does. And let's see what he does as he faces Williams. And he's swinging this one. This one go high in the air. And the mid wicket is coming around. And drop the catch. Actually didn't touch that delivery. Again, we see that miss there. Ball high in the air. And he coming around there and really made a mess up. They actually didn't touch it.
Neither of them, both of them was coming, and where the communication? Somebody should be shouting my ball. This is not football. When you say my ball is a foul, you need to communicate, and they don't seem as if they did that.
Williams and Edwards is swinging. Let's see, this one going to clear that mid-wicket area and goes over the fence for 6. And really got batter onto this one and really cleared the mid-wicket fence for 6.
Good shot. And of course, as we said, that's the only option. Option is to swing the bat.
This over had to be, a big over if they were really going to give themselves any chances. Probably 20 runs in the over. As Williams once again, and Edwards drive this one down to long off. And Atenes quickly to his left. So 1 more, 96 for 4. We're in the 9th over. William not for 27.
Well, you need to get it under 36 to be in with a chance in the last over.
Well, unless there's some extras in the last over. He comes again over the wicket. And this one is hit to the cover. The batsman is going to get one. As Matthew not timing, slow delivery by Williams. The score moved to 97 for 4. And Cinnamon Pieces really closing in on another victory. That will bring them up to 11 points. Having lost to Saffron Strikers yesterday. That's Williams. Final delivery is up to the wicket and ball. Edwards again swinging down to long on. And the fielder comes off the boundary. Peters. Easy single, which concludes over number 9. And Ginger Generals requiring 137 for victory. They are 98 for 4. And certainly looks at Pieces really going to come home with this one rather easily.
It looks all over. As you said, they have to bowl quite a bit of extras and so now, because you need 39. 6 sixes is 36. So it's all about over. So you just have to give Generals a lot of credit for the way they played. The way they played this game, they batted extremely well and restricted the batting team.
So St. Paul is going to bowl the final over. His first over only going for 7. And he's bowling to Edwards, who swings this one down to a wide long on. The mid-wicket fielder had to come around the Atenes. And batsman just made it for 2 there. Again, Atenes with a good show, have been moving quickly to his right. So that's 2 more to Edwards. 100 for 4. Still need enough for the 37, 5 deliveries. And Edwards again hitting down to that same fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. Atenes, who just moved his right hand field. So 1 more run to Edwards. He's 16 from 9 deliveries. Hitting 101 for 4. Just 4 deliveries remaining. Really convincing win by the Pacers, Cinnamon Pacers, as Matthew now faces St. Paul and is driving down to long on. Again, they're going to amble a single. Really have been a good performance by the Cinnamon Pacers. They batted well and really have kept things tight really from the start. Keto found really difficulty in getting any rhythm, as St. Paul is up to the wicket ball to Edwards. This one hit down to mid-wicket, and Williams, it is really running quickly down to in that mid-wicket area, but had a lot of work to do, so the batsman had time to pick up 2 more runs. 104. Really have been a good performance by Cinnamon Pacers. Just 2 deliveries left. St. Paul once again to bowl to Edwards, and he bowled him again, looking for a big swing, and really nothing much could have happened at the end. You probably just bat out and saved. At the end of the day, you look at the stats and you look at the wickets. You could benefit your favor based on where you are. But swinging wildly there, and that ball just going into the stumps. So 1 delivery to go. 104 for 5, Ginger Generals, and certainly a convincing victory for Cinnamon Pacers.
Yeah, they played extremely well. They fielded pretty okay. I think we could go back to the start of the inning with the chances that Atenes gave that made such a big difference. You had to hold on to your catches. Pacers did drop 1 or 2 catches also, but it wasn't cause as much problem as the catches that Generals drop, and particularly the batter like Atenes jumping him 2 and 3 times. You put yourself in serious trouble.
But when you win the toss and you put a team into bat, and obviously you would want to make sure that you hold your catches. At least you want to get a team out as cheaply as possible. Buffett is in his strikers sent ball final delivery outside the off stump. No shot offered. And at the end of the inning, convincing win by Cinnamon Pieces. 136 for 2, and having restricted ginger also 104 for 5. Really have been a good performance, winning this game convincingly.
Yeah, by some 33 runs. So that's a convincing victory, particularly how things have went today, where teams went into super over and these sort of things. So Pacers playing an excellent game. But again, Atenes, the man at the top of the batting, again continue to lead and to perform very well. And the bowling responded pretty okay today. 104 for 5. People like St. Paul, 3 for 13. So a good bowling and a good all-round performance from Pacers.
So Cinnamon Pieces, 136 for 2. Ginger Generals 104 for 5. As we look at the batting of Ginger Generals, Roland Keto, he was bowled by Peters for 34, 21 deliveries, 33 minutes, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Daniel McDonald caught by Narayan Bull St. Paul's. He didn't score, and he got two deliveries, 7 minutes. Wavell Benjamin caught Maturin Bull St. Paul for 6, 5 deliveries, and he had 1 for Keon George caught Hazard Bull Narayan 27, 15 deliveries, 24 minutes, and he had 2 fours, 2 sixes, and in Matthew not out 5. Larry Edwards bowled by St. Paul for 18, final wicket at Fell, and Buffett not out not, just facing 1 delivery, 104 for 5. Williams 2 overs, none for 29. St. Paul 2 overs, none for 13. Peters 2 overs, 1 for 24. Narayan 2 overs, 13 runs, 1 wicket. Maturin 1 over for 12, and Chad Charles 1 over for 11. Really, Cinnamon Pieces won by 32 runs, and so seal a position into the semi-finals, joining the Strikers, Saffron Strikers, as 2 teams that really have confirmed their position in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and both teams played well throughout the competition to find themselves where they are, getting into the semi-finals, playing a number of good games. And as you said, a good win by Pacers, 32 runs, good form, good hitting, good batting, good bowling. They did spill 1 or 2 catches, but generally the fielding was also good.
So the 2 teams which would have probably 1 and 2 throughout the tournament, they kept at the top, and really now they have confirmed their position in the semi-finals. And we await the schedule of games for tomorrow, which would confirm the other 2 teams that would join them for the semi-finals, which would take place on Thursday. So the matches tomorrow, Wednesday. First game, Nutmeg Warriors versus Believe Blasters, and interesting that both teams are on 7 points. So it will be interesting to see where that one goes. Clove Challengers versus Cinnamon Pacers, who has already qualified. The Clove Challengers, I think, is also on 7 points. And then we have Saffron Strikers versus Ginger General. So we expect tomorrow's game would be keen and would also be exciting, and we certainly will be happy to bring it to you tomorrow. So we hope from wherever you are, we really thank you for being part of us, and do join us tomorrow as we conclude this the preliminaries of this T10 tournament, Dream 11 T10 tournament, which we do hope we'll be able to bring you tomorrow another good display, and barring that we get good weather, we certainly will be happy to bring it to you.
Well, I know for sure that once it's not a flood, the water tends to run off this outfield pretty quickly. The wickets are properly covered, so yeah, not expecting much unless the rain falls during the day itself. I think we will expect to have a full day's play.
Okay, so wherever we are, good evening. good night. Thank you really for being with us. And do join us tomorrow when we conclude this Dream 11 T10 tournament, the preliminary rounds of this tournament.